Chapter 1: The Mummy in the Corner. Konoha's life today is still unpretentious. Although the situation in the frontline war became more and more tense, a little more tension in the village resulted. Kakashi's deeds are heard from the front from time to time, and he is said to be a super genius who can become the youngest Jonin in history at any time. In the Uchiha tribe, an unknown old lady has to cross the road every day to accept the help of a certain runtu. In the ninja school, theoretical courses are constantly shrinking, and practical courses are increasing substantially. As always boring. In the near future, the above practical courses will be the main focus. Outstanding people will get the opportunity to graduate early and become a glorious Konoha shinobi. Teacher Yoshino Masada announced the news. The entire classroom was boiling, and the unidentified leak seedlings cheered and eagerly geared up. As if I graduated, I could immediately become Kakashi's second place, and it would be a shining example for the village. They are all fresh leaks. Have you all begun to encourage graduation? It seems that Konoha's size is a bit unable to hold up, and he feels increasingly struggling with the frontline warfare, and urgently needs to replenish his troops. In the corner of the classroom, a guy covered in special bandages looked up lazily. In the Third Ninja World War, Konoha village was 1 out of 4. Its cruelty far exceeded that of World War I and World War II, and it lasted extremely long, and the casualties were particularly tragic. Although there have been cage-level powerhouses such as Namikaze Minato and Hitaki Kakashi, a super genius who has set Konoha's records, more tragedies have been staged during the 3 wars. Xuanyi was prepared for what happened before him, but when this moment came, it was inevitable that he would still scratch his head a little. But forget it, although the current preparations are not fully in place, but they are enough. My body finally barely adapted to the radioactive material emitted by Godzilla. Xuanyi couldn't help but shook his head. The Hokage world is an open world that pays attention to pedigree. Whoever is closest to the father of 6 paths will have a noble pedigree, and the stronger his pedigree will be. Unfortunately, Xuanyi also has a relationship, but he has nothing to do with 6 paths' father and Kagaya's ancestors. The moment he, a traverser, came into this world, he found that a giant monster had appeared in his body simultaneously. This was his unique power, and it was also the biggest secret he tried to hide. At one end, falling into deep sleep, Godzilla. In other words, I do not know who Xuanyi, has become an existence similar to Jinkraki, with a big guy in his stomach. After so many years of trying to adapt, I haven't let the nuclear radiation in my body leak out. I am really a great man. The people in this classroom can live to this day. I really should thank me for not killing. Xuanyi lazily looked at the noisy classroom. As long as he is not paying attention, loosen the bandage on his body that is used to block the radioactive material. The people in this house, even if they don't die, will have genetic mutations. The red eye disease in the front row will mutate to Sagujade without guarantee. The guy with cataracts will become glaucoma if they don't know. Nuclear radiation is simply a disastrous weapon. In Hokage's world, there has never been such a thing as nuclear radiation, but there are various techniques comparable to nuclear explosions, such as tailed beast bomb. Who made Godzilla this kind of creature, itself a terrible source of self-propelled nuclear radiation, not to mention the big move of releasing atomic breath. Even if it just walks around at will, it can pollute the environment and leave terrible nuclear radiation, directly covers a large area nearby. Although Xuanyi didn't know exactly what level of Godzilla in his body, the nuclear radiation bursting from his body was real. In the past few years, as he grows, it seems to have unlocked Godzilla's bondage to a certain extent, allowing the amount of nuclear radiation that erupted in his body to increase year by year. Fortunately, in the past 2 years, Xuanyi has continued to refine chakra and began to try to control the nuclear radiation in the body. The effect is remarkable. It has successfully controlled and suppressed the increasing amount of nuclear radiation year by year. Give me another year, no, half a year, I am sure to control all nuclear radiation perfectly, and completely abandon these troublesome bandages. Xuanyi shrugged. Teacher Masato Yoshino looked at the noisy classroom and sighed silently in his heart. He knew that this was not a good thing. Graduates now have to participate in the war. He doesn't know how many people will be able to participate in the war after the war is over. Survive. Hey, Xuanyi, you have to raise some energy anyway, are you not interested in the honor of graduating early? But when he saw Xuanyi's state of salted fish in the corner, he couldn't help but shout, and a deep sense of powerlessness rose in his heart. I do not know Huo Xuanyi, it is a legend in the school. Every year, I compete with Uchiha Obito for the last strong candidate in the actual combat class. If you say that Uchiha Obito is just too unexpected, leading to inexplicable mistakes, but at least Obito has been working hard. But I don't know Huo Xuanyi, that's really weird. Absolutely number one in theoretical courses, full scores in subjects, he is a super genius for the whole year and even since the school was founded. Especially for the series of courses on the Will of Fire, Xuanyi's reading comprehension topics are particularly wonderful, which is amazing. He wrote analysis of the Will of Fire and the inheritance of village leaders taking third Hokage as an example, on the villagers' common understanding of where the leaves are flying, insist on taking third Hokage as an example. Center, my views of people in a village who loves each other and other content. It is said that Hokage said it was good after seeing it. As long as it involves theoretical courses, especially thinking courses, Xuanyi can be called the god of Konoha. But as soon as I get to the actual combat class, this stuff will stretch my hips indefinitely. Basically I have never won a fight. With Uchiha Obito, take the lead and compete for the bottom to last honor. This won't work, ninja, it's always going to be a battle. It's not possible to rely solely on theory. Yoshino Masato criticized. I see, Mr. Yoshino, so can get out of class be dismissed. Xuanyi lazily raised her hand. The whole classroom roared with laughter. There is only Xuanyi, who naturally lacks the fear of Yoshino Masato, and can always say what everyone wants to say at a critical time. Although Xuanyi is very salty, his popularity has always been extremely high. I remember that in this class of Obito, except for Kakashi who graduated at the age of 5 and Might Guy graduated at the age of 8, on average, they stepped onto the battlefield around the age of 11. Obito, he was scared to cry when he went to the battlefield. Thanks to Namikaze Minato to save the field. I don't know Huo Xuanyi sitting in the classroom, looking at these classmates who don't know how many will survive in 2 years, but his brain is running fast. The teaching system of the ninja school is a 6-year system. But it will soon be changed to a 4-year system. The Third Ninja War has been fought for more than 2 years, and the front line suffered heavy casualties. It was when Obito, Guy, Aoba, and Ebisu set foot on the battlefield. Therefore, without knowing Huo Xuanyi, it is inevitable that he would have to take a walk on the battlefield. Chapter 2 Neuropathy and Gene Mutation. In the afternoon, it was Yoshino Masato who organized an internal practical class for Class C. Every student took the stage one after another, shouting loudly to show off their talents. Hey! A young girl kicked Marino Ibiki into the air with a decisive action. Well done, the most reassuring thing in our class is Uchiha Iki. You have seen her performance. In the past year, she has made rapid progress. The scores of various subjects have improved rapidly from the middle reaches. If you all work hard like Iki, I will feel more at ease. Yoshino Masato proclaimed his praise and looked admiring. Uchiha Kazue has been mediocre in the past few years. In the past year, he hasn't known what happened. His strength has improved by leaps and bounds. He has not graduated yet, and almost possesses Chnin's strength. Naturally, Xuanyi also came on stage. His opponent was the sick Moonlight Wind. The two pecked at each other, and Xuanyi's performance was even more mediocre. In this competition, Uchiha Kazue won the first place, which has gradually become the norm in the past year. Everyone was surprised by her sudden explosion of talent. After class, when most people were almost gone, Xianyi got up and left and returned to his residence. As a war orphan, the village will not treat Xianyi badly, and with the inheritance of an inheritance, countless wealth is not bad. The most expensive consumption on weekdays is to make silver fiber bandages, which cost him a large part of his wealth, but this kind of expenditure is necessary. At most half a year, I can absolutely control the nuclear radiation in my body perfectly. This is considered to be a balance between me and Godzilla. Xianyi was thinking while cooking. Godzilla is a creature that is powerful. Yamato is naturally stalwart. Needless to say, it can be called a son of the earth. In each version, Godzilla often exists as an important maintainer and supplement to the Earth's ecological environment, and it is also rare. There is no absolute malicious titan behemoth against humans. But the problem is that a terrifying monster of this size, even if it is just a few trivial actions, can cause extremely terrible consequences. For example, the nuclear radiation that has plagued Xianyi for many years. Nuclear radiation is also the root cause of Xianyi's salty fish. The less you move, the lower the total amount of nuclear leakage. Moreover, Xianyi has absolute reasons to believe that his physique is also being subtly transformed by Godzilla. Maybe he will have to add the influence of chakra's power, otherwise he will not be able to bear the ever-increasing amount of nuclear radiation. Similarly, his own process of refining chakra, together with his own will, also affected the sleeping Godzilla to some extent. This is a two-way process, and it is also a process of adapting to each other's existence. Because of various reasons, I don't dare to refine chakra unscrupulously, but based on the information collected in the past, it can be calculated, the total number of cells in my body is definitely far more than ordinary people. This is Xianyi's conclusion based on learning three-body technique in school and combining his own and other people's different times of performing ninjutsu. At that time, many people of the same age used the three-body technique several times, and when they were panting, Xianyi felt that she hadn't warmed up yet, and she didn't feel anything. This is the result of his deliberately not refining chakra. The total number of cells in a normal human body is about 130 trillion. To refine chakra, these 130 trillion cells must be combined with mental energy for refinement. Because he is a traverser, Xianyi is confident that his spiritual energy is higher than that of ordinary people, but pure spiritual energy cannot make him possess such a terrifying chakra talent. It can only be due to physical fitness. There is absolutely a terrifying total amount of cells in his body. I have strong self-healing ability and amazing energy. It stands to reason that this is a physique that only the Senju and Uzumaki clan can have. It seems that I have to find a way to get some precision equipment and study my body. Xianyi took a deep breath. It won't be long before he will be on the battlefield. Even if he is only doing logistical work, he will be involved in the war sooner or later. Some things must be done. It's time for us to meet officially, big guy. Xianyi whispered in a low voice. After having dinner, Xianyi went directly to bed and sat cross-legged, as if he was refining chakra. No matter who watched it, he wouldn't think anything was wrong. After the outbreak of the Third World War, people from Anbu, the guards, and the enchantment department often moved in the village, closely monitoring everything, and beware of the infiltration of enemy spies. In this period, it must not show any form of peculiarity. This time, he wants to see with his own eyes the behemoth in his body. And you must first confirm which Godzilla is this big guy in your body. Chapter 3 Unknown Godzilla. Soon, consciousness fell. Xianyi directly came to an extremely dim space, which was the small space-time in his body. It is the residence of Godzilla. I tried so many times before without success, but this time I finally did it. Sure enough, I am constantly approaching this Godzilla in all directions. Xianyi looked around. Looking around, there was only endless dimness, and the only luminous body was himself. There was a faint light on his skin, barely illuminating the surroundings. He lifted his foot forward and walked slowly to the front of a behemoth. Looking up, Rao Xianyi was mentally prepared for a long time, and was shocked by the big guy in front of him. Although it was extremely dim, only a rough and fuzzy outline could barely be seen. However, you can still clearly feel the power of this terrifying guy in front of you. The heavy breathing sounds in a specific rhythm, and every breath is like the rhythm of the whole world itself. It is impossible to use words to accurately describe the huge existence in front of him. Standing in front of this guy, it seems to be facing the gathering of countless lives. This exaggerated body shape is not an ordinary Godzilla. Xianyi's face was shaking. Normal forms of Godzilla, such as first-generation and second-generation Godzilla, are about 50 meters tall. The strength of this type of Godzilla is actually not strong. The humans on Earth use technological means, as long as they don't use a nuclear bomb to explode stupidly, but arrange a refrigerant or the like, they can basically win. The height of the nine-tailed beasts ranges from 50 meters to 70 meters. It can be said that an ordinary adult Godzilla is no longer defeated by the tail beast in size. Of course, if it really wants to fight, the ordinary Godzilla will be torn to pieces by the tail beast every minute. But the one in front of him, even if it fell into a deep sleep, it still exuded a sense of terrifying oppression that shocked the soul. In this endless darkness, there is a deep and depressed that cannot be perceived, as if facing a whole world. The size of the Godzilla in my body is definitely far more than 50 meters. Although the higher position is dim, I can't see it at all, but... Xianyi clenched her fists fiercely, her expression excited. He originally estimated that he only hoped that this big guy in his body would have to be a second generation with a certain level of combat power at least. It could be used as a super summoning beast, just like Hanzo and his Sancho fish, which is simply human. Self-propelled gas storage, wherever you go, wherever you die. But the scenes that he saw in reality gave Xianyi a huge surprise or fright. Such a huge body. I'm afraid it's those giants with names and surnames. Xianyi's eyes were deep. He has locked the subject of guessing to the top few Godzillas. Space Godzilla, Hell Godzilla, Snow Godzilla, and Old Sioux Godzilla, these four-headed Godzilla. Space Godzilla is an existence called the Destroyer, whose range of action has been separated from the Earth, and tearing a normal Godzilla by hand is just like playing. Hell Godzilla is from an officially recognized fan manga, which directly pierced heaven and hell, making a mess of life. Snow Godzilla, covered in snow and ice, has the ability to penetrate space. And Old Sioux Godzilla is more powerful. And it can be said to be the highest force among all Godzillas. In this version, the meaning of the birth and development of human beings is to give birth to the old Godzilla, and all mankind is just a transition and catalyst for the birth of the old Godzilla. After expelling the terrestrial people and two other cosmic civilizations together, the old Godzilla dominates the 10,000 years of the Earth, and he can also separate out a 50-meter-tall sub-Godzilla from his body. The strongest atomic breath this guy has expelled can crush a moon-sized star. If it is really one of these four Godzillas, then there is something amazing in my body. I am a real Jinkriki level, but how can I tap this power? A big problem. If you are not careful, you will kill yourself. Xianyi took a deep breath. I walked in a little bit again, and watched the guy in front of me more closely. However, as he approached the 100-meter range, the oncoming huge resistance made Xianyi dispel the idea of touching this big guy. Now he has only initially constructed a balance mechanism with this Godzilla, far from reaching the level of smooth communication. Even he couldn't be sure now. What kind of attitude the big guy in front of him had towards him was also a huge hidden danger. I must find a way to establish a more suitable relationship before this guy officially wakes up, whether it's various forms of relationship, symbiosis, sealing technique, or other means. Xianyi thought silently. The next moment, he sat down cross-legged directly at this distance of 100 meters, constantly feeling this amazing resistance. At the same time, I tried my best to adapt to everything Godzilla brought. Not only this resistance, but also the radiant power that burst out, subtly transforming and sublimating his body. Xianyi is carefully comprehending all of this. His mind and consciousness were under too much pressure, and he was observing the huge Godzilla in front of him, and at the same time trying to monitor every change in himself. Soon, Xianyi's consciousness fell into immense exhaustion. Call. In reality, Xianyi slowly opened his eyes, as if he was a world away, already sweating profusely. Even the sheets were soaked. His face was exhausted, but he couldn't hide the gleam of light in his eyes. The spirit is exhausted because of stress and intense thinking, but the body has become more active, as if it has inexhaustible strength. I also felt a few different changes. The nuclear radiation in my body can almost be perfectly controlled by me, saving half a year of time. More importantly, the blood succession boundary I envisioned, which I tried once but almost killed myself, seems to be usable with my current mental and physical conditions. Xianyi slapped his hands suddenly. Started to mobilize chakra in the body. In an instant, a large number of chakras gathered together, and then, in a crash, involving terrorist nuclear reactions at the atomic and molecular levels, in the collision, with the magical power of chakra as the medium, shocking fluctuations erupted. As long as Xianyi wanted to, he could play the technique he envisioned at a lower cost at any time, instead of nearly killing himself like before. This unprecedented new blood continued to limit, Xianyi called it. Nuclear Escape. Chapter 4. Nuclear Escape. This is the unique power Xianyi gave to his master, the name he gave. With the power of the flesh and blood master's core, it was simply unprecedented, and it was extremely crazy. Using chakra as the medium and driving force, with a strong spirit and a strong body to control the atomic level collision, the terrifying force that erupts. This is nuclear escape. Powerful, weird, and has never appeared in the Hokage world. This is the most special blood succession boundary, and it is also a special bloodline that belongs exclusively to Xianyi. However, nuclear escape and blood following the limit are not perfect, and the problems Xianyi is facing are equally severe. Nuclear escape, even if it is just the most basic use of nuclear escape, it will consume astonishing energy and physical strength. Xianyi sat on the bed, feeling the slightly concentrated nuclear power in his body, and was silent. Nuclear, the most basic element, is to involve atomic level changes. The difficulty and pressure of manpower to promote this step can be imagined. Had it not been for the presence of Godzilla, he had directly undergone a subtle symbiotic transformation of his body. Xianyi would have died long ago, let alone try to practice nuclear escape. Godzilla is naturally able to control nuclear fusion, and there is even a special organ in his body that is performing nuclear fusion at all times. By swallowing air and water as energy sources, it can be infinite nuclear fusion. Xianyi couldn't help but rubbed his eyebrows. That organ is called atomic furnace. Really? Drinking northwest wind can make it stronger. There is no such organ in Xianyi, but to Godzilla's blessing, Xianyi has survived the most difficult stage of adaptation, and has already reached the threshold of controllable nucleus by running. I basically understand that the guy Yamato in the original book was embarrassed when he used wood style for the first time. He tried his best to create a dry wooden pile, leaving Danzo speechless. Xianyi sighed and looked up at the black hole outside the window. The difficulty is only one aspect. The danger is another aspect. A year ago, after the ability to control the core radiation of the body gradually stabilized, Xianyi also tried to further develop the power of nuclear escape, but he almost killed himself. That time, it was only a preliminary attempt, and terrifying burns instantly spread on his arms, and the unprecedented amount of nuclear radiation eroded his body crazily. Fortunately, relying on the amazing self-healing ability and the perennial bandage wrapping, it did not attract the attention of others and avoided more troublesome consequences. The technique he had conceived at the time did not even have the possibility of being used at all. And that technique was also one of Godzilla's signature abilities, and it was Xian Yi's conception, his own assassin in the early stage. Before I couldn't even use that technique, let alone other techniques. Almost every technique played by nuclear escape is a forbidden technique. Xian Yi thoughtfully. Forbidden technique, not so much that it is difficult to practice, it is more dangerous than it is too dangerous, it is easy to cause the effect of killing oneself. Multiple shadow clone and wind-style spiral shuriken are listed as forbidden technique. As long as Xian Yi's technique is played, not to mention the destructiveness. The spread of nuclear radiation alone is enough for the enemy to drink a pot. Fortunately, he now has the ability to control nuclear radiation. Now it should be possible. Although there is a price to pay, there must be no problem with the successful use of nuclear escape, probably. Xian Yi continued to refine chakra in this way, and then continued to adapt to the nuclear escape blood succession boundary. It's daybreak. Some hidden dangers can now be cleared away. Xian Yi didn't sleep all night, but his mental state had recovered, and his physical state was surprisingly good. He got up an hour earlier than before and entered the woods next to the village. Taking advantage of this little time before school, Xian Yi has always had the habit of studying and studying hard, especially like sneaking through the small woods. Holding a few books written by Master Third Hokage, such as The Theory of the Will of Fire and The Will of First Hokage, Xuan Yi's favorite is to read such books. Flip through it dozens of times, and make a lot of comments in a serious book. Especially for the book Third Hokage quotations, Xian Yi attaches great importance to it, and writes so densely on it that even Xian Yi himself does not know what he is writing at the end of the annotation. Anyway, just write it blindly, and he didn't write it for himself. Every time I look through it, I feel that this village building theory is a pile of good-looking but useless rhetoric. There are only a lot of empty theories and crude and straightforward examples to support it. Xian Yi scratched his head. For example, in the chapter Dear and Love a Villager, a certain member of the Senju clan took the initiative to abandon his name and entered the ninja school to shine and help others. He often went to the next door to help the widow who lost her husband in the war. In the end, the two lived happily together without shame and shame. Xian Yi later deliberately verified that this Senju tribe, shortly after Xi became a father, died in the battlefield of World War II. Of course, the latter paragraph was not recorded above. There is no solid pyramid framework, no specific guiding outline. It relies on Third Hokage's leaf theory as the general outline. Xian Yi looked disgusted, he really resisted the crookedness and looked at this naive thing. Hey. At this moment, Anbu from the village was on a secret patrol and appeared here. He glanced at Xian Yi, who was studying hard with a frown, and couldn't help nodding secretly. Sude tearing milk, it's this kid again. The expression under this man's fox face mask is full of weirdness. Asterisk. Is this the kid who broke the record of the whole village in the theory class? Hokage saw it and said yes, as always diligent. It's a pity that the direction of the effort is wrong. It's better to practice genin technique with this time. Soon, the Anbu disappeared immediately, and the whole process was silent. 2 consecutive hours passed. Xian Yi closed the book with a snap. Then, he stood up from the rock and stretched out to face the rising sun. It's another beautiful day, but why didn't I see Mr. Dai this morning? I wouldn't choose this place if it weren't for him to exercise regularly here. I can't see 10,000 years genin might for a few hours, and Xian Yi feels particularly insecure. It was as if the enemy's spies would appear by his side at any time and wipe his neck at his innocent child. Might Dai is a recognized 10,000 years genin. He takes his son Might Guy every day for self-masochistic exercises and suffers from discrimination and ridicule. However, Xian Yi would not taunt them. He also wished everyone would humiliate Dai and Guy, so as to give him a chance to get in. At this time, Dai, because he only knows physical skills and does not have any ninjutsu and illusion skills, cannot be reused, even as cannon fodder, which makes people feel superfluous. Therefore, occasionally, he will go to the battlefield as a logistician. Most of the time haunted the village. Because of the increasingly severe war situation, the number of tasks dropped sharply, and the number of single-player tasks received by Dai Neng also dropped sharply. He couldn't even receive garbage tasks such as weeding and finding cats. Moreover, no one wants to team up with Dai this ways to take on higher-level tasks. In the original book, when the Guy, Genma, and Ebisu trio team encountered the infiltrated Mist Shinobi 7 in the territory of Fire Country, Might went to the rescue single-handedly. It is conceivable that the father and son Dai and Guy are in a difficult situation in Konoha at this time. Coupled with the amount of exercise of the father and son, the requirements for the quality and quantity of food are very high. When their lives fell into a huge dilemma, Xianyi acted decisively. At this time, Xianyi did not hesitate to take out the few savings in the family, and specially released tasks such as chopping wood, doing housework, and cleaning the roof for Dai and Guy to do, which made Xianyi's not wealthy family even worse. In the past 2 years, Xianyi has almost grown from a wealthy family to a pauper, ruining his family and raising Dai and Guy. For this, he was once praised by the villagers. Everyone felt that Xuanyi's consciousness was too high. He spared no effort to relieve his companions, and he was indeed a perfect seed for inheriting the will of fire. Even if I did it again, Xianyi would still do it. What kind of rubbish is money? Is it a loss to gain a cage level and a super cage level? I will feel safe with Mr. Dai, a dead man, but where is he at this time? Xianyi yawned. The time was almost up, it was time to go to school. He walked straight out of the training woods and walked around the forest outside Konoha village by the way, as he has always been like in the past. But today, it is a little different. Hey? Someone is there in that place. Xianyi's expression moved slightly, and she looked at some inconspicuous grove with a lingering light. Inside, it was the place where Xuanyi conducted secret training when he developed that extremely dangerous technique. The development failure a year ago caused this place to be filled with a certain degree of radiation cloud, which has always been regarded by Xianyi as a forbidden place. People other than him will be affected by nuclear radiation if they enter. Today, Xianyi intends to recover nuclear radiation. So early, why would anyone appear in such a place by coincidence? Xianyi was silent for a while, feeling a bit tricky, and pondered for a while. But in the end I tentatively approached, glimpsed in the gap between the trees, and saw Uchiha Kazue, future Itaka's lover Uchiha Izumi's sister. This woman, sweating profusely, was training, breathing heavily, and apparently had been cultivating hard for a while. Moreover, after completing the practice, he took out the box lunch and consumed it on the spot. At first glance, there seems to be no problem. However, when Xianyi saw that this woman used her dusty hands, seemingly inadvertently, but deliberately, to throw the dust into the lunch box and gulp it, he realized it. This is a cruel man. The nuclear radiation scattered in the air, after more than a year of fermentation, is actually not much left. The real big heads are all buried deep in the soil. Who? Yuhui turned around suddenly, took out kunao, and threw it out fiercely. Chapter 5 Strange Sharingan. There was killing intent in Yuhui's eyes, and this time she shot it with even more cruel intentions. At the moment when she threw kunao, she moved quickly and rushed out. After seeing Xianyi, his expression was slightly startled. Do you treat your classmates with such a cruel hand? Icky, this is not like you usually. With one finger, Xuanyi easily flicked Kyu away, and she suddenly fell down, supporting the ground with one hand, and then kicked it sideways. The powerful force made Yuhui snorted on the spot. After a backflip, Ichike moved away, looking at him with jealousy and surprise. Why are you here, and your strength? Yuhui's face changed slightly, and he pulled out a new kunao, slightly clenched. This place is the reason why she has become stronger this year. It is the root of her breaking the fate of mediocrity and getting the attention of the clan. It is absolutely not allowed to be discovered by outsiders. It's really hard work. You can make progress by leaps and bounds during this year. It's actually by this method. This year, you have eaten up a layer of land. If it weren't for today, I had advanced by an hour. I really can't find you. Xuanyi looked at Ike, who was also him, watching this Uchiha solemnly for the first time. Well, there are no genetic mutations found for the time being, such as some extra organs popping up. To be able to direct this dangerous force on a large scale, Ike, they have misunderstood you. You are a genius, a true genius. Xuanyi said solemnly. Ike's murderous face was suddenly startled, showing a look of confusion and horror. How would you know? The reason is simple. Xuanyi's hands were sealed, and then, in front of Ike's vigilant and furious gaze, he squatted down slightly and slapped the ground fiercely. Snapped. The radiation buried deep in the ground was instantly absorbed by Xuanyi, and even if someone discovered something wrong in the future, no clues could be found. I admire your courage and awareness to become stronger. If you want to continue to become stronger, come to me. At least, I won't let you eat the dirt anymore. Xuanyi smiled and turned around like this, exposing his back to the shocked Ike, and left without any haste. A turbulent sea was set off in Yuhui's heart, and she repeatedly confirmed that the strange power that could stimulate her body and make her stronger disappeared. Who are you? Ninja School. Anyone who has just walked into the gate can see Might Guy running laps on the playground like a fool. His father Might Guy is standing outside the fence and shouting encouragement. When Xuanyi came to school, Guy, UBD. With a fierce fist, Dai crossed the fence and knocked his son Guy into the air. Oh, sorry father, I let you down again. I'm almost 11 years old, I still can't run 1,000 laps around the playground, I'm such a waste. Might Guy knelt on the ground, crying bitterly. Guy, my son. You shouldn't give up lightly. Your physical skills are the medal to witness your youth. Youth is not deceiving. Oh, I understand my father. I will do 800 push UPS right now. If I can't do 800 push UPS, I will skip rope 1,500 times. Guy. Father. The father and son cried in each other's arms. Xuanyi felt that her eyes were almost blind. He finally knew why it was rare to see Dai and Guy this morning. Oh. Xuanyi sang. It's rare for you to come so early today. Dai waved his hand to Xuanyi, showing respect on his face. Still working hard as always, Mr. Dai, but isn't Guy already graduating early? Why did he come back? Xuanyi walked over, ignoring the surrounding pointing and contemptuous eyes, and smiled. Among those in this class, Kakashi graduated at the age of 5, and Might Guy graduated at the age of 8. They are the only ones in existence. Dai rectified the forehead protector on his forehead. Yes, Guy and I received a mission from the village to return to the ninja school to maintain order. There is still some time before the start of the game. It must not be wasted. Struggle is youth. What? Xuanyi sang, thank you very much. After the war is over, I will definitely make money and make up for your losses. Dai and Guy, at the same time, bowed at 90 degrees, gratitude. The will to fire in you is so strong, I clearly feel it. However, if you say this again, I will be angry. They are all Konoha ninjas. It is right to contribute to the village, and I strongly agree with it. Your point of view? Xuanyi nodded and praised. Guy clenched his fists and encouraged. Xuanyi sang, depending on your strength, you may graduate early if you work hard. At this time, the people around, who came and went, suddenly burst into laughter. Just guys like Xuanyi, still want to graduate early. No matter how strong a theory class is, it is useless. Damn it, I don't know what the village thinks, but let Guy, the crane tail, graduate early. Students of all grades passed by one after another, and some guys were extremely jealous. Kakashi is very good, even if he can graduate early, but what's the reason for the tale of Might Guy? The theory class is poor, and the ninjutsu illusion is not good, relying on powerful physical skills to sweep the same class. As a result, he became the second to graduate early. You only know physical skills, what a ninja, you father and son are all jokes of the village. Oh, thank you for your support. Dai gave a thumbs up to everyone who laughed at them. Xian Yi shook her head, gave a few more words of encouragement, and then walked directly to the classroom. Might Guy looked at Xian Yi's back. Xian Yisang is really a great man. He has supported my father and me. He has never discriminated against us from beginning to end. He has always encouraged us. He is not good at fighting, so I must try my best to protect him. Secretly, Guy clenched his fists fiercely, and 2 balls of flames burned in his eyes. Xian Yi, who was walking in front, noticed something and nodded secretly. What a nice look, he was deeply looking forward to the moment when Guy burned all his youth for him one day in the future. Soon, Xian Yi returned to her class. Many people were talking in low voices about the content of today's actual combat class, with anxiety and expectation on their faces. Graduation early. This is an honor that only geniuses are qualified to receive. Except for a very small number of people, they received some vague news from their parents and felt a little worried. Most of them were ignorant and looked forward to becoming the second Kakashi instead of the second Might Guy. The village's goal of setting Kakashi as a benchmark for the new generation has been achieved. Xian Yi sat back in his seat, waiting for the upcoming new round of practical lessons. For this practical lesson, Xuan Yi is completely indifferent, and now only claims that he will select outstanding people to graduate early, but in fact, soon, all of Xuan Yi's people in this period will be forced to graduate and sent to the battlefield. Shine for the village. Moreover, Xian Yi has now initially mastered the power of nuclear escape, and it can be regarded as having the power to protect himself. As long as you don't get crazy enough to find Janin to line up, you can protect yourself with Xian Yi's physique by relying on nuclear escape with one hand. Are you really laid back? Don't you worry about your future at all? A pale-skinned guy asked casually next to him. Moonlight Blast. I don't know what Moonlight Gale is all about. I was sick when I was in school. There is no way to worry, I just need to go all out. Xian Yi smiled. Moonlight Storm shook his head, some of them couldn't understand Xian Yi's salted fish mentality. The Moonlight family and Shiranui family are both Konoha's small families, and even the Moonlight family still has a sword technique as a family inheritance, but Shiranui family is even more miserable, and there is no hair. If you insist on saying something. Maybe it's Senbon throwing technique? The future of the Shiranui family fell directly on the Shiranui Genma in the next class. As for Xian Yi, the master of theory, the king of mouthpieces, it is impossible for Xianjian to be an assistant in the future. At this time, Uchiha Kazue walked into the classroom without squinting, let alone looking at Xian Yi, as if nothing happened. Soon, Mr. Masato Yoshino walked into the classroom and directly led everyone to the playground. The people in other classes were also in place one after another, and for a time, it was extremely noisy. Is it actually a crossover duel between classes? Xian Yi touched his chin. This is probably to observe the strength of their students in this class, and to evaluate the possibility of graduating all of them in advance and sending them to the battlefield. The 6-year system is about to be changed to the 4-year system. The worst of the 3 wars is about to come. A ninja appeared with the body flicker technique and officially announced the start of the actual combat class. The first game, Uchiha Iki vs Hyagariya Hippo. The crowd commotion. Hey! The first game was a duel between Uchiha and Hyaga. These two people are very good in the same period. Although they are not as good as Kakashi, they are also among the best. Kazue raised his head indifferently, stepped into the arena, and made a confrontation with Hyaga Lubo. Hyaga Lubo from the next class. Xuan Yi thought for a while and looked at it with interest. Hyaga Lubo, in the original book, formerly appeared in the Fourth Ninja War. Now, it is the same period of Kakashi and his Xuan Yi. Click it. I've heard of you, the most outstanding genius of the Uchiha clan in the last few years. I will not lose to you. Hyaga Lubo looked confident and started Byakugan directly. Byakugan? It's a nice pair of eyes, but in front of my eyes, your pride is worthless. Yuhui shook her head and slowly closed her eyes, under everyone's unbelievable gaze. Hey! When I opened it again. Aguya Sharingan has been opened. This is a pair of beautiful, also with some oppressive eyes. If you look closely, you will find that Guyu's eyes are much more blurred than the normal Sharingan. But the blood red in the large swaths is more intense. This? Ichike actually awakened Sharingan. When did it happen? Yoshino Masato was dumbfounded. He taught Iki for 4 years, but he didn't even know about it. Sharingan is turned on at this age. Is this a genius? Regarding Shiranui Genma, the age of this person is a mystery. Judging from the ninja number, the number is very close to Kakashi, which means that the two became genin almost at the same time. Considering that Kakashi graduated at the age of 5, then Shiranui Genma should be he is at least 3 or 5 years older than Kakashi. However, in the original work, when Might Dai played against Mist Shinobi, Genma was teaming up with Guy, and from the content point of view, the two were about the same height and body shape. They should be roughly the same years. This should be a bug in the original book, and Shiranui Genma is selected as the same class in this book. Chapter 6 You actually poisoned your blood. Uchiha vs Hyaga. It is the highlight from the beginning. It seems that the village wants to use these two best guys besides Kakashi and Guy to give a good example to others. In the distance, some people sent by the village high-level officials were observing. Is it a duel between the two major eye surgery families? The Uchiha and Hyaga families both claim to be the #1 giants in Konoha. This battle is interesting. Most members of these two families are now fighting Kirigakuer, dragging Mist Shinobi for the village. I just hope that their offspring will be equally good. These people watched this battle silently. They all shoulder an important task, which is to assess the overall level of this session and whether they can be sent to the battlefield. The war on the front line is getting more and more tight, and Konoha is a little overwhelmed with its huge size. Hey! Sharingan! Soon, they were taken aback. A 10-year-old girl awakened the blood of the Uchiha family. This kind of talent? Well, it's really amazing. I thought that the Uchiha people in this class would not have any real genius. I didn't expect that there would be surprises. The person in the lead nodded slightly, feeling satisfied. Master's Highway, do you need to report to Master Hokage? Such a child is definitely worth paying attention to. Anbu wearing a mask whispered. No, wait a minute, at least after this year's competition is over, I will submit a detailed report to Master Hokage. Abaramaze Highway's face was enveloped in the huge kabuto hat, and he said solemnly. Sharingan by Uchiha Iki caused a great shock. Eye-opening at the age of 10 is enough to be called a genius. You must know that many Uchiha people cannot open their eyes for a lifetime. Originally, because of Obito, this strange thing, once lost all people to the Uchiha family, but now Iki's eyes are opened, and all the rumors are directly crushed. Uchiha, still that Uchiha, geniuses come forth in large numbers. It's actually Sharingan, but I won't lose, and my Byakugan is just as powerful. Hyaga Lubo was also taken aback, suppressing his inner anxiety, and said solemnly. Everyone knows that there is a Sharingan and a Uchiha without Sharingan. They are two different people. Yuhui just smiled and shook her head, stopped speaking, and stepped back abruptly, immediately forming a seal with both hands. Fire style Great Fireball Technique. One shot is Uchiha's signature ninjutsu. This is even more surprising. A fireball the size of a person rushed towards Liu Yubo in a whistling, and the madly burning flame illuminated everything. Amidst this sparkling flint, Yike glanced at a guy watching the battle in a flash, and then moved his gaze away again without a trace. Xuan Yi's face showed surprise and admiration. It's crazy. In the past year, how much did this woman pay to become stronger? How much nuclear radiation did she eat to stimulate her body? Even this pair of Sharingan looks slightly different. It seems that they were forced to give birth when they were not up to standard in all aspects. He clearly remembered that in this class of the original book, the Uchiha family, the only one who was really awesome was Obito after Blacken, who opened Mangeki Sharingan at the age of 12. But now there is a 10-year-old Ikki with eyes opening. In the future, Itaka's sister-in-law, who is not in line with the original, the plot has been changed. Using nuclear radiation to cause bleeding and limit the world? Although Ikki is bound to be a perfect accident without violent death, this subject is not lacking in research value. Only the ghost knows that chakra is a kind of spiritual and material penetration. What role does omnipotent energy play in the middle, the line of the god tree and the line of Tsutsuki? Xuan Yi thought silently. At this moment, in the arena, the confrontation between the two also caused bursts of exclamation, which opened the eyes of many people. The competition between the insightful Sharingan and the prospective Byakugan is a bit ahead of the current standard of this class of students. In the end, Ikki used the shuriken throwing technique of the Uchiha clan to force Liu Yubo to retreat again and again. Finally, Ikki seized the opportunity to kick him and lost on the spot. Damn it, if I can hit your body. Liu Yubo looked unwilling, his gentle fist had no room to play, even if it was a close fight, he was dodged one by Yike. The wailing of the weak. The two made a mark of reconciliation. Yuhui glanced at Liu Yubo, and walked off the arena while speaking softly. She walked to Xuan Yi's side, moved for a while, hesitated a little, and then stood behind Xuan Yi very consciously. The game continues. There was a duel between Ikki and Liu Yubo, and the game afterwards has actually faded a lot. Round after round, all kinds of chickens pecking at each other, people can't bear to look straight. It looks like this is the case for this class of people. Most of those who are outstanding are from the big ninja clan. Send these people to the battlefield. Once the enemy team is attacked, apart from Ikki and Liu Yubo, I'm afraid they will suffer heavy casualties. But other villages have already sent new people to the war. We can delay it until now. We have already achieved ultimate. The many people who watched the battle talked in a low voice. Many people are already ready to leave. Wait a minute, there is another guy that makes people care. Abarame said lightly. The next game, Mitarashi Anko vs Ignorance Hyun-yi. Soon, the two entered the arena. It turns out that it's you, a weak chicken in actual combat. It's really unlucky for you to be an opponent with me. Anko put his hands on his shoulders, looking at Xuan Yi's expression, a little weird. What are you saying? What? So you don't know at all, but it's no wonder that this is a piece of news that hasn't been made public. I was accepted as a disciple by Master Orochimaru not long ago. There was a weird smile on Anko's face, and the words "hurry up and praise me" were written all over his face. The people around him all showed shock at this time and looked at Anko in astonishment. Master Orochimaru. Anko actually became Sunin's disciple, damn it, I think too. Why is she? I am not worse than her. Many people have a look of envy, jealousy, and hatred in their eyes, and their eyes are red. That's Orochimaru, one of Sunin, cage-level powerhouse. Even the teachers in the class changed their faces, and they looked at Anko with a little respect. To be a disciple of Sunin, Anko will definitely become an excellent ninja in the sheltered village in the future. At this time, Anko stretched out her tongue and licked her lips. This is the action she and Orochimaru learned. Anko felt that it was necessary for him to move closer to Orochimaru-sama in all directions, even with words and deeds. Really? So amazing. Xuanyi was surprised. Anko sneered, not knowing why, feeling a little uncomfortable inexplicably, suddenly took out Kyowo and rushed over, severely slashing Xuanyi's face. Stabbed. The bandage was cut, a trace of blood appeared on his face, and a large amount of blood overflowed, contaminated with suffering. Didn't you run away? What a poor guy, I can't even catch my speed. Besides, let me tell you one more thing. Anko smiled evilly, and under Xuanyi's sudden change of face, she stretched out her tongue, pretending to be greedy and intoxicated, licking the blood of Kyumesu. Xuanyi stretched out his hand weakly, but it was too late to stop this Sao operation. I like drinking fresh blood the most, hey? Hey! Anko swallowed Xuanyi's blood, and before he could taste it carefully, he was stunned. The next moment, in full view, she vomited out. With a face full of disbelief, she stretched out her fingers trembling. Despicable, you actually poisoned your blood. Chapter 7 What a delicious bite of nuclear radiation. Hokage Building. The great man standing at the peak of Konoha village, Lord Third Hokage, had just processed the latest documents urgently and looked tired. Brother Beimu almost assaulted his companion in extreme anger because he didn't have enough food. These two guys are really restless. Although they are powerful, if they are just sent out to perform the task. Third Hokage took a puff of smoke and fell into thought. Highway, are there any results? After a while, Third Hokage called Anbu to ask. The game is coming to an end. Master's Highway intends to observe Mitarashi Anko's performance up close so that he can make the most appropriate report. Anbu knelt on one knee, lowered his head and said. Is that so? As expected of a bear maze Highway, he is a reassuringly good ninja. A slight smile appeared on Third Hokage's face. A bear maze Highway is the same period of Namikaze Minato. Although he can't stand at the level of Shadow in terms of hard power, he is the most perfect elite Genin. His abilities are too comprehensive. There is no shortcoming in ninjutsu, illusion, physical skills, commanding ability, tackling toughness, and perception abilities. As a result, on the battlefield of the Three World Wars, a bear maze Highway became a rare and powerful ninja who could act alone. Mitarashi Anko, who can be seen by Orochimaru's picky guy, seems to have a characteristic that is deeply attracted to Orochimaru. Third Hokage smiled and nodded. Orochimaru's last disciple, it was Nawaki. Since Nawaki's death, Orochimaru's whole person has become colder and gloomy, and there have been some changes that even his teacher can't understand. This time makes Third Hokage very worried. Being able to recruit new disciples has shown that Orochimaru has walked out of the shadows to some extent. Then let me observe it myself. Third Hokage took out the crystal ball. Telescope technique. On the crystal ball, the game scene of the ninja school emerged. Mitarashi Anko, duel. Is this person familiar? It seems that the guy who is very good at flattering, oh no, is a guy who is good at writing theory. With full scores in the politics class, he widened his path at a young age. When Third Hokage saw Xuanyi, the whole old face smiled like a chrysanthemum. Well, such a child is the inheritor of the will of fire. Look at it, you will learn theories by analogy. If all the people in the village had the enlightenment of this child, it would be too easy for him. There were green leeks all over the land for him to harvest. However, Third Hokage remembers that this kid's actual combat ability is very poor. To Mitarashi Anko, a kid who likes to imitate Orochimaru everywhere, Hyunyi will suffer. Third Hokage clicked his pipe. But the next moment, the strongest honorable Hokage, he gave a faint utterance and was surprised to see that after swallowing Xuanyi's blood, Anko actually vomited it out again. It's really interesting, but what's going on? Third Hokage squinted and thought. Ninja school. Despicable, you actually poisoned your own blood. Anko took a bite of high-concentration nuclear radiation, which tasted sour and refreshing. She deliberately studied Orochimaru, and even felt that she should be more advanced than Orochimaru in certain manners, in order to attract the attention of Orochimaru, and be loved by Orochimaru alone. Then, after deliberately cutting Xianyi with a knife, he swallowed a mouthful of blood. As a result, the terrifying amount of nuclear radiation in the blood immediately caused a terrible burning sensation to her mouth at the moment of entrance, which was extremely hot. What frightened Anko even more was that she clearly discovered, this mouthful of blood actually contained some kind of terribly corrosive, but inaccurate, weird toxin. The entire oral cavity was horribly killed, and a large number of cells died instantly. Anko is stupid, she has countless calculations, conceived a lot of showy plans, but never thought that she would swallow a bite of blood. You. She shivered and pointed at Xianyi, her eyes widened, as if looking at a monster. She had never seen such a crazy person. Neuropathy, I've heard of poisoning people on their clothes and skin, but who can poison their blood? Is this calculated? I will drink your blood. The key is that this poison is so poisonous. Anko's mentality burst a bit. Now she, just a few days after being accepted as a disciple by Orochimaru, is in a period of desperate need to find someone to show off. As a result, the car overturned on the little Xianyi. This, poisoned in the blood? So cruel. Even the referee was dumbfounded, stunned, for a moment, wondering if it was time to suspend the game. The entire arena was silent. Everyone swept their eyes, and even the evaluators who represented the high-level villagers in the distance were shocked at this time. Do you want to do it this way? Or, is Anko making a mistake? But they saw Anko's pale face with endless horror. Suddenly he was silent, with a weird color on his face. Actually it was true. Anko, you don't need to be so anxious, in fact, as long as you say it, I will immediately surrender and surrender. It's all trivial. Xianyi sighed, feeling the broken silver fiber bandage on her face, and in desperation, she pulled off all the bandages on her face. He now has the ability to block the leakage of nuclear radiation, and he doesn't need this thing anymore. Then, after all the bandages on his head were torn off, that handsome face was revealed. Suddenly, a sound of cold breath directly raised the temperature in the school by a few degrees. Many people, it was almost the first time to see Xianyi's complete face head-on after many years. This handsome face had a helplessly handsome face, which made many sister-in-law Yang's hearts throbbing. Kuo-wei, it turns out that Xianyi-sang is so handsome. I knew I would start it in advance. Then why do you want to put a bandage on your whole body deliberately? Probably to conceal this compelling handsomeness. The voice of Twitter rang, and immediately after that, there were bursts of shouts. The value of appearance is justice. They are a group of superficial guys, and they know how to greet him. Xianyi walked directly to Anko. Damn, what do you want to do? I haven't lost yet, don't underestimate me. Anko gritted his teeth and threw out kunao at the time. At the same time, he suddenly leaned over, resisting the horrible dissolution in his mouth, rushed forward, and shot very decisively. At this age, she is excellent, and she can be favored by Orochimaru for no reason. Only. Hey! Xianyi took a step back lightly, and suddenly grabbed it with one hand. With an extremely violent posture, after holding Anko's leg whip with her body, Xianyi grabbed Anko's neck and pressed it to the ground with a bang. Boom! There was a loud noise. There were slight cracks on the floor. Be quiet, the game is not important anymore, the important thing is you, if you delay it, you will die. Xianyi's voice was flat, so she pinched Anko's neck with one hand and pressed the opponent tightly. In Anko's unbelievable gaze, the other hand, index finger and middle finger came together, making a mark. In less than 20 seconds, you should still be saved, Anko, you owe me a life. Don't be so reckless in the future. Xian Yi said in a low voice, and then... Nuclear escape adsorption turbidity technique. Iki, who was watching the battle below, suddenly lit up in his eyes, filled with fiery heat. That's right, this is the ability. Xian Yi sang, you actually. Chapter 8 A hot man is coming. Anko is belching up if he doesn't take action anymore. The disciples that Orochimaru had just collected were killed before they could go to the battlefield. It was a shame for the entire Konoha village. Once Anko had an accident, Orochimaru would not let him go. You are really going to trouble me? Xian Yi shook his head, but he remembered that Anko cut the prince with a knife during the examination of the original Chunin, sticking out his tongue to lick the blood on the prince's face. Unexpectedly, this habit will have a clue at this time? Xian Yi was forced to make a move. Nuclear escape adsorption turbidity technique. In an instant, a large amount of nuclear radiation in Anko's body was swallowed by Xian Yi in a whistling way invisible to the naked eye. This technique is the ninjutsu used by the master to control nuclear radiation during the process of integrating nuclear radiation for many years. After the last trace of radiation was swallowed by Xian Yi, Anko, although his vitality is severely injured, especially the massive necrosis of oral cells, it takes a long time to cultivate, but he can at least maintain his normalcy. Except for the pale face, and the sweat in that whole body. What have you done? Anko turned his head hard, feeling the rapid improvement in his body, with a look of stunned expression. She was saved. This is my technique, don't care. Xian Yi got up, but still dragged Anko with one hand, step by step towards the edge of the arena. How could it not care? This whole process is too weird, okay. Anko frantically complained in his heart, and at the same time he was very depressed. As the disciple of Lord Orochimaru, he was actually brought down by a bit of blood. I'm such a fool, really, I lost even the shulker snake hand taught to me by the teacher was useless. Anko cried and his confidence was hurt. Anko, you have to think about the benefits. For example, you can't use the shulker snake hand technique successfully. Xian Yi kindly reminded. Anko was furious. Xian Yi, UBD. The next moment, she was kicked out of the arena by Xian Yi and landed with a bang. The action is decisive, like a scumbag. Lost. Sunin's disciple, lost to the last student. However, by now, it doesn't matter anymore. After controlling nuclear radiation, developing nuclear escape, and initially establishing a stable connection with the big guy in his body, Xian Yi no longer needs to hide as he did in the past, and be cautious. Countless shocking sounds sounded, everyone stared at Xian Yi, with an unbelievable expression on their faces. Impossible, Xuan Yi actually defeated Sunin's disciple. A loud cry overwhelmed everyone. The guy with the goggles on his head is full of unwillingness. Well, the last one in the school, Uchiha Obito. He is at the same level as me, why can he beat Anko, how can this be? Obito was completely stunned, gritted his teeth, the huge contrast made him unacceptable. Why on earth? He didn't understand this whole process at all. The tail of the old crane actually changed and turned gorgeously. After the low tide, he is the only one. Obito is the last remaining clown. Obito clenched his fists hard, trembling from his excitement. As expected of Xian Yi sang, this is the power of youth. In the distance, Guy, who is genin maintaining order on the court, looked excited. Not only did Obito fail to figure it out, neither did others. There is no antidote, no medical ninjutsu, but the poison is solved. This kind of poison, what's going on? And it actually exists in his blood. Is it true that Xian Yi had calculated in advance and deliberately made hands and feet on his face? Those official ninjas who watched the battle were thoughtful. At this time, Zhiwei pushed his sunglasses, and a bright light was reflected on the black lenses, Not only that, besides the poison itself, this child's physical skills are equally amazing. Can forcibly pick up Anko's leg whip without moving. This kind of physical strength far exceeds the average level of his peers. Moreover, the angle and speed of his shot were also unusual for an angry Anko. Strange blood poison, wrapped in bandages all the year round, lazy and reluctant to move, but has a powerful body, synthesizing this information, so that's it. It's some kind of secret technique, or it's the limit of blood succession. Aberame said slightly. Many people looked dazed and nodded again and again. This makes sense. The secret technique related to poisonous blood is barely contaminated with the poison of the Sancho fish from the master of Rain Shinobi village Hanzo, but there is an essential difference between the two, which is more like some unknown blood inheritance boundary. An Anbu said. Jihui nodded slightly, and the face under Kabuto's cap and sunglasses could not see any mood swings. He said, I originally planned to observe Anko, but I didn't expect to be surprised. I will personally report to Lord Hokage. After speaking, Highway left the arena directly, and there was no need to watch the game afterwards. He has obtained valuable information. In addition to the genius Kakashi, the students of this class have also emerged many reliable guys who are capable of taking on some responsibilities. Especially Shiranui Swanyi, it was the biggest surprise. Hokage Building. Needless to say, I have seen it. I do not know Huo Swanyi, the unknown blood succession boundary, really interesting child. Third Hokage stopped Highway's words, smoking his pipe and flipping through the documents in his hand. This is all the information about Xuanyi, from birth to the present, together with the information about Xuanyi's parents and grandparents. However, after a long time, Third Hokage could not find any clues. It's strange that the Shiranui family seems to have never awakened a similar blood inheritance boundary. Third Hokage touched his chin, very interested. Now I don't know, where is the upper limit of this blood succession limit? It would be finished like Moonlight Gale's awakening child's blood penetration following the boundary. Transcendence possesses the ability to hide and ablate its own pheromone. It is known as the most powerful invisibility technique, but it turns out that the blood remains invisible when it does not move, and becomes visible when it moves. It's literally. Moonlight Gale's body was also worn down by this blood continuum, sickened, and almost ruined the possibility of further development. At this time, a gloomy voice came. Hiruzen, I'm going to the battlefield soon, and I need a few powerful new generations in my hands. A gloomy guy walked into the house. Here comes, a legendary man is here. Although he will be late, he will never be absent. After all, he asked for thousands of protagonists who didn't know him, and was vetoed thousands of times by third generation. Shimura Dens. Chapter 9 Brothers White Eyes. Coming so fast. You just brought a bear maze High into your roots not long ago. Isn't that enough? Third Hokage looked at his old partner a little dissatisfied. Root's hand stretched out longer and longer, faintly crossing the boundary. Not enough. The roots buried deep in the ground need more nutrients to grow Konoha. The bigger the roots, the better. Hiruzen, you know. Danzo hit the ground hard, then glanced at Highway. Abarame's Highway buried her head deeply, as if indifferent to everything in front of her. Highway, I have worked hard for you this time. You should rest for a few days. I have a new task assigned to you. Third Hokage took a puff of his pipe, and when Highway disappeared, he was silent for a moment. Which one do you want? Uchiha Kazue, Hyagalu Abo, I do not know Huo Kenai, I want these three people. Danzo said, I wanted to recruit Kakashi to the roots. He lost his father and was emotionally unstable, but you refused. I can assign Might Guy to you, and Might Guy can also give it to you if you want. Hiruzen, I don't need a fool. And there are still two. They don't have the qualities and talents to be a good ninja. I think Moonlight Gale is also good, his blood succession limit has great potential. The little things from the Moonlight family? They are invisible when they move, and become visible when they move. What is the use of such a blood succession boundary? Sending a few shadow clones is better than this blood succession boundary. Danzo was a little angry, but also very disappointed. Are you fooling me like that? You have changed and you don't care about me anymore. Even if I recommend Guy, even Haifeng pushes it. Iki definitely can't, the Uchiha clan won't allow it. As for Lu Yubo and Xian Yi, you can pick one. Then give Lu Yubo to me. Danzo's face was gloomy. Is the Hyuga family? Although it is a branch house, there is great resistance to recruiting Lu Yubo into the roots. I think Xian Yi is a good boy. He has a perfect score in the political course, and he has also awakened a new boundary of blood succession. It's Hyuga Luobo, Konoha has no shortage of geniuses, and Zhaihei is even better. Danzo got what he wanted and turned to leave. Xian Yi? New blood? Okay, at least it's much more practical than that shit. However, there is no shortage of such ability. The Aberamaze Zhaihei he recruited miraculously controlled the nano-level poisonous insects. With just one touch, he could use countless nano-poisonous insects to kill the enemy, which is more useful than blood poison. Hey, it's a pity that I still didn't get the living Sharingan blood successor. Danzo walked away. In the office, only third Hokage was left, smoking a pipe repeatedly and sighing deeply. The new generation should grow up as soon as possible. In the arena, the shock caused by Xian Yi shocked many people, so much so that many people were looking at him with strange eyes. It is indeed unfamiliar, with bandages wrapped all year round, and suddenly torn, giving people an unspeakable feeling. I want to challenge Xian Yi. Obito rushed out and shouted, Xian Yi, come and fight me. Hey! The loyal guy suddenly appeared, blocking Obito for the first time, and said lightly, this is not a challenge. Please return to your position. The game is not over yet. Get out of the way, what I want to challenge is Xian Yi. Obito subconsciously grabbed it directly, but in an instant, Guy was thrown away. Then I will challenge you. Let's take the move, fire style great fireball technique. Obito quickly formed a seal, bulging his cheeks. Then, when he got stuck in his throat, he himself was kicked out by Guy on the spot. A farce. Damn it, why is it like this? I obviously worked very hard. Obito took a mouthful of dirt and collapsed. This allowed him to get even greater ridicule. No one cared about Obito, even Xian Yi just shook his head and returned to the team without responding. It's really sad, if Obito wants to become stronger, you must either open up or blacken. Although, using the great fireball technique at the age of 10 was absolutely excellent, but he didn't really use it after all. The guy who loses the chain at the critical moment is more abominable than the mediocrity with limited talents. Xian Yi sang, what do you think? Iki lightly pulled her long hair and said with a smile. Hey, is it really okay to say that your family is like that? Hehe, the treatment of genius and mediocrity is destined to be different. It took me all my best to become the most valued genius in the clan. Yuhui looked at Xian Yi's profile intently, which caused another wave of attention. Finally, after the battle between Shiranui Genma vs Ebisu ended, this large-scale practical class for the whole year came to an end. In this actual combat class, the quality demonstrated by the students in this class is enough to make the village leaders make up their minds. Some ninjas who are responsible for maintaining the arena outside the school have also relaxed their vigilance. Hey, I saw a lot of interesting pictures. The overall quality of this year is very good. In my impression, although it is not as good as that of Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Kushina, and Aberamaze Highway, it is also excellent in previous years. They will become excellent ninjas in the future. Some ninjas talked. In fact, their task is to maintain and guard the entire school. The school itself is an important place and is often guarded by Anbu members. Their comprehensive qualities are limited, and most of them are genin guys, so there is no need to worry too much about foreign enemies sneaking in. Might Dai followed the others, no one wanted to walk with him, which was embarrassing. Others have relaxed their vigilance, only Dai is still looking around. Ha, Dai, what are you doing? Will the enemy launch an attack when the game ends? Someone laughed at Dai. Haha. More people laughed. Oh. I just think that carrying out the task to the last second is the right attitude to sway your youth. Ha 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 ha, did you hear that? A 10,000 years genin, who talked about youth in silence, just laughed at me. Why, not convinced? Do you want to hit us? No. Someone is coming. 2. Might Dai turned his head quickly, his strong physical instincts made his muscles tense subconsciously. Huo Ran turned his head and looked in one direction. Rumble. 2 Rojans rushed over. So hungry, brother. Yes, the reward for doing the task is not enough for us to eat, brother. We have worked very hard, but during the war we couldn't even eat enough. The village abused us. We had to find food for ourselves. I was about to starve to death. Well, the front is the ninja school. With so many students, there must be a lot of food in stock. Then hurry up and eat, if anything gets in the way. Then kill it. The 2 big burly men rushed over in such big strides, not fast, but every step they smashed the ground to pieces, bursting out chakras that were extremely shocking. The ninja who was in charge of guarding the ninja school changed his complexion as soon as he saw the 2 of them. Well, these 2 guys are the legendary brothers. No, they are so hungry and crazy again, go report it to their superiors. There were talking and laughing at the last moment, and the face is as earthy at this moment. Might Dai also had a tight face and a heavy heart. It's actually the 2 of them, brothers with white eyes. Feng Shen and Thor. Chapter 10. Don't use that technique, Xian Yi sang. Feng Shen and Thor are notorious in the village. These 2 simple-thinking villains are Tsunade's little brothers. They only have to eat, eat and eat. Everything else is nothing. What kind of village, what kind of company, is not worth mentioning in front of food? Indifferent morality, cold faith, and cruel methods have made their notoriety reverberate throughout the village. We can't be the opponents of these 2 guys, what should we do? It is said that the Shiram brothers are going crazy and Jainin will have a headache. Only Tsunade-sama can stop them. Many people turned pale, and some immediately began to evacuate the teachers and students of the school. Some ninjas rushed up, but they were only using a manipulative arm as a car, and they were not able to withstand a single blow. Their attacks could not even leave the slightest injury on these 2 rough-skinned guys. The ninja school also became a mess. The students of all grades panicked slightly, only to hear a fierce roar erupting outside, dusty, but they didn't know what happened. Did the enemy hit it? No matter which village the enemy is, he is dead, and he dares to sneak into Konoha. Many people plan to hide in emergency shelters under the direction of their teachers. Feng Shen Lei Shen's momentum was too fierce, and he broke through the wall and broke into the school. This posture could definitely trample a bunch of people to death. Hurry up! Teacher Masada Yoshino was shocked, and some of his students bear the brunt. I use illusion to interfere with them. Sharingan. Uchiha Kazue immediately used Sharingan to try to stop the Shiraito brothers with illusion. It's useless, these 2 guys won't look at you more at all. Xian Yi's expression sank. His location was less than 100 meters away from Feng Shen and Thor, who were charging violently. Brother, I can smell the food. Yes, brother, I can smell it too. The village is really damn it. There is so much food, so if we don't eat it for us, then we will eat it ourselves. Feng Shen and Lei Shen looked sullen, there was no place for living people in their eyes, only food. Boom boom boom. Seeing, some people are about to be trampled to death. Guy wanted to rush over to protect Xian Yi, but was slapped and slapped by Feng Shen in an instant. "Go away, I'll delay time." Yoshino Masada pulled out kunao with a face decisively, and rushed towards Feng Shen and Thor with a roar. Swish, a series of kunao and shurikens were thrown out, and even the skins of the opposite two could not be cut. Seeing, Yoshino Masada was about to be beaten to death. "Really, teacher, don't push hard if you don't have enough strength, you can't stop it with your strength." Xian Yi began to seal quietly. Among the sparkling flint, Ikki glanced with Sharingan, and with powerful insight, he caught all the seals of Xian Yi in an instant. Yin seal, ugly seal, Mao seal. Huo Lei Shui. What kind of technique is this? Yu Hui's heart jumped. Although he was extremely confused, he saw Xian Yi's face that was so calm that there was no panic. At this time, there is still a certainty to come back? "Xian Yi, what are you?" The next moment, Ikki was taken aback. The terrifying high temperature burst out, like hot lava that appeared in a flash, raising the temperature of the adjacent area by dozens of degrees in less than a second. It seems that it will stack up at an even more alarming speed. The huge cluster of cells in Xian Yi's body was frantically agitated, surging out a terrifying scale of vitality. In Sharingan's vision, Xian Yi's whole person turned into a burning volcano, and the chakra that erupted within it instantly, like endless turbulent magma, agitated in the human body meridian during the roar. This time, Xian Yi moved genuinely, he had to pay a certain price and use that technique. Nuclear escape white hot. However, in the next moment, a figure came at an astonishing speed that even a Sharingan could not catch. First, it kicked Yoshino Masada to avoid being smashed into flesh by the Shirame brothers, and immediately landed on Xuanyi. On his side, he stretched out a hand and firmly grasped Xian Yi's hands. ZZ. The terrifying high temperature quickly burned the palm of this person's hand in an instant, emitting a green smoke, giving off the smell of barbecue. "Don't use that technique," Xian Yi sang, "it's not there yet." Might Dai, who rushed in, had a solemn expression, "Now is the time for me to burn my youth." "Mr. Dai." Xian Yi smiled and shook his head. 8 inner gates, used in this place, is a pity. Wearing something like this should play a bigger role. At this time, Brother Shirito had already rushed in front of him. But the two of them, not knowing what they were aware of, suddenly braked and their thick thighs went deep into the ground. The sand is full of dust. Cold sweat covered his forehead. "Brother," I shuddered. "Yes, I too, if you continue to rush forward, you may encounter something terrible." This feeling is the same as the eldest sister. Feng Shen and Thor froze in place. At this moment, Golden Bond technique. 3 Anbu wearing white robes appeared, directly restraining the Shirito brothers. It seems to have caught up. Jinbound technique is really a weapon to deal with these two guys. "Are you all right? These two guys have been controlled by us." An Anbu spoke calmly. Immediately, he gave a whisper and realized that the temperature around him was something wrong. In the end, the eyes of the 3 people focused on Dai's palm that was highly burnt. "It seems that something interesting has happened." Another Anbu said lightly, the eyes behind the mask, carefully looking at several people. "Thanks to you for arriving in time, thank you very much." Dai bowed. "You are welcome, you are fine." The 3 Anbus just kept the matter in mind silently and didn't ask much. The members of Anbu are mission tools for MODing. As for the analysis of matters outside the mission, it is the work of the village intelligence department and the elders. Soon, the 3 Anbus escorted away the White Eye brothers, and the 2 guys who attacked their companions would be severely punished. The village is really useless. For this kind of guy who knows to be unreliable, let them move freely. Yu Hui was silent for a while, and said very dissatisfied. As for the high temperature that broke out at that instant just now, and the unspeakable horror that seemed to happen but did not happen, Ikki did not ask for the time being. It's just that Xian Yi, this guy, feels even more wrong to her, and might die. Does this 10,000 years genin also have the power to fight against the white eyes? The village also has its problems, please don't say that. Dai bowed again to Yuhui. Might wears always a humble attitude towards people. A crisis that broke out inexplicably was ended in this way. Many people just saw that Xian Yi and others were almost killed. Fortunately, 3 Anbu elites arrived in time and stopped the White Eye brothers with the golden bound technique. Except for Obito, who was almost scared to cry, and further realized his incompetence, it did not seem to cause any worse consequences. Brother White Eye, I remember that these 2 guys were completely abandoned and imprisoned by the village because they killed their companions in order to get more food during the mission. Xian Yi thought. Feng Shen and Thor, 2 powerful idiots, in the original work had a fight with the prince, and were cheated by Mizuki and defected. After being yelled at by Tsunade, they obediently ran back to Konoha prison. And now, it seems that the 2 brothers have not yet come to the point of killing their companions, and they are still ninjas in the village. After a while, the school announced that classes would be dismissed early, and people in shock left the school in a hurry. Xian Yi also put his hands in Kabuto, as usual, waiting for everyone to finish before leaving. The technique you just, what was it? When Xian Yi finally walked out, Iki was leaning against the wall, putting his hands on his shoulders, and asked. Oh, that technique is just a little trick. A little trick? What kind of damage can a ninja's palm suffer? It's really a trick, trust me. He didn't lie. Compared with the ultimate move, Atomic Breath, the white heat of a mere 10,000 degree high temperature start, what is it? The 2 walked out of the school and walked directly into the small woods outside the village in a tacit understanding. Since you chose to come to me, you must be awakened, Yuhui. Xian Yi smiled faintly. Xian Yi sang, although I don't know how you did it, I really need that kind of power. Please teach it to me. In return, I will definitely work hard for the village. Yuhui bowed her head and asked for the kind of power that could violently stimulate her body. If I don't give it, would you choose to kill me? Xian Yi looked at her meaningfully. If I hadn't experienced the incident during the day, I don't know that Xian Yisang still hides more powerful power, I might have done it. But now, I am willing to pay the price in exchange for Xian Yisang's blood succession boundary. Yuhui struggled, but she had tasted the fate of breaking the mediocrity, and she absolutely couldn't tolerate the restoration of her mediocrity. At the moment, she directly bowed down and made the most respectful and noble courtesy to Xian Yi. This world is so cruel, and geniuses have attracted much attention. If you want to become stronger, I can help you, but I need you to become a sharp edge in my hands. It's fair. Xian Yi said indifferently, moreover, you seem to be mistaken about one thing, the village, and the like. You are helping the village if you want to help me desperately. Yuhui's body shook, and she felt a deep sense of meaning on her face, showing a deep stunned face. Is there any problem? Of course, you can go back, maybe you can really kill me. I don't mind, but if you really take that step, it means there is no way back. No, you are misunderstood, I just suddenly felt that Xian Yisang is really a terrible person. When did you know how to pretend to be yourself? Or rather, always. Chapter 11 Orochimaru's Silence. That night. It's too dangerous. Don't do this kind of thing in the future, but if you are half a second late, this arm will be gone. Xian Yi frowned, and after stripping off all the nuclear radiation, he looked at Might's left hand. Flesh and bloody, even the bones were severely damaged. This is already a blessing in misfortune. I really had to wait for Xian Yi to use that technique completely, and the arm that Might was wearing was gone in an instant. Was melted on the spot. Ha ha ha, at least the result is good, Enbu in the village is really reliable. Might Dai laughed unconsciously. Father. Guy sat on his knees, looking at his optimistic father with a touch of emotion. Then the father and son had another preaching and cried. Xian Yi's brain hurts when I see it. Father, how did you know that Xian Yisang still possesses such a powerful strength? Guy finished crying, looking puzzled. He and Xian Yi can be said to be the closest partners, and they have been mixed up for several years. In Guy's cognition, Xuan Yi is an extremely lazy guy. His brain is very easy to use, but he is totally indifferent to things like cultivation. Dai confidently smiled. Guy, Xian Yisang's strength has always been so strong. He has been practicing hard in his own way, but for some reason, it is inconvenient for Xian Yisang to use this power. Dai glanced at Xian Yi, who was calmly drinking tea with a smile, and suddenly recalled the scene he saw a year ago. In order to experiment with that technique, Xian Yi scrapped his own hands, and most of his body suffered terrible corrosion. With that kind of injury, Dai was frightened, thinking that Xian Yi was about to die, and almost went to the village medical ninja for help. That time, it was really dangerous, Xian Yi sang. Dai sighed with emotion. Xian Yi put down the teacup, pondered for a moment, and solemnly said, anything you do has to pay a price. As long as you think you are right, you should do it unswervingly. This is youth. Oh. Oh. As expected of Xian Yisang, did he interpret youth to this point? Guy, have you seen it? Xian Yisang is your role model. When you see him, you can see the passionate youth. Father. Guy. The father and son cried in each other's arms. FK. Xian Yi was awkward and unable to sit still. He admired Dai and Guy's youth philosophy and believed that there is nothing wrong with the father and son. Youth itself is a process of desperation and struggle. What a special! Xian Yi looked at these two second hands with pain on her face, and kept muttering in her heart, my subordinates, dear ones, to adapt, to get used to. In this life, the father and son, who had few friends, were so enthusiastic about them by Xian Yi, they rushed out of the house on the spot and raced around the village in a handstand competition. Xian Yi sang, father is heavier than me. To be fair, I have to find a way to gain weight. You can hug me. Guy stood upside down, solemnly extending a hand toward Xian Yi. Go away. Xian Yi looked at the father and son, howling at the madly going away figure, and shook his head slightly. It's really full of fighting spirit. But, however, these two guys, I'm afraid I didn't find envious people staring around. Xian Yi closed the door at random. Then sat on the bed and began to refine chakra. With his powerful touch, he vaguely sensed some gazes. It must be envy. Whether it is Xian Yi's special display, or the characteristics he displayed when facing Brother Beimu during the day, the village's attention has been drawn. Well, in this case, I still don't want Dai to be exposed. According to the village's urine characteristics, if I really know the special nature of Dai, I will definitely send it to the battlefield and then consume it. Xian Yi shook his head secretly. Not to mention anything else, in the original work, Dai Kai 8 Gate, directly abolished the Mist Shinobi 7. Will the senior villagers feel sorry for Dai? Maybe there will be, sigh that he didn't notice such a powerful ninja in advance. But more, you will definitely feel that it is very worthwhile to wear it. With the life of an unrecognized genin, the 7 Mist Shinobi, who has the average elite genin level, are eliminated, which is simply a blood profit. The price/performance ratio has exploded, okay. Especially when the scale of the war continues to expand and Konoha feels immense pressure, when such an incident occurs, Konoha's senior leaders have to secretly laugh out loud. But Xian Yi didn't want Dai to die just like that. Burning his youth should also be burning for him, not for third Hokage. Now, in the name of awakening the blood succession boundary, I can start to properly create a genius with full marks in politics. Xian Yi smiled. Outside, several Anbu stared for a long time. How about it? There is no problem with wearing might, the amount of chakra is normal genin level. However, the chakra who does not know huo swanyi, how to say, the total amount exceeds most genin. The speed and scale of his refining chakra is amazing, really powerful blood. It seems that in the past few years, he has been awakening intermittently to the blood succession boundary, and for the time being, he has not suffered severe physical damage like Moonlight Gale. The leader Enbu nodded. Awakening the blood continuum boundary will have a slight impact on the body. When something like that happened during the day, Third Hokage would naturally ask Enbu to check it carefully to see if anything was missing. At the same time, in a dark basement, puff. A certain long-haired man is carefully dissecting some animals, and he is doing experiments without much time to return to the village. Ha ha ha, Anko, I heard that you lost during the day, lost to a crane tail. Orochimaru's voice was hoarse. I'm sorry, teacher, I will not lose the next time. Anko walked into the laboratory, feeling nervous. Hey! Suddenly a few snakes came out of Orochimaru's sleeve, then he pried Anko's mouth open, took a bite, and brought out some blood. This is the first time I have heard of this first-generation blood succession boundary, and I am very curious. It's really interesting that you lose most of your combat effectiveness with a bite of blood. Orochimaru licked his lips and smiled evilly. Now he is obsessed with collecting all kinds of blood inheritance boundaries to spy on the secret of eternal life. Orochimaru is very interested in the special limits of blood succession, especially the first-generation blood successor who awakened for the first time like Xian Yi. If it can be inherited stably, Konoha will have a new blood family. It's too late, Anko, don't worry too much about losing the game, I really believe in your talent and aptitude. Orochimaru put Anko's cells into a test tube and laughed lowly. But Anko squeezed, and then, half blushing, carefully took out 2 strings of 3-color balls from behind, and handed one of them to Orochimaru. Anything else? Teacher, this is my favorite food. I will give you half of it. These 2 balls of meatballs were the last 2 balls she bought after waiting in a long line. Orochimaru was silent for a moment. Well, then I'm not welcome, I just can't wait to smell it. Chapter 12, Give Me Your Body. That night, it was quiet at night. Xian Yi sat on the bed, ignoring the peeping gaze outside, sinking in consciousness, and continued to enter the time and space in the body. The huge Godzilla was shrouded in endless darkness, standing in place, falling into a deep sleep. Every time I see you, a big guy, I think it's reliable. But which Godzilla are you? Xian Yi sat cross-legged at a distance of 100 meters, looking at the behemoth, trying to communicate, but still couldn't get any response. I don't know if the other party is unable to respond, or is simply too lazy to respond. After all, compared with such a huge Godzilla, Xian Yi looked extremely small. After watching for a while, Xian Yi began her formal practice. Using spirit and chakra as the medium, he tried to get closer to Godzilla and gain Godzilla's power. During the day, I initially demonstrated the power of nuclear escape, and almost used the technique of incandescent light. If you are on the battlefield, relying solely on the turbidity technique and incandescent light is far from enough. You don't want me to be killed. If you can, please give me some advice. I am a very timid guy and I desperately need your help. Suddenly thoughts in Xian Yi's mouth, he closed his eyes, little by little, feeling Godzilla. This time, for the first time, Xian Yi began to urge chakra, the power that can penetrate the body and spirit, to flock to Godzilla. At first, it was like a cow into the sea. But soon, faintly, brand new mental fluctuations appeared. Although there was only a trace, it was extremely heavy and profound, unable to figure it out. What surprised Xian Yi more was that this mental fluctuation was passed on him in a flash. There was a response. It seems that you like chakra a lot. But then again, no one doesn't like chakra. A big smile appeared on Xian Yi's face, which was great, and finally had a response. Strike while the iron is hot. I need to get your power and share your body, especially your abilities, such as atomic breath and electromagnetic shield. Of course, if you want to teach me what spiral atomic breath, infinite atomic breath, etc. No problem, I don't dislike. Don't speak? Well, if I become stronger, I can have more chakra. Don't you be interested in chakra? You're still asleep now, can't you refine yourself? You give me your body, I use your body to fight. I can use your body to refine chakra. This is a great idea, right? I think so too. A strong sense of disgust came. Hey, there is no need to be so stingy. Anyway, you also live in my body. At least give me some rent. If you refuse to use my body, you will suffer a bit. We can sign the summoning contract. When the enemy arrives, I directly use summoning to summon you, and you help me fight. Xian Yi spoke carelessly and climbed up the pole. Call. The next moment, there was a shock wave hitting, overthrowing Xian Yi. Outside, Xian Yi suddenly opened his eyes and shrugged. Was kicked out. Hey, what a stingy guy. Obviously has a mountain-like physique, but the eyes of the heart are smaller than the eyes of a needle. It is really difficult to deal with. He is not Orochimaru, so he will not refuse to return the body after borrowing it. But a gleam of light flashed through Xian Yi's eyes. When he was driven out just now, the shock wave he encountered was very similar to a vibration wave. In Monster Planet, the old Godzilla screamed casually and turned the 3 civilized special forces that returned to the Earth after 10,000 years, and turned the people back on their backs. Super vibration waves can directly shake a vast area, which can be called a powerful attack to clear the field. The chakra required by the ultra vibration wave is too large. I can't do it temporarily, but I tried to develop a weakened version of the ordinary vibration wave, but there was no problem. Xian Yi thought about it silently, and began to try. At the same time, Uchiha clan land. Yu Hui is accepting an inquiry from the family elder. Really, Yiming is amazing, and suddenly I awakened Sharingan. Iki, I did a beautiful job, keep working hard, don't let the family's expectations be disappointed. Uchiha Setsuna smiled and nodded. The main forces in the clan are now at war with Kirigakuer, and the elder Uchiha Setsuna is now the principal of the entire Uchiha clan. Then, Kazue, can it be convenient for me to tell me about the process of eye-opening? Shina narrowed his eyes. As for Yu Hui's qualifications, the clan has long ago concluded that it is not very good. As a family with a history of thousands of years, the research on Sharingan has never stopped, and it is reasonable to say that the judgment of Yu Hui cannot be wrong. At the very least, there will never be a genius who opened his eyes to 10 years old and just judged it as a mediocre ridiculous thing. But Kazue broke the common sense and opened her eyes at the age of 10. Practicing hard all the year round and unwilling to accept the fate of mediocrity, I gained these eyes. Yu Hui bit her lip lightly, her face showing stubbornness. Guya was slowly spinning in her blood-red eyes. So, break the eyes of destiny, cherish it, Kazue. Setsuna nodded slowly, but, are you sure there is nothing else to tell the clan? For example, you and Shiranui's kid, it's very close. I'm just curious about that guy. I wrap bandages all the time and don't like being close to others. There must be a secret. It seems that it is because he has awakened a new bloodline. Yu Hui lowered her head. Instantly nodded. It seems that my old man is thinking too much, thinking that you can open your eyes because it has something to do with Xian Yi's ability. In that case, you can retreat. Yu Hui's heart jumped, and she was calm on the surface, stepped back respectfully, and was about to walk out of the door. Setsuna suddenly said, I will recommend it to Master Hokage, and put you and Xian Yi in a small team, is that okay? No problem, willing to follow the instructions of the clan. Very good. Uchiha instantly looked at Iki's figure going away. Then, he took out a piece of information about Shiranui Swanyi. What kind of power is it that can make a mediocre tribe suddenly open his eyes? Instantly squinted, looking at the picture of Xianyi on the intelligence. That was the photo Xianyi took when he first entered school. Uchiha Setsuke, an activist who has been struggling from the second Hokage period to today, has already had some doubts. Xianyi is the only person who is most likely to affect Yihui, and is also the outsider Yihui has the most contact with during the week. It seems we need to focus on this little guy. It's best to include this guy in Uchiha's house. If it's like I guess, is it really possible that there is a bloodline boundary that stimulates the Uchiha clan to open their eyes? I feel stimulating if I think about it. Sister. You are back. Izumi, who was almost 3 years old, hugged Iki's thigh and said vaguely. Sister, why is your face so bad? Chuanmei raised her head with a look of confusion. Yuhui took a deep breath, forced a smile, and touched Quanmai's head. My sister is okay, but I'm a little tired. What did Quanmai do today? Is there any good for nothing? Yet. I met a new friend today named Itaki, a very shy boy. Really? That's great. Chapter 13 Graduation Early. Early in the morning, Xianyi welcomed an unexpected guest. Shiranui Genma with 1,000 needles in his mouth. The man who was regarded as the new head of the Shiranui family, although the entire Shiranui family, only 2 people were left dead. Humph, are you finally leaving the bandages? Xianjian frowned and sneered. Oh, my stupid brother Xianjian, why don't you think of looking for me if you don't focus on cultivation? Why are you starting to bite thousands of books again? If you shudder, it would be terrible to poke such a big needle into your mouth. Xianyi yawned. Damn it, that's why I hate you. I'm not stupid at all, and I'm obviously a month older than you. Forget it, anyway, this is for you. Xianjian held 1,000 books at will, and then took out a scroll. These are a few techniques left by the clan. Don't expect them. They are all popular ninjutsu. Xianjian shook his head bitterly. Little ninja. Like the Uchiha family, not to mention the forbidden technique level 1, just ordinary ninjutsu, you can take out dozens of them at will. You have awakened the poisonous blood inheritance boundary. If you learn these ninjutsu again, you will surely grow faster, graduate as soon as possible, don't die. Xianjian hesitated, as if he wanted to ask something, but due to some taboos, he couldn't speak. Xianyi showed a clear expression. Do you want to ask me about the blood inheritance limit? Yes, but this is very private secret information. If you don't ask me, how do you know that I won't tell you? Xianjian looked happy. Oh? Degree, then can you tell me? Of course not, stupid fellow. Xianjian was furious and threw the scroll to the ground, turning around to leave. Hey, why are you so impatient? You don't want to know, can you awaken the blood inherited boundary like me? Xianyi scratched his head and sighed, seeming to be rather disappointed in Suanjian's performance. What? Xianjian stopped and hesitated for a moment, then, is your blood succession bounded by the secret blood of the Shiranui clan? This, can I do it too? There was a strong desire in the voice. Could it be? Is it possible that the Shiranui family, like Uchiha and Hyuga, has a blood inheritance boundary that can be inherited? Of course not, I'm a genius, and you? Xianyi sighed loudly. Xianjian was completely enraged, and roared at Xianyi. The 2 remaining seedlings of the Shiranui clan began to suffocate each other. Genma vomited all the Qianben in his mouth as a weapon in the future. He will create exclusive ninjutsu based on this Qianben, such as Qianben Clone and Chasing Tooth Senbon. But the result disappointed him. Xianyi directly pinched Qianben with 2 fingers and broke it easily, and immediately kicked the opponent into the air with a leaf hurricane. His formidable physical fitness is fully demonstrated at this moment. This is Guy's physical skills. Ah, Tenten mixed with him. Although I haven't practiced before, I can remember a little, my brain is very useful. Suanjian's nose and face were blue and swollen, and he left with tears and tears. In the past, he could ignore Xianyi, the king of mouths, because Xianyi's actual combat was terrible, but now, why is it suddenly upside down? Sorry, Xianjian, I used you as a shield, and, if you carry a meaningless burden on your shoulders too early, you will be crushed to death. Xianyi shook his head. I picked up the scroll on the ground in one hand, opened it and looked at it. It was a few D-class ninjutsu and a C-class Earth-style ninjutsu. At the same time, Xianyi stood at the door and tore off the band-aid on his cheek. The wound that was cut by Anko yesterday has long since healed. And this scene has been silently recorded by Anbu in the distance. Vitality A, Physical Skill C+, according to him, the blood successor is not the inherited blood successor of the Shiranui clan, but Shiranui Suanyi can be temporarily judged as the precious first-generation blood successor. In this world, there are actually some acquired blood inheritance limits, such as Landun, Lava Style, etc. In the Four Wars, Uchiha Madara can skillfully use Landun. These are based on the combination of chakra nature transformation of two attributes. Generally speaking, the bone hyperplasia of the Kagaya family and the pink eye of Uchiha, this kind of blood inherited into the genes and stably inherited is the most precious. I hope that this new blood succession boundary can be inherited stably, so that Konoha can have another blood succession family. Anbu took a deep look at Xianyi and observed him all night before leaving. Finally gone. Xianyi kept quiet, and immediately went to school after making breakfast. Did not see Dai and Guy, these two guys must have been very exhausted all night yesterday. The character that is easy to be hot-blooded is really helpless. Ninja School. As soon as Xianyi walked into the school gate, it caused a huge sensation. He completely tore off the bandages all over his body, revealing a slender and tall figure and superb face value. Coupled with yesterday's defeat of Mitarashi Anko, Hyunyi was completely popular. Is that guy Shiranui Hyunyi, the guy who defeated the Sunin disciple in the legend? Humph, I heard about that battle. It was Anko-senpai who was so stupid that she ran to drink this guy's blood. Who would drink blood for serious people? Would you? I heard that Master Suanyi had some kind of secret technique. It was the first time I showed it yesterday. I want to graduate early. People of all grades are talking about yesterday. After a night of fermentation, many people knew that Shiranui Suanyi had defeated Master Orochimaru's disciple. They don't care how Anko loses. The point is that when he lost, Orochimaru's disciple was defeated by someone named Shiranui Janai. In the circle of the new generation, this is enough to trigger a small earthquake. As a result, no matter where Xianyi went, countless people pointed at him. Look, he just doesn't know Huo Suanyi. Hey? But I heard he likes to wear bandages. Idiot. It must be because I defeated Anko, so I stopped pretending. So handsome. Xianyi walked into the school gate calmly. At the same time, many parents are escorting their children to school, and they are also looking at Shiranui Suanyi. That kid, is Xianyi, really good? Wow, Grandma, why don't you even praise him? He is a super cocky guy, a bit worse than the big cocky Kakashi. Obito supported an old man and said very dissatisfied. Hehe, okay, Obito, let's stop here, it's really hard for you. An old grandmother who squatted and touched Obito's head kindly, squinted as she watched him run into the school. Oh, Obito, really a simple child. At the corner of the old grandmother's kindly mouth, the weirdness was fleeting, and immediately, she smiled and looked at Xianyi's back. After watching for a while, she turned around and left tremblingly. Everything looks normal. After she left, Xianyi raised her head slightly and glanced thoughtfully. That person is Obito's only relative. It's really kind. Obito is always late because he has to help his only grandma to go out in the morning. Xianyi shook her head and walked directly into her classroom. Class C of the 4th grade. As soon as I entered, I saw Yoshino Masada sneezing desperately. Yoshino Masada noticed Xian Yi's concerned gaze, and his face suddenly became serious, and he nodded in relief. Xian Yi defeated Anko and really gave him a face. This is his excellent teaching achievement. Xian Yi, you did a good job yesterday, keep working hard, don't shame me. Yoshino Masada's face was serious. Maybe there is another genius in my C class? Uchiha Kazue and Shiranui Janai were the students who supported Class C in the contest yesterday. I see, Mr. Yoshino, it's not like your style to come to the classroom so early to wait. Is there something important to announce? Well, it's about graduating early. Chapter 14 The Dance King Can't Wait to Dance. Sure enough, it came. 4-year system, all graduated from grades 4, 5, 6, and 3, and began to accept tasks issued by the village to support the war. Afterwards, Yoshino Masada directly announced the news of early graduation to everyone. This caused a huge turmoil, and similar things were happening in several other 4th grade classes. All people in this grade graduate early. Don't slacken off after graduation. Yoshino Masada is like an old father who is about to marry his daughter. I'm afraid that after 2 years, all of his students will die. It's a pity that few of the excited students are in the mood to listen to him. Most of them are immersed in the huge surprise of graduating early. From now on, I am also Konoha Genin. Many people are cheering. Ahem, these guys are too naive. If we step onto the battlefield at our level, maybe a lot of people will die, right? Moonlight Hayate coughed twice, so sick that he felt like he would burp at any time. Ah, don't be so pessimistic, a few people in this classroom can survive without saying anything. Are you right, Hayate? Xian Yi was still lazy. As long as Konoha has some brains, he won't kill chickens and get eggs. The newcomer squad system of 1 old and 3 cute is still quite reliable. Soon, Masada Yoshino began to announce the roster of the 3-person team. Mori Noibuxi, Shangzhou Yuran, Yamashiro Aoba. Moonlight and Gust of Wind, I do not know the fire, Ebisu. Uchiha Kazue, I don't know Huo Swanyi, your team is not full, and there will be other genins added to your team afterwards. Because most of the genin are participating in the war outside, the number is insufficient, so some teams will not lead genin for the time being. You can directly accept the tasks of the village and contribute to the village. Yoshino Masada announced the final result. This is the result of combining each student's personality, strengths, and comprehensive results. Those who are talented will naturally lead genin to let these Konoha seedlings get started, so that they can grow into robust leaks as soon as possible. Those who don't have the potential and backstage, naturally accept the tasks of the village directly. As for how much they can survive in the end, it's up to fate. The only exception is the group of Iki and Hyun Yi, who formed 2 outstanding students into a team, and had to make up a genin from outside the school. This kind of thing also happened in the next class. Obito and Lin formed a team, the same to recruit teammates from outside the school, but they did not lead genin. Really, I hope that in my team, we won't get into strange things. It's better to lead genin more reliably. Yuhui glanced at Xian Yi hesitantly. Yesterday the elder of the clan only told her that he would find a way to make Xian Yi join her team, but did not say that he would add a teammate from outside. If she had a choice, she would rather let Moonlight Hayate join her team. Those who are not strong are secondary, but the focus is on familiarity. I already know who the 3rd team member is. If this is the case, it seems that the village is paying attention to us. Xian Yi said with a smile. Really, Xian Yisang even knows this, it's really amazing. Soon, one after another genin appeared one after another, taking away their respective teams, and the teams that were not selected by genin looked disappointed. Uchiha Kazue, I do not know Huo Swanyi, you two will go with me, a Baramaze Highway, will be your leader genin. A man covered in a white coat and robe stood at the door of the classroom. Iki and Xianyi glanced at each other and immediately got up, following a bare maze highway. The group of 3 people started to shuttle quickly and went straight to the training ground of the village. Along the way, the 3 of them did not speak, moving at high speed in silence. A bare maze highway watched the 2 people from the corner of the eye, and nodded secretly. At least the basic skills passed the test. Soon, the 3 came to a training ground. "Oh! Xianyi sang, are you surprised to see me? Ha ha ha, I actually knew it a long time ago, so I waited for you here in advance." Guy kicked a leaf hurricane on the spot and shouted. Obviously, he had been preparing for this pose for a long time. "It's this idiot." Yuhui's face changed slightly, and she couldn't help it, but seeing Xianyi's satisfied expression, she immediately remembered Dai's performance when facing the White-Eye brother. Dai and Guy, both have hidden strengths, and Xianyi Sang is also Xianyi Sang. People? Xianyi Sang is really a dangerous guy. Xianyi smiled and nodded. "It's really looking forward to, Guy, I feel safe to partner with you. It seems that you are all familiar with it. If this is the case, it will save a lot of unnecessary things." Highway nodded. "Then, let's get to know each other first. My name is a bare maze highway. My favorite thing is bugs. The most annoying thing is someone who hurts bugs. Teacher, might Guy, I am the best at physical skills. What I like is exercising and staying with Xianyi Sang. I hate things, there is nothing I hate for the time being. Uchiha Kazue, I am good at illusion and physical skills. I don't have anything I like, and the thing I hate the most is an unbreakable destiny." In the end, several people looked at Xianyi at the same time. "I am a relatively simple person, I don't know the fire Swanyi, I am good at ninjutsu. What I like is the process of practicing dreams, and I hate this turbulent ninja world. This is contrary to my dream. As for my dream, it is also relatively simple. That is world peace, and I will forge ahead for the world of peace." Xianyi said with a smile. "Is the world peaceful? It's really a lofty ideal, you deserve it." Highway pushed his sunglasses and approved Xianyi's words. "Oh? Teacher's Highway seems to know me well. Well, I stayed in Anbu for a while, but I know that you, a special junior, can carry out the will of fire to this point and have been appreciated by Master Hokage, but it is extremely rare." Highway spoke stubbornly, obviously chatting, but the whole person exuded a strong gloomy temperament. It seems that in the entire Aberme family, there are often such people who lack presence. You all go get ready. At 6 o'clock tonight, the 3rd shift will gather here. Your opponent is a worm clone sent by me. I will adjust your training plan based on your performance." After Highway finished speaking dryly, it turned into a mass of worms and disappeared on the spot. "Insect, even if he is an elite Jainin, don't even think of defeating us with a worm clone." Kazue said so, but her expression was extremely solemn. A Baramaze Highway, known as the most comprehensive ninja, has no shortcomings in all directions, and is simply a monster. The village actually sent such a ninja to their team as a guide Jainin, which is shocking. Insect clone, special entity clone technique, with such a knowledgeable and powerful teacher, I must be able to learn a lot. In other words, I just need to learn entity clone technique. Xianyi nodded. The entity clone he wanted was not like shadow clone, and it would be finished with a touch. On the contrary, like the wood-style clone, it can carry ultra-high intensity combat. At this time, Yuhui leaned to Xianyi's side, pulled out her hair, and said softly, "Xianyi sang, there is still time now, why don't we take the opportunity to try?" Swanyi's ears tickled. "All right, I also plan to study your special physique. Guy, let's go together." In the dim underground cavity, the huge Gedo statue is casting a large shadow. "Oh? It seems that Konoha has taken this step and sent the new generation to the battlefield. Such a bad world is not what I want at all, Hashirama, it turns out you are wrong. The old man slowly raised his head, a 3-tomo Sharingan, exuding a strange luster of blood red. Now, it's time to start implementing my will. Chapter 15, Something White Comes Out of You. Uchiha Ethnic Land. Damn it, why didn't I lead Jane in? My talent is not enough? But it's enough to be in the same team with Lin. Obito hugged his head, smirked for a while, then unconvinced. Even guys like Xianyi can lead Jane in, why can't I? Ah, Grandma, why did you come out so early? Don't move around if you are in poor health. Obito yelled and hurried over to support his only relative. Grandma looked kind and pleased. My old bone, I just hope I can see you more before I die. Look at your expression, are you with Lin? That girl is good, but you need to cherish it with your life. Use your life to protect her. Ah. Why are you talking like that? You are still young. And of course I will do my best to protect Lin. One old and one young, leaning on each other, the shadows merged into one, and they dragged down a long time in the sunset. This scene is being staged every day. No one thinks it's wrong. Obito alone was heartless, but subconsciously felt that what Grandma said today was a bit weird, but based on his IQ, he couldn't understand it at all, so he simply didn't think about it. Just cherish the moment. He, Obito, what a good boy. After Obito entered the house, Grandma squinted and raised her head, the corners of her mouth split, and a terrible smile appeared. She immediately noticed something, disappeared quickly, and turned her head to look. Xianyi's 3-person team happened to pass by. Xianyi sang, "Did you find anything just now?" Yike said in a low voice after walking away. No, a very trustworthy old man. Xianyi buried her head and smiled. That person is Obito's grandmother, a very kind person, there will be no problem. Guy said. After the 3 of them go away, Grandma closed the door with a smile, her body began to twist, and a white thing separated. The white thing quickly blended into the ground. Master Madara, things are going well beyond imagination. If that guy loses his grandma and lover one after another, he will go crazy, you are really cruel. White Zetsu emerged from the ground. Shut your mouth, you are just an inferior copy of Hashirama. Uchiha Madara spoke indifferently. Yeah, it's so fierce. But, Madara-sama, are you so optimistic about Obito's crane tail? I think Iki is more suitable. I am 10 years old, and I have a younger sister, which is suitable to give birth to the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. White Zetsu looked puzzled. Why Obito? Instead of Uchiha's rising star Iki? Maybe there will be another pair of Rinnegan. At my level, the eternal Mangeki can no longer change the overall situation. What I need is an independent husband who practices my will, who has a lot of emotions far beyond ordinary people, but also tastes the pain of successive loss. I have been looking for decades. Only found Obito, he will be the most suitable candidate. Madara sneered. Obito was chosen by his thousands of choices. The entire Uchiha clan, one by one, pretends to be a good player, but there are very few guys with such ample emotions as Obito. However, Uchiha Iki can pay attention to it properly. Have you put White Zetsu's spores on her? Of course, I started when I passed by. Madara-sama, I'm almost a master of disguise. I've been deceiving since I was born. White Zetsu laughed innocently. Madara-sama said coldly, this time. I personally dispatched to make Obito feel the pain of losing a loved one up close. Haha. But, you are dying, can you leave the ghetto statue and run to Konoha? Madara did not speak, but directly began to seal the seal. Ninfa Xiang's wand technique. An innocent white Zetsu who stood by and watched the excitement uttered a scream on the spot, and was enveloped by endless debris. In the next moment, he became an old Uchiha Madara. Even 10% of chakra in my old state can't carry. Xiangzuan Madara shook her head, lost Rinnegan, and was extremely reluctant to activate this Rinnegan pupil technique. But forget it. Xiangzuan Madara disappeared in place in a flash. Uchiha ethnic land. As the three of them walked along, Xuanyi naturally received the scrutiny of many Uchiha people. But as many Uchiha tribesmen, I found that I was one of Iki's teammates. His eyes eased immediately. Oh, Uchiha's new generation's strongest genius companion? Then there is no problem. It seems to be safe for the time being. Xuanyi calculated silently, slightly relieved. He already knew the fate that Obito was about to suffer. Grandma and Lin are two of Obito's favorite people. It is indeed a good way to stimulate Obito with the death of these two people. But I didn't expect that Madara guy started layout so early. But these have nothing to do with Xuanyi, and he will not expose it. Sister, who are they? Are you Koizumi me? I'm your sister's teammate and also your friend. No, right, my friend only has Ataka now. When he came to Iki's house, Xuanyi saw the cute Izumi, but before I could say anything, I was dragged away by Iki. Xuanyi sang, give it to me. Do you really want it now? Of course, I can't wait. Guy had a question mark on his face, then looked at Yuhui for a while, and then at his respected Xuanyi sang again. Guy, you go guard the door of the house. Xuanyi stared at Yuhui for 2 seconds, fell silent for a moment, and began to ji-yin. Absorption turbidity technique. Xuanyi's palm was immediately filled with a cloud of radiation that was invisible to the naked eye, and then he slapped Yuhui. Snapped. A lot of radiation started to stimulate Yuhui's body at the moment it touched Yuhui, directly affecting her genes. After many attempts, the two finally found a suitable degree. Yes, this is the feeling, the pupil power is turbulent, I can feel that I am getting stronger. Yuhui was trembling all over. This is a feeling of power. Only this kind of thing, the violent stimulation to the body, can make her feel the difference and have the possibility to get rid of the mediocre track. My blood succession ability is very dangerous, you have to be conscious. Xuanyi was talking, while observing Yuhui's state. If he suffers from this level of radiation for many years, Iki's fate will be worse than death. Unless Iki's positive evolution speed can far exceed the speed of distortion, and he can ensure close monitoring and transformation of his body. Iki, my guess is correct, you are a genius, a true genius. Xuanyi admired. It seems that Yuhui's talents are all focused on, to withstand intense stimulation to forcibly increase his potential. But Iki, something strange is coming out of you, White. Xuanyi pointed at White Zetsu who had emerged from Kazue with a serious face. Chapter 16 Oops, oops. A hole, what kind of weird power are you? White Zetsu kept distorting his figure, and as soon as he got out of Iki's body, he screamed. Actually, the cells in his body started an uncontrollable riot. What the hell is this blood succession limit, and it's not a fairy technique. What the hell are you? She was frightened and angry, and her strong fighting instinct made her stand up instantly. Sharingan turned on, and kicked the guy out with a fierce kick. Are you parasitized, Iki? It seems that you have been targeted a long time ago. Xuanyi also slowly got up, looking at this White Zetsu seriously. The next moment, before White Zetsu recovered and escaped, Xuanyi made a decisive move. The huge radiation cloud spread, enveloped White Zetsu, and began to frantically interfere with White Zetsu's body cells. The life tissues from the sacred tree, under the ravages and tears of nuclear radiation, burst out with signs of distortion. This is also the reason why White Zetsu was unable to maintain the spore form and was forced to be exposed. In the ninja realm, this kind of weird power has never appeared before, directly distorting and mutating all life cells. Iki, Guy, kill it immediately, and can't keep it alive," Swanyi said in a low voice. The three-person team started to cooperate for the first time, and in a crash, they surrounded White Zetsu and held them down. "Although I don't know what you are, I want to practice Xian Yisang's will. 8 inner gates, open the door, open." Guy hit White Zetsu's neck severely with his super physical skills, only a click was heard. White Zetsu died. Xian Yi was still worried, and pulled out Kyowu directly, cutting off this guy's head, confirming that he was completely dead. Fortunately, it didn't disturb the village. "Xian Yi, what on earth is this? Without blood and brain, it can still be parasitic on me." Yike was extremely furious, and her intense sense of uneasiness severely stimulated her sensitive nerves. In his eyes, the blood-red Sharingan, at this moment, because of the huge radiation and the stimulation of anger, the agitated pupil power suddenly broke through a small bottleneck. Tukuyu Sharingan. Yuhui's face turned pale. It seemed that stepping into Jade was extremely detrimental to her body. More importantly, the Jade in each of her eyes is still slightly blurred, and you won't be able to notice it if you don't look carefully. Xian Yi quietly let go of the radiation cloud and began to cover the entire house, carefully avoiding Chuan Mei, who was playing with toys. No other White Zetsu was found. Xian Yi was only slightly relieved. "Don't ask this question in the future, and you must never raise it to anyone. I will find a way to deal with it." Yuhui hesitated slightly. But Guy nodded directly. "Understood, Xian Yisang, I will be tight-lipped, even my father won't tell." Yuhui also reluctantly nodded with an ugly expression. Xian Yi looked at the dead White Zetsu, with a thoughtful expression on his face. Feeling a bit tricky. Has Uchiha Madara cast his eyes on Ikki? This is not okay. Ikki is my person. Xian Yi pondered for a moment. This thing is very valuable to us. To be precise, the value is beyond imagination. Xian Yi sternly wrapped White Zetsu's body, then looked at Ikki, and ordered, "Find a way to seal this thing in the scroll. And then you will help me buy a batch of experimental equipment. I need to study. Take a look at this thing." "Understood, but I can only get you some basic equipment, and I can't help the really sophisticated ones." "Enough." Xian Yi nodded. The corpse of White Zetsu is of great significance. It is made from Hashirama cells, or more precisely, weakened cells stripped from the sacred tree. As long as this thing can be thoroughly studied, it is not impossible to pry into some of the mysteries of wood style and the sacred tree. Although I didn't plan to get wood style, the power of wood style still has great reference value. Xian Yi cut off a small piece of White Zetsu's body tissue and carefully stored it on his body, silently examining some of Senju Hashirama's techniques. The typical one is the wood style clone, able to fight and carry. Vitality is extremely strong. It is simply the most perfect entity clone technique. Soon, Xian Yi left Yuhui's house with the two of them, and left here before Yuhui's parents returned, pretending that nothing happened. And at this time, Lord Uchiha Madara, who just used White Zetsu's power to rush to Konoha, secretly infiltrated the Uchiha clan. After so many years, this place still hasn't changed. Madara showed a cold look on her face, and then slammed into Obito's grandmother, who was also old-fashioned, and there was no flaw in his disguise. Walking, trembling. Today, he wants to give Obito a funeral for the only blood relative, so that Obito can feel the darkness and pain in this world. Madara walked tremblingly, crouching, breathing her breath at any moment. "Master Madara, I lost contact with the spores I placed on Kazue." White Zetsu suddenly emerged from the ground with a head. "Oh? That little thing is really not easy. I can find spores. How did she do it?" "I don't know, I and the other spores are not in the same consciousness after all." "Humph, forget it, it's just White Zetsu, anyway, it's just a game of chess, the focus is on Obito." Madara walked slowly, returning home all the way, and was about to die on the spot in front of Obito. Ah! Grandma, why are you sneaking out? Didn't I let you rest? Obito screamed and rushed out. He, dear boy, Grandma just wants to buy you some fruit to eat. I am your only relative. Only I can care about you, so I must take care of you as hard as I can. Oh! I fell down. No. What's wrong with you? Are you feeling sick again? Obito panicked immediately, with red eyes and tears, and he was about to rush towards his only relative. However, it was too late. Seeing Grandma was about to die in extreme pain, her eyes widened, and she gasped. At this moment, Madara's acting skills are bursting, and her micro-expression is impeccable. Oh my god! Madara is about to pounce on the street, stimulate Obito, and make Obito feel pain. Ha, Obito, this world is so ugly, life and death parting is the cruel normal, hurry up and wake up. Then, a sturdy arm suddenly appeared and supported him. Are you okay? Xianyi looked at him or him with great concern. It's okay, good boy, thanks to you showing up in time. No, I'm not good, and it's not timely, old man, don't run out casually when you are old, this will make me very embarrassed. Xianyi forcibly pulled the adult who was about to fall to the ground. Kuo, it's impossible to die. This kid is the offspring of whose family? I should have strangled his grandfather back then. Chapter 17 What a vicious kid! Obito is extremely grateful to Xianyi, and for the first time in his life, he feels that Xianyi is not that bad. Obito, you have to be optimistic about your grandma, don't let her old man run around. Xianyi used her strong arms to forcibly hold the old man to prevent her from falling. The smiling face is full of sincere meaning. He is indeed sincere and will not let the old man succeed. Only then did the ghost know when the old grandmother in front of her was turned off, not to mention whether it was White Zetsu or Madara herself. Xianyi remembered that among Rinnegan's many pupil techniques, one was called Xiangzuan technique, which could be transformed with a living person as a sacrifice, carrying half of the chakra body. In the original book, Itaka's elephant turns around to deal with Kakashi and Chiyo's team, and Kisame's elephant turns around to deal with Guy's team. If it's just White Zetsu, you can find a chance to start, but if it's Uchiha Madara, even the old Madara, in terms of strength. The thoughts in Xianyi's heart were fleeting. The risk is too great, unless Godzilla is fully integrated regardless of the consequences. However, since the old and immortal Dance King hit Yuhui with his idea, Xianyi also ignored the passive beating. Must retaliate back, now Madara is at the weakest time in her life, it is the opportunity to shoot. At this time, Yuhui, Guy, and others also quickly caught up, looking at Sunho's Swanyi with a confused expression. Let's do this, Obito, as our companions in the village, we have a duty to help each other. Our three-person team will also come to help take care of Grandma from time to time. Xianyi glared at Obito reproachfully. Xianyi, you. Obito looked grateful. This was the first time anyone cared about his family so much. No, it's too much trouble for you good kids. It was just an accident. I only need Obito to take care of it. The grandmother was refusing. No, it's up to us. If we can't even protect the elderly, we should be ninjas. You are optimistic, Guy, you stay here and take care of the elderly until 5:30 in the evening. You can't leave. When she gets up, you carry it on your back, you stare at the toilet, you feed it when you eat, and you stay with you when you sleep. Xianyi looked solemn. Ah, this. Understood, is this the true meaning of youth? Dedicating myself to protect my companions, I understand. Since it is Xian Yisang's will, I am willing to carry it out desperately. Come on, old man, show your ugliness. With fighting spirit burning in Guy's eyes, he yelled and lifted his grandmother, so excited. One step closer to Xian Yisang's spiritual level. Obito people are stupid, moved in a mess, this, how embarrassing, I really am. Stop talking, Obito, we are companions in a village, isn't it right for companions to help each other? If you talk about it, I'm angry. I see, Xianyi, if there is anything I need to help in the future, just say it. Obito bet on Uchiha's name and I will definitely help you. Xianyi patted Obito's shoulders solemnly, and then, pulling the dazed Ikki away, amidst the admiring gazes of the Uchiha people around him, he left with a serious face. Who is that kid? It's amazing, as an outsider, the tribe who actually looks after us like this. Ikki's teammate, Xianyi? Ha, I see, he is the descendant of the Shiranui family. Humph. An outsider can do this. This is a shame for our Uchiha clan. Come on, I also want to take care of Obito's grandma. We each take 2 hours a day to take care of her 24 hours a day. She is dead. Obito Grandma Madara, degree. Kuo, the current Uchiha clan is 1 generation inferior to 1 generation, so let the Shiranui clan enter the clan to wander around? Damn, it's mysterious. Yi, the old man remembers you. In the next moment, an adult who was carried by Guy on his back was overwhelmed by countless enthusiastic people. White Zetsu, who was observing in the dark, looked stupid. Is this okay? Get out of the Uchiha clan. What's the meaning of what you did just now? I can't figure it out at all. Yuhui was completely dumbfounded, thinking that she had seen through a part of Xianyi's will, but now she was completely confused. She looked at Xianyi's profile. Xianyi sang, what kind of person are you, like a loyal treacherous person, or just the same? Or maybe it is a utilitarian who sees the wind. Stop talking, Kazue, there is one thing you want to give me while Guy is away. What, so you deliberately disengaged Guy? Well, that Guy is around, it will be bad, don't talk nonsense, give it to me. Are you here? Isn't that great, do you want to go back to my house first? No, it's great here, I'm going to experiment with that thing myself, so. Yuhui's heart was pounding, and while panicking, she inevitably felt a little expectant. Could it be that Xianyi sang, there is a deeper level of will, about to be exposed? So, teach me shadow clone technique. You know, I can't help it either. This is a very practical B-level ninjutsu, which is not taught in ninja schools. Yuhui's expression turned from anticipation and excitement to anger and disappointment. Xianyi sang, this is shadow clone technique's seal and chakra operation context, and. What? Suddenly I feel that Xianyi sang is really damn it. Don't forget the time set by's highway Jainin. Kazuki flicked her long hair and ran away. Xianyi looked at Yuhui's figure away from the distance, pondered for a moment, and immediately started shadow clone technique. This is the entity clone technique developed and passed down by second Hokage. Although it is a typical crispy skin, it will be fried at the touch of a touch, and a lot of chakra will be lost in vain. However, Swanyi still needs this thing. With a part of White Zetsu's life organization in hand, you can try it. Xianyi thought, hurry up. The time soon came to 5:30, and only half an hour was left before the 6 o'clock specified by a bear maze logo. Oh! Time is up, my task is complete, Grandma, take a good rest. Guy has a passionate expression on his face. The old grandmother looked haggard, and said tremblingly, finally, good boy, go to practice, it's really hard for you. Finally, especially, this dog thief who was so persistent is finally leaving. Just think of a way to avoid these Uchiha boys who come to the door, take advantage of the dead of night, inspire Obito with words, and then die on the spot. Presumably, Obito will be able to open Sharingan. But at this time, a voice made him want to choke the master. Obito's grandma, I'm here to change shift. Xianyi walked in with a solemn expression, I spent most of a day barely learning the shadow clone technique, and I will send a clone to take care of you around the clock. Don't you need to spend time practicing? It doesn't matter, I have more chakras, and taking care of my companions is the greatest spiritual practice. Don't worry too much, I'm still trying to find some medical ninjutsu to learn, and be ready to rescue you at any time. Kuo, what a vicious kid, if all Konoha is this kind of stuff, would it be worth it? Chapter 18 Nuclear Escape Clone and White Zetsu. 6 o'clock. Highway began to confront his team for the first time. To be honest, the overall level of these three freshmen exceeded his expectations and was even better than he expected. Although it's a little immature in experience, it only needs to be nurtured by constant fighting. Highway looked at the exhausted three in front of him with satisfaction. Each of these three brought him a surprise. Might Guy, who graduated at the age of 8, opened his eyes at the age of 10 and opened Urgyu Sharingan Uchiha Kazue in such a short time. These two can definitely be called geniuses. However, the last one left Highway completely incomprehensible. Is it my illusion? How do you feel that this guy is playing more and more vigorously? The total amount of chakra is a bit too much for his age. Doesn't he feel tired? Highway's face was full of question marks. Fighting requires depletion of chakra. Chakra is the energy extracted from the mind and body. The more chakra is lost, the mental and physical will be weakened. But Xian Yi. Highway stretched out a finger, and a scouting bug stood on it. The information sent back made Zhihui lost in thought. The entire training ground was also pitted at this time, obviously going through fierce fighting. Xian Yi sang, "Teacher's Highway is too strong, it won't work at all if this continues." Guy squeezed his fist, "Why don't you let me start the technique further, maybe I can win the opportunity." It doesn't make much sense. He is playing bugs, and he can't be defeated by your current physical skill level. Xian Yi looked at a Baramaze Highway with deep eyes, her face solemn. Very strong, and unable to find any flaws to start, deserves to be the most comprehensive elite Jainin. My chakra is almost exhausted, it won't last long, Xian Yi sang. You also assigned a shadow clone to take care of Grandma Obito, how many chakras are still left? Yu Hui gritted her teeth, and even felt strenuous to maintain Sharingan. Xian Yi said with a solemn expression, "Well, I consume a lot, and I probably lost 30%. So, there are still 7, what?" Yu Hui's eyes widened. A shadow clone was allocated and took away 50% of my chakra. Even if I seize the time to extract more chakra to deal with this high-intensity battle, I can only recover to this level. Oh, it has been restored now. It's 80%. Xian Yi looked at the Silence Highway with a solemn expression, feeling a bit tricky. What kind of rubbish is this, are you serious? Yu Hui was frantically complaining in her heart. There are so many left after playing for so long. Kazue glared at Sharingan, watching Xian Yi still have chakra flowing in his body, without any signs of interruption. Then what should we do? Yu Hui gritted his teeth. I have an idea, listen to me. At this time, are you still working on brand new tactics? Highway pushed his sunglasses. Fire style Great Fireball Technique. A huge flame burst in and enveloped most of the training ground. Highway's figure quickly retreated. At the same time, raising his hands, a large number of insects flew out of his sleeves. In front of his bugs, all actions could not escape his eyes. A large number of insect swarms flew around, bypassing the great fireball, and rushed to the three-person team in a sudden hiss. The great fireball technique was kicked away. Guy opened the second gate and his muscles swelled. At the same time, he kicked Zhihui with a leaf great whirlwind, but he was hit by a worm jade thrown by Highway raising his hand. Fly! In this gap, Xian Yi moved. To Xian Yi? Was it the shadow clone made while the great fireball was covered? Zhihui quickly observed, a large number of insect swarms flew and pounced on Tu Xian Yi, and soon one of Xian Yi banged on the spot. The explosion exploded. The remaining one is the body. Call. The ground broke through a huge crack, and countless bugs roared out, frantically rushing to the three-person team. The endless buzzing sounded through everything. No matter how you looked at it, the three-person team couldn't break the game. But Xuanyi, who was about to be overwhelmed by the insect swarms, showed a smile at the corner of her mouth. "You are careless, Teacher's Highway." "What?" Highway pushed his sunglasses, and a trace of surprise appeared on that indifferent face. The information that the bugs gave him back also seemed very strange, such as "so unpalatable chakra, it's so uncomfortable to bite, I feel terrified," and so on. Fear. What's the matter? Why does my worm convey this emotion? But the next moment, the scene in front of him was shocked. I saw Xuanyi and Yuhui, who were wrapped and bitten by the insect swarm, and the whole figure began to melt strangely. The instantaneously skyrocketing high temperature and explosive amount of nuclear radiation slaughtered his insects. Countless swarms of insects died instantly. This is an extremely shocking scene, with black rain falling on the sky and layers of black on the ground. Is this Xuanyi's blood succession boundary, but he is actually a clone? Yi Ke is also, what is this clone technique? Highway was taken aback, and at the same time he felt a sense of crisis, and instantly turned his head. Iki and Xuanyi have already attacked. The blood-red two-god Jade Sharingan aimed at Highway's eyes and activated the illusion. These eyes are more focused on illusion. At this time, Chakra, who had exhausted the last one, issued an illusion. As for Xuanyi, seizing the opportunity of a few tenths of a second, began to seal the seal. Nuclear escape. Vibration wave. An extremely powerful chakra gathered in Xuanyi's mouth, and immediately, an astonishing shock wave burst out, hitting Highway head-on, and defeating Highway on the spot. Zhihui's body turned into countless insects and they collapsed on the spot. These insects were a little panicked, stumbled, and fluttered, and didn't know what was going on. "Very good, I can actually defeat my worm clone. I am very satisfied with your level." From a distance, Highway, who was always on the sidelines, walked up, put his hands in Kabuto, and exuded a strong gloomy breath, and praised him. "Hey, did Mrs. Highway always stand there watching the game? I didn't notice when it happened." Guy slumped on the ground and scratched his head. "Have been offended." However, Highway was really surprised, and these guys in front of him gave him too much surprise. The poison that kills insects in a large area is that you defeated Anko's blood succession ability in the first place. It turned out that it was not activated by blood. It was more terrifying than I thought. Highway pushed his sunglasses, his expression moved, he had never seen this strange unknown toxin. Moreover, the instinct that caused his insects to fear was due to the toxin itself. Or some other reason? More importantly, used two peculiar clones to replace him and Iki's body, and then look for an opportunity to launch a surprise attack? This special entity clone technique. The only hapless person is Guy, who was really surrounded by the insects, bitten him, and was lying weakly on the ground at this time. "Assemble here at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, and we will start the mission of the village." Highway took a deep look at the two avatars, dropped this sentence, and activated the body flicker technique to leave. "Oh, Teacher's Highway is really a good teacher, and didn't stay here to watch me recover the clone." Xuanyi walked over with a smile, stretched out her hand, and pressed on the unseen Xuanyi and Iki one after another, and then these two avatars began to melt quickly, and reintegrated back into Xuanyi's body. What no one knows is, Xuanyi is not so much reclaiming these two special entity clones, it is better to say that his purpose is to reclaim the sub-body. Two extremely small white masses. White Zets's body tissue. Although it was a coincidence, the first attempt of nuclear escape clone was a big success. Chapter 19 Approaching the Rice Wholesale Market. Hokage Building. Third Hokage is listening carefully to Highway's report. "Really, it's so good, so you can praise such a picky one. Third Hokage showed a gratified smile. It is rare that Highway, such a perfect ninja, can speak for praise. The Might Guy Master is writing 8 inner gates, which is a physical technique that stimulates the body's strength. Ikki opened the Sharingan of the 2 Go Jade, and Xian Yi, a powerful blood succession technique. Third Hokage was thinking while smoking a pipe. As expected, he was optimistic and appointed Highway as the team leading Jainin. Especially Shiranui Swanyi, brought him a surprise beyond imagination. Powerful and mysterious blood succession boundary, powerful range toxin attack, strange, temporarily unknown entity clone technique. Take anyone out, and you are all qualified to apply for promotion to Chunin. More importantly, Xian Yi, it is suspected that there is an extremely exaggerated total amount of chakra. I don't know the upper limit for the time being, but preliminary judgment is that he has the amount of chakra that has touched the Jainin level. Highway, Swanyi's poison, do you have a sample in your hand? Third Hokage asked suddenly. No, Master Third Generation, I checked some dead worms afterwards, and I didn't find any toxins from them. It should have been recovered by Xian Yi. It turned out to be like this, what a cautious child. Third Generation nodded, with a little regret. Such a brand new toxin can kill large-scale poisonous insects such as worms. It really makes him have to pay attention to it. It is best to get the method of configuring the toxin and then research and develop it. Come out the antidote. We'll have the opportunity next time. Guy and Xian Yi are close friends, and Ikki and Xian Yi have friendship. Such a strong bond makes people look forward to their future. Third Generation sighed. So, Highway, things will be hard for you in the future. You have an important mission to cultivate the most talented new generations after these 3 Kakashi. 10 years later, Konoha will rely on them. Supported. Third Generation looked pleased. Highway nodded and left in silence. After Third Generation pondered for a while, he took out a brand new file. It is urgent to solve Kakashi's psychological problems. Using the aspirational team as a template, he has also established a strong bond. His nemesis Obito, Obito's admirer Rin Nohara. I hope it will develop as I hope. As for theirs leading Jainin, Third Hokage also has plans. Namikaze Minato. At the beginning of the war, Namikaze Minato had confronted the EPUB brothers of Cloud Shinobi Village head-on without losing sight of the wind. He was completely famous and was regarded as a new cage-level powerhouse. If Namikaze Minato is in charge of the Kakashi team, Minato's lover is Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, having the 3 Kakashi as his disciples will surely deepen his bond with Konoha village. Third Hokage made the decision. The fact that this highway team is about to start its mission has not attracted much attention other than Third Hokage. Although many people are surprised that a perfect Jainin like Highway will return to the village to lead Jainin after more than 2 years of fighting, they are only surprised. Many Jainin who have been shopping on the front line for a long time have some returning to the village to cultivate. They have lost their relatives, companions, and subordinates, and it is inevitable that there will be some potential changes in their minds and even their thinking and cognition. They lead the new generation to mature rapidly and cost-effectively. Not only can these Jainin have more bonds, but also the new generation can quickly become talents and contribute to the village. The next morning, the minority team assembled. The 3 of Xian Yi were notified that their task was to join the supply troops and escort the supplies to the front line camp. This is a task tentatively designated as B level. Very good, this is very elite. It directly eliminates the garbage D and C levels, and runs to the B level where battles will break out. Because it is a war period, the supply troops will be attacked by hostile ninjas at any time. Fighting is almost inevitable, but it is nothing more than the scale of the battle. Yuhui whispered, somewhat eager to try, her talents will bloom on the battlefield. Theoretically, this is the case. Highway pushed his sunglasses. If we are lucky, we can reach the front line camp smoothly, but if we are so lucky, we will be attacked by a varying number of hostile ninjas. It may be promoted to A level at any time. As for the S grade, it is not impossible, but it is rare that a large number of enemy Jonin or at least one cage level strong will come to attack a small supply team unless the enemy is crazy. They are not Namikaze Minato. Moreover, even if the elite Jonin strikes, there is a guy like a Bear Maze Highway who can fight, carry, and perceive, and he can suffer maximum obstacles. To tell the truth, considering Highway's level, this is indeed a task of training hands. Mr. Highway, as the most perfect elite Jonin, is almost the first person with comprehensive strength under cage level. It is impossible to spend too much time training a rookie. He will soon return to the front line. Xuan Yi glanced at Highway Jonin, who looked like a zombie. Soon, a group of 4 people set off and joined the supply team of more than a dozen people. The team responsible for defending our team will definitely not have strong players. We are just a small supply team. In the team, a middle-aged uncle was thinking about it, but after seeing Highway, the whole person was Deidara, Highway adults. Is it the newcomer team led by you to guard us? Yes, so can we go now? Highway said straightforwardly. Along the way, everyone closed their mouths tightly, looking at Highway from time to time while being nervous, feeling a little relieved, and Highway, the most senior, was a boring gourd, and naturally it was even more impossible to speak. Xuan Yi took the initiative to communicate with other people in the supply team, and finally confirmed that the Tujnin, the leader and vice-captain of the team, are actually very familiar. Umino Irika's parents. He later died in the Nine Tails chaos. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? The middle-aged uncle Uminagawamiya looked suspiciously at Xuan Yi, who stared at him frequently. Yeah, I was discovered by you. You put your eyes on my face. I can't see unless I'm blind. Is there anything wrong? It's nothing, I just think the uncle looks unreliable. Maybe I want to protect you later, so I want to get acquainted with it first. Being called an uncle by a kid who despised him, this stabbed Umin Palace severely. However, thinking of his 6-year-old son Irika, uncle's words, is not unacceptable. This gag, but directly caused the silence and dullness in the entire team to suddenly dissipate. Soon, everyone left Konoha village, across several small towns, and quickly shuttled to the border of the country of fire. The closer they are to the border, the more cautious and vigilant everyone is. Withered people's livelihood, desolate wild, corpses can be seen everywhere. This is war, especially the war between ninjas. The attacks of powerful ninjas easily destroy a small town at every turn. The frontier station is very close to Rain Shinobi village. There is the battlefield of the Three Kingdoms melee. The ninjas of Rain Shinobi village are also full of resentment towards Konoha. However, our actions along the way are very secretive and generally do not trigger the enemy's attention. Umin Palace spoke solemnly, with the intention of reminding everyone to be vigilant. The voice just fell. Many hostile ninjas launched an attack on this team. Chapter 20. This is a genius, that is also a genius. The battlefield is the most challenging place. Combat power, neural reflexes, muscle instincts, combination of skills, and most importantly, the cruel torture of the heart. I don't know how many new generations who should have bloomed with youthful colors, because their minds are not enough, they die in despair in the blank of their brains. Nuclear escape adsorption turbidity technique. A large amount of nuclear radiation spread suddenly, quickly spreading, covering it in a way that ordinary people could not perceive. 1, 4, 6. There are 10 in total, but it is not ruled out that there are other people lurking farther away. Xuan Yi opened his eyes and said in a low voice. There are 10 enemies? Immediately, some anxious people regained their composure. Hey, kid, do you still have the ability to perceive? Uminagawamiya looked surprised. Ah, it's a perception ability. Covered with nuclear radiation, the cells of the original life body will be violently stimulated wherever it goes. You only need to feel where the nuclear radiation is absorbed, and you can know where there are life bodies. Then, according to the absorption profile, determine whether it is a human, an animal, or a plant. It's just that his perception ninjutsu causes cancer. At this time, the enemy has launched an attack. Hey, is it Konoha's team? We are lucky. These guys carry a lot of scrolls on their backs. They must be a supply team. Then kill them quickly and weaken Konoha's power. Voices came one after another, accompanied by an unknown number of figures, exuding strong malice. Earth style gun. The 10 figures immediately used ninjutsu, intending to severely damage the team in one fell swoop. A large number of stones came crashingly. Rock Shinobi. Xuan Yi glanced quickly and found that a bare maze highway had disappeared without knowing when. Maybe Jainin, who was sniping the enemy, had gone. Quickly disperse. The Yumin-Ogawa Palace in the front roared, and immediately sealed, and he was about to use the earth flow wall to resist. At this moment, nuclear escape vibration wave. Wow! An astonishing shock wave burst out suddenly, and almost lifted the entire ground to one layer with a force of destruction. The large number of hitting stones had all been broken before they hit. Guy, break into the enemy's ranks. Iki, you and I are responsible for cleaning up the excess rubbish. Xuan Yi immediately issued the order. Guy opened the door of Hu at the time and screamed and killed Rock Shinobi. Yuhui also opened Erguya Sharingan. Xuan Yi continued to seal, quietly, bursting out even greater radiation, continuously invading the enemy. It's just that the enemy can't detect it for the time being. Cut, is it blocked? What kind of technique is this? And, we caught a big fish. This kid actually turned on the 2 Gojade Sharingan. The head Rock Shinobi was surprised at first, and then his face showed greed. If you can kill the little ghosts of Uchiha's family, it will definitely be a great achievement. Even if it is reasonable to say that such a kid should be protected by a powerful Jainin, but when he thinks of the merits of stifling Yetian, it's done. Concentrate your efforts and kill that Uchiha kid. Many Rock Shinobi rushed over immediately and collided with Konoha's ninjas. Uncle, be optimistic about yourself. Don't be accidentally killed. Xuan Yi casually said to Yumin-Ogawa Palace, and then rushed out immediately, and Iki also rushed out excitedly. The two sides began to fight. Konoha and Rock Shinobi are also old opponents. They have fought off and on many times in the Rain Country. Might Guy opened the second gate and broke through all obstacles with a powerful speed, kicking a Rock Shinobi who was caught off guard on the spot. Considering Guy's strength index, this Rock Shinobi is basically disabled. What's the matter with this kid? Is this ninjutsu or physique? He is also Konoha's genius, kill him. The other Rock Shinobi were also taken aback. 2 of them hurriedly turned around and began to resist Might Guy. More Rock Shinobi, but with red eyes, pounced on Iki. As long as the genius of the Uchiha family can be killed, it is worth the death of many people. The Erguya kid who is about 10 years old, it feels terrible just thinking about it. The 4 Rock Shinobi desperately involved Uminagawamiya and others, and even ignoring chakras wear and tear, used multiple earth flow walls one after another, continuously dividing the battlefield, and desperately creating opportunities for killing a kun. It's a good thing to have a goal, but if the reason is overwhelmed by the goal, then in the end it's just that I moved myself. It will kill people. Xuan Yi smiled in a low voice. Yuhui Kyuyan, fire style great fireball technique. A large group of flames burst out, and Rock Shinobi, who was killed by desperateness, carried it down with a petrification technique. The fireball was broken, and the 3 Rock Shinobi looked at Iki's face that was close at hand with cruel expressions. Be careful! Yumin-Ogawa Palace yelled. The next moment, Xuan Yi cleared the field with another shock wave, blasting the 3 Rock Shinobi into a frenzy. Being hit by this super shock wave in a short distance, the opponent flew out more than 50 meters. Ahara. Rade. Damn it, damn BD, what kind of technique is this? In the end, the surviving guy spouted blood, felt the internal organs in his chest, severely damaged, and roared in despair. This is Rock Shinobi, the last voice left to this world. You didn't die at this distance, is it because your petrification technique covers the front of your body? A good chnin, but it's a pity that you will die soon. Xian Yi shook his head. Iki had already pulled out kunao, and cut the opponent's neck with a single blow. Died. The faces of the remaining rock shinobi also changed wildly, and they had no idea that things would turn out to be like this. How could this happen? The Ahara team was finished in an instant. What's the matter with that fellow Chakra, using this powerful wind-style ninjutsu continuously? Looking at it, this little devil is also a wooden yetian. It's endless, right? A named rock shinobi started to vomit blood while beating. It wasn't that he was vomiting blood from the air, but he really vomited blood all of a sudden. The rock shinobi were shocked, their mouths were bitter, their eyes were red, and they didn't care to figure out the reason, so they immediately chose to retreat. None of the Konoha shinobi died, they have already lost more than half of them. And Jainin on rock shinobi's side has not appeared until now, which makes the rest of rock shinobi even more uneasy. But Konoha's people certainly wouldn't allow them to escape. Yuhui became more active, turned on the 2 Gojade Sharingan, swayed illusion, and controlled 3 rock shinobi one after another. Under the fire of Yumin Ogawa Palace and others, these 3 hapless guys also died. Rock shinobi, who blocked Guy, failed to escape and was killed one after another. One escaped. It's great, this is a big victory. Dominagawamiya was extremely excited, and none of his side died, and he killed the other 9 people. The performance of the 3 newcomers who had just joined the team shocked Mino's cognition. They are very satisfied with this result. But Xian Yi, at this time, was still in Jian. He won't let him escape, otherwise our information will be leaked. Xian Yi was planning to stimulate all the radiation and destroy that guy's body. In theory, it should be too late. But his movement suddenly stopped. It doesn't seem to be necessary. Teacher's Highway finally stopped watching the fun. In Xian Yi's perception, a large number of insects suddenly broke through the ground, gnawing away the escaped rock shinobi. Chapter 21, This Weeping Country. Rock shinobi, the last one to escape, was filled with anger. The 3 brats are not ordinary brats. They are obviously new generations who have been sent to the battlefield not long ago, so terrible. If these 3 are allowed to grow up, it will be another Sunin. Rock shinobi was incompetent and furious, but unfortunately, his team was almost wiped out, and it was no longer possible to seize this great opportunity to kill the 3 genius kids. More importantly, there is something wrong with my body. It seems that something has interfered with it. The refinement and operation of chakra are all insignificantly obscure. Unfortunately, he never had a chance to figure out the truth again. A large number of insect swarms broke through the surface. I don't know how long they lurked underground. At this moment, they finally rushed out, biting the rock shinobi into pieces. This is a worm, are you? In the last rock shinobi, even the corpse could not be left. The clothes and bones were all eaten clean. A Baramaze highway returns in secret. This guy's body is also full of that kind of toxin. What kind of poison is this, and when was it poisoned? Abarame pushed his sunglasses slightly and became more and more interested in Xian Yi. Is it poisoned through the air? This point is very similar to the man called a demigod. What a great newcomer, if he can grow up. Ms. Highway can't imagine Xian Yi's future. Ms. Highway, you are finally back. Even if you train these guys for us, you won't be too relieved. Xian Yi shrugged helplessly. Up there are 10 rock shinobi who have seen blood, and half of them are Chnin. Changed to another rookie team, and when the leader Jainin was away, he basically rushed to the street. Even Kakashi's team may be able to barely protect themselves. It took me some time to kill the enemy Jainin, and my bugs have long been lurking underground, and I am ready to support you at any time, but I didn't expect you to be so good. Highway said in a deep voice, although the tone was calm, but it was full of praise. The first time he went into battle, he shook and defeated the enemy with a powerful force. Such a squad is really exciting. Dominagawamiya laughed even more, slapped Xianyi's shoulder heavily. Yeah, kid, unexpectedly capable, you will become a genius like Kakashi. Chuangong, you are starting again, your broken mouth is always a bad thing. The group set off again, and half a day later, they arrived at the border post. This is Konoha's base camp on the western battlefield, next to Rain Shinobi village, shouldering the heavy task of fighting Rock Shinobi and Sand Shinobi. The current top commander is Tsunade. After delivering all the reels full of supplies to the west front camp, Highway also took the three of them and met with a certain friend. Namikaze Minato. Highway, it's been a long time since I saw you. I didn't expect you to be the leader of Jainin. Minato is a very sunny person, with a super affinity, coupled with strong strength. It is no wonder that such a man will attract attention. Yeah, I brought 3 very talented young people, but you were in a fight with the EPUB brothers on the east not long ago, and now you have hurried to the western front. Is it really okay? There is no way. Orochimaru-sama is now training in the village, and he will return to the western front in a while. Dealing with Rock Shinobi and Sand Shinobi, it is true that Orochimaru-sama is better at it. Minato clutched a blonde hair in distress. Jiraiya is on the eastern front, responsible for monitoring Cloud Shinobi village, and at the same time directing Hyuga and Uchiha to deal with Kirigakure guys who landed across the sea, so they can't move lightly. And Tsunade, although the nominal commander of the Western Front, was unable to fight on the front line because of the fear of blood disease. Naturally, Minato, a newly promoted Kage level, has become the strength of the Western Front. For him, a 20-year-old young man, it is still a bit difficult to carry the banner of the Western Front, but this is a step he must go through learning to lead. Fortunately, Minato's talent is terrifying, and his learning ability is even more outrageous. He is more and more handy in commanding. At this moment, Minato looked at Highway with some envy, and cultivated outstanding juniors by himself. It was really a good task. Are you Highway's subordinates? Come on, Highway is a very comprehensive ninja. If you study hard with him, you will surely grow a lot. After Minato encouraged Xianyi and the others, he immediately pulled Highway away, and the two of them muttered, they should be discussing war. It seems that the war here is not as tense as the east side. After leaving the camp, Ichiiman said casually. To the east, Hyuga and Uchiha are the two major Hitomisha families who are the main force against Kirigakure. Naturally, Ikki listened to the tribesmen about the battle in the east. Coupled with the extremely powerful military strength, Cloud Shinobi Village was the most aggressive village in the early days of the Third World War. It directly sent Jinchuriki to the battlefield, which once led to the most fierce battle on the Eastern Front. Now, Cloud Shinobi Village has temporarily ceased, and the West is still anxious. Konoha, Rock Shinobi, and Sand Shinobi all fought in the Land of Rain, smashing the Land of Rain. The 3 Shinobi villages themselves have not suffered direct damage. The 3 parties just stalemate in the Land of Rain. Consume each other. Don't be too careless, Kazue. Maybe the Western Front battlefield will become a place to change the direction of the ninja world. Xianyi said with a smile while tidying up her equipment. Yuhui naturally didn't believe it. But Xianyi was very clear. The war on the Western Front has always been an old and difficult problem. Cutting meat with a blunt knife will take a long time and it will be painful. This is the biggest dilemma Konoha faced in the whole process of the 3 wars. The background of the Battle of Kikyo Mountain that broke out at the end of the 3 wars was that Konoha was about to be pushed all the way to the gate of the village by Rock Shinobi and Sand Shinobi. If it weren't for Orochimaru's reliability, Minato and his 3 subordinates are super gods, the result is really hard to say. More importantly, is that the country of rain? It's a sad country, Tenten is crying. Xianyi looked towards the west, looking at the country that was always raining. A country like this is really suitable for growing rice. Xianyi suddenly sighed. Yuhui and Guy have question marks on their faces. Originally, they thought that their dreams were the mystery of world peace, and they were feeling sad for this war-torn country. Why did you talk about rice inexplicably? Xian Yisang's perspective on the issue is really strange. Yuhui and Guy looked at each other. But Xian Yi squinted, smiling at the tearful country of rain. At this time, Yahiko is still alive, right? That guy Danzo, he probably hadn't colluded with Hanzo, and attacked Akatsuki. Yahiko, an unrealistic idealist. Sure enough, it's better to die. Chapter 22 Chakra. 2 months later. There is something 100 meters ahead. It looks like a summoning beast, and his summoner is 20 meters on the left. Learn. Burn your youth. Accompanied by the screaming screams, the 3 of Xianyi, who had just experienced the fierce battle, immediately found a place to stop and repair. Within 2 months, the 3 of Xianyi were growing up at an astonishing speed. In this team, everyone was a genius with amazing potential. Guy can already open the 8 inner gates and open the 4th gate steadily. If you really want to fight, you can try to open the 5th gate, but at the cost of injury. Yuhui is still the Sharingan of the 2 Go Jade, and she has become more skilled in using these eyes of illusion. It seems that the 2 Tomos, which are slightly dim, have not really affected the power of these eyes. As for Xianyi, he has the most amazing growth rate. There are a lot of chakra reserves, and I really do what I want. Xianyi swallowed the unpalatable army ration pill, supplemented his physical strength, and showed a faint smile on his face. During these 2 months, he seized the time to refine chakra, and finally used most of the cells in the body. Just like this, it has already entered the chakra of Jainin level. Mrs. Highway ran out again to snipe the opponent's Jainin. He really likes to act alone. Guy ate the Junliang pill with big mouthfuls. For his gross nerves, he didn't have the energy to think about how unpalatable it was. As long as Xian Yisang doesn't say it is unpalatable, then this thing is delicious. This is the first time I have seen Jainin who likes to act solo. There are so many bugs that they do whatever they want. Ikki also smiled. Only then did the ghost know how many bugs Highway had spread secretly. As long as a Bearmay thinks about it, these worms can turn into worm clones to participate in the battle at any time. Highway Jainin's vision is all around, this is where his confidence lies. Hey? Someone broke in again. Be careful, this guy should be very strong. Xian Yi winked. In front, there is a guy who absorbs nuclear radiation very quickly, and looks extremely strong and confident. Soon, the enemy had arrived and went straight to the 3 of Xian Yi. Hey, I found you, Konoha's genius team. Is it Rock Shinobi again? Most of the guys we killed during this time were from your village. Ikki sneered. In addition to returning to the village for a short period of time for this Hyman team, it is also convenient for Xian Yi to recreate a new shadow clone to take care of Madara's grandmother. Most of the time, I was on the move, personally experiencing and participating in the low-intensity but extremely frequent Western Front wars. Their clashes with Rock Shinobi and Sand Shinobi are not once or twice. The 3 of you, Konoha's genius team, killed many of our companions. I will kill you with my own hands. Feldspar had a sullen look and made a bold move. Earth-style split the soil and turn the palm. The Feldspar slapped the ground, and in an instant, the entire ground began to burst open, and the astonishing cracks spread instantly, pointing directly at the 3 of Xian Yi. This guy is much stronger than the average Chunin, at least it's a special Jainin, kill him quickly, I'm afraid there will be a fierce battle in a while. Xian Yi acted immediately. The three turned into three afterimages and killed them in the whistling, and besieged the feldspar. Earth-style split soil turning needle. The feldspar slapped the palm of the hand, and countless soil needles suddenly struck, quite dense. If there is no countermeasure, they will be killed if they are not careful. Xian Yi directly sent a vibrating wave to clear the field, smashing all these soil needles. Is this your special wind-style escape technique? As expected, it is the same as in the intelligence. Feldstone sneered and turned around and ran away. Then, Xian Yi made a gesture, and the three of them also turned around and ran away. At this time, the feldspar was somewhat waxy. Damn it's kid, so cautious, there is no way. Feldstone's face changed slightly, and he bit his head and turned his head before continuing to chase. The voice just fell. On a rock, there was immediately a figure that melted out silently, holding Kobo in his hand, and severely slashing Xian Yi's neck. However, Guy, who is superb in physical skills, burst the third gate on the spot, punched out, and forced Yantai back. Have you finally come out? I remember that you are the dark ninja of Rock Shinobi Village. It's really hard for you to be able to bear it until you show up now. Xian Yi snorted and fell directly into the distance. Oh? You know my name, have you discovered me a long time ago? Your perception ninjutsu is more powerful than in the intelligence, Konoha kid, I want to kill you more and more. Yantai looked at him with a gloomy face. The unsuccessful surprise attack that had just been carefully prepared made him feel extremely bad. Feldspar and Yanti turned out to be these two guys. Xian Yi already remembered who they were. In the original book, Jiraiya used Rei's Nan to knock down the two unlucky ones. There are many people who want to kill us, and it will definitely not include you, all go to die. Xian Yi spoke. Immediately beginning to seal, the huge radiation layer spread, and in the whistling, it flooded into the rock iron body in a frantic manner. Fierce fighting broke out. Little devil, don't want to use your toxins to knock me down. In order to complete the task of killing you, this uncle has eaten dozens of antidotes in one breath. With red eyes, Yantai rushed over with a low growl, took out the short sword, and violently collided with Kobo in Xian Yi's hand. Sure enough, in 2 months, Rock Shinobi officially formulated the plan for the small hunting team. The talents displayed by the three of Xian Yi, as well as their amazing killing efficiency and strange abilities, successfully attracted the attention of Rock Shinobi and Sand Shinobi. The task of stifling the geniuses of a hostile village has always had a very high priority. Did Teacher's Highway be held back by your strong? However, we are enough to kill both of you. Ikki turned on Sharingan, with strong insight and illusion ability, and began to interfere with the feldspar, and together with Guy, they besieged the weaker feldspar. As for Xian Yi, he was facing the murderous dark ninja Iwaditsu alone, and for the first time facing a powerful enemy of the Jainin level, Xian Yi did not panic at all. He just kept making seals. Nuclear escape vibration wave. Oh, although this technique is powerful, how many times can you use chakra of your little devil? Yantai hurriedly raised his hand to split the ground and jumped directly into the crack. Quietly, it shuttled through the cracks, attacking like a ghost, at an astonishing speed. I don't know Fire Swanyi, this genius head second only to Hitaki Kakashi on the list of hunting geniuses, was taken by my dark ninja Iwaditsu in Rock Shinobi Village. Yantai's face showed deep greed and pleasure, and he slashed directly at Xian Yi's head. But the next moment, Xian Yi's hand speed suddenly accelerated. Faster and faster. Vibration wave. Vibration wave. Vibration wave. Rock Iron Man is stupid. Rumble. The whole earth was lifted up one layer after another, the terrifying sand and dust stirred, and the trees flew upside down. Under the successive attacks of this powerful shock wave, the ground was cut down by more than 1 meter. Yantai himself was smashed by unreasonable continuous heavy blows on the spot. Chapter 23. Rock Clone. Damn, it's Konoha, this is not the amount of chakra you should have at your age. Yantai was in a cold sweat, panting quickly, feeling extremely tired and weak. If it hadn't been cautiously sent out the Yan clone to test, the others would have disappeared. At this time, this kid's chakra should be exhausted. This kind of age has this kind of strength, this kind of kid must not stay. Somehow scarier than that Kakashi. Immediately, Yantai gritted his teeth and slapped him fiercely. With one blow, he pierced Xuanyi's chest. Unfortunately, I am also a clone. The nuclear avatar grabbed Yanti's arm. Even if the entire body began to melt at this moment, it still clung to it firmly. Then, opened his mouth. A cloud of nuclear radiation spurted out directly, and the entire figure of Xuanyi, the clone, was also melting, and all nuclear radiation began to fill Yanti's body. Stabbed. Yantai interrupted his arm with a single blow, then turned red, turned and killed Xuanyi's body in the other direction. But just halfway through the rush, he suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood and limp on the ground. My body! How come? I have obviously taken so many antidote. Yantai was stunned and fell to the ground and vomited blood, completely refusing to listen. Why do you think we don't rush to fix it, and then talk nonsense with you too? Xuanyi shook his head. You have blended yourself into the rock, enough to avoid most perception ninjutsu, but unfortunately, in front of my technique, the effect of rock is not that great. Just a little bit. Xuanyi was almost concealed, but the rock that Yanti chose to blend in was not thick enough to allow radiation to infiltrate a little bit. If this product was shot right from the beginning, instead of looking for a perfect one-strike chance, it would not be affected by the radiation to such an extent, it would be really miserable. Two special Jainin, attacking them who had just experienced a fierce battle, this tactic is very suitable. However, he had to fight to death, and finally he came out with his own finale. Since the fierce battle just now began, Xuanyi has been silently spreading a cloud of nuclear radiation, eroding Yantai's body frantically. Until this moment, directly detonated. What kind of poison is this? Our village can even remove part of the poison of that woman from Cho, so why doesn't it have any effect on you? Yantai never looked at him. In the past 2 months, Xuanyi's information has long been leaked, and many people know that this Konoha's genius, in addition to being suspected of being Wind Styles clearing ninjutsu, also possesses a weird ability to control poison. After paying a lot of lives, it was confirmed that this uncaptured toxin should be spread through the air, and therefore, the priority of hunting Xuanyi was mentioned to the extent that it was second only to Kakashi. The only thing that puzzled Rock Shinobi and Sand Shinobi was that they couldn't get any toxin samples anyway. It was incredible. Every recovered corpse and surviving living person can't find any form of poison in the body at all. There is no muscle, blood, bone marrow, and brain. It's as if toxins don't exist at all. My toxin is insoluble. As long as the infection is unrecoverable except for me, even if I am not dead, the poison will remain for life. Yantai, you who have eaten dozens of antidote in one breath, are really hard. In order to kill me, hold on to the drug reaction. Xuanyi took out Kyo and threw it far away, piercing Yanti's head with a single blow, and at the same time, quickly recovered the nuclear avatar. The other side. Guy also opened the 4th gate wound, teamed up with Iki, and tried his best to fight Feldspar. Magic Songhang technique. Kazue directly used Sharingan's pupil illusion to try to control the Feldspar. Damn it, Big Brother Yanti was actually. Feldspar was full of disbelief, and was about to run away in fright. I don't know who Oswanyi. It's more terrifying than that genius Kakashi. He must report to the village, such monsters must be killed by all means. But at this time, while he was breathing quickly, he finally realized that his physical condition was accumulating and there was a problem. The heart was beating violently, and the internal organs seemed to be burned, becoming more and more intense. It's the poison of that kid. Feldspar smiled miserably. Then, he was taken advantage of by Iki's illusion, and finally Guy hit the heart with a violent punch and died instantly. Hoo, so tired, Xian Yisang actually killed the enemy faster than us, it's really amazing. Guy untied the 8 inner gates and sat down on the ground, exhausted. Yu Hui wiped the sweat from her forehead, moved her eyes, and looked at Xian Yi's body in shock, the still abundant chakra. As if there was no reduction at all. What kind of monster is this? I heard from people in the clan that there is a guy named Hoshigaki Kisame on Mist Shinobi, and there are so many chakras. It's hard to say that Xian Yisang is also such a talented person. Yu Hui turned purple with envy. This time there is no problem, we are safe. Rock Shinobi's hunting plan for us is nothing more. Xian Yi opened his eyes and said lightly. The hunting goal is right. When the 3 of them grow up, it is definitely a nightmare for each other. Unfortunately, the method is wrong, and they have to play dormant and surprise attacks. All you need to do is to attack. Hey! At this time, a bear maze highway carried a corpse and appeared beside the 3 of them. Ah, Teacher's Highway, are you finally back? Are you not afraid that we will be killed? Xian Yi rubbed his neck. It took me a little time to deal with this guy. In order to hold me down, the other party developed very meticulous tactics. I also know the specific situation through the bugs. Your Excellence exceeded my expectations. After a fierce battle, I designed and killed 2 special Jainin. Ji nodded slightly, and being able to make such obvious movements showed that he was more than satisfied in his heart, it was simply a surprise. Just now, he almost couldn't help launching a large number of worms hung around to cover the escape of Xuan Yi's trio. It was very simple. Just creating 2 worm clones was enough to drag Rock Shinobi's 2 guys. But unexpectedly, the 3 of Xian Yi directly completed the anti-kill. Especially Jainin, although it is much worse than normal Jainin, it is amazing enough to be able to do this step. Even compared to Kakashi of the same age, it's not too much. Especially Xian Yi, to a certain extent, its degree of danger has actually far surpassed Kakashi. A group of 4 people set off to return. En route. Xian Yi, I have one thing to ask you. Highway hesitated and said in a low voice. Some of my bugs have undergone strange changes. They seem to be able to swallow chakra in a large amount in a short period of time, and then their size expands sharply. Such bugs are too dangerous and inconvenient. Put it directly into my body. Chapter 24. The Aberame clan is about to rise. Radiation can cause unpredictable consequences for the genes of life, and 90% of the consequences are extremely bad. However, if the power of radiation spreads to the stubborn, numerous but simple structured insects, that will become very interesting. The vast majority of worms will inevitably die, and then a very small number of individuals will undergo genetic mutations and forcefully survive. Now, Highway Jainin is facing this situation, but this strange situation makes Highway Jainin, who is completely unprepared, feel at a loss. A worm that can swell rapidly. Yes, in their normal form, they are no different from ordinary bugs, but as soon as I feed chakra, they will go crazy and swallow endlessly, and their size will swell hundreds of times. In the camp, Highway pushed his sunglasses, a little embarrassed. As the only insect control clan in the ninja world, he has seen and cultivated countless insects. However, the worms that I have kept for many years suddenly become like this, which is really weird. Highway looked at Xian Yi's frowning face. So, is it really because of too much exposure to the poison of your subordinates, and then an unknown upgrade appeared? Xian Yi, the poison of your master, is it really just poison? Highway's IQ is extremely high. He has guessed that this may not be a toxin in the conventional sense after getting along in the past 2 months. Teacher, I want to take a look at this interesting bug. Xian Yi said. Highway directly stretched out his index finger, and the ordinary-looking worm, the size of a grain of rice, was slowly crawling. Xian Yi feeds chakra directly. In the next moment, the worm immediately began to furious, and madly rushed towards Xianyi's palm, chewing on chakra, and while eating, his body was also expanding at an astonishing speed, becoming the size of a fist. So that's the case, it really was an upgraded bug that was affected by me. Teacher's highway can be sure, have you never heard of this kind of bug before? I'm sure, there are hundreds of insects that I have cultivated. I have never seen such a weird insect. Xianyi nodded slightly, thinking, the more I thought about it, the more I felt that this bug seemed a bit familiar. Isn't this thing just sending big bugs? The worm is the killer tool that Aberame Shino brought out in the Fourth World War. He directly punched the Ten-Tails split body, and then a few bugs got into the Ten-Tails split body. In a short period of time, the body swelled sharply, and Ten-Tails was easily removed. The split body is crushed from the inside to the outside. Imagine the scene where a huge split body of Ten-Tails was eaten by a few big black bugs that were so huge, and then howled and fell. This kind of bug that can deal with the tail beast. At this time, it hasn't been born yet. If it is well cultivated, it can be used to deal with the large summoning beasts that deal with the enemy. Teacher's highway, this can be regarded as strengthening one of your shortcomings. Xianyi clutched this violent worm with both hands. Squeak! The big black bug let out an irritable hiss, his mouth parts closed and he was about to bite off Xianyi's head fiercely. A gleam of light flashed through Highway's eyes under the sunglasses. Really, it can still be like this. If this bug can further expand its size and increase the number, find a way to control it, maybe, my Aberame clan, maybe I can also have the means to fight the tail beast. That is the tail beast, the incarnation of calamity, the terror aggregate of countless chakras. The sheer size alone makes human beings daunted. Even some cage-level powerhouses feel bound to deal with the tail beasts and lack direct and effective means of suppression. Large summoning beast. Rao's Highway's heart is superb, and his heartbeat suddenly accelerated at this moment, and his breathing was short of breath. He looked at Xianyi's meaningful face. I understand, Xianyi, you are really a junior who can frequently surprise me. After returning to the village, you are welcome to come to my house as a guest. We need to have a good chat. Extremely happy, Teacher's Highway. Xianyi smiled and nodded, returned the big bug to his highway, and then walked out of the camp. He looked up at the grey sky. Although I have prepared it for a long time, this result is not bad. Send the big bug. With this kind of bug, or even more upgraded bugs that may appear in the future, as a bargaining chip, I will bind the powerful Aberame family to me. It's not bad here. Xianyi chuckled lightly. Insects are indeed a very fast upgraded species, which is much faster than humans' upgrade speed. Xianyi sang, what are you talking about? Do you have to talk with us behind your back? Yuhui stood outside, holding her hair lightly, smiling. Ah, the human being in front of us seems to be upgraded at a considerable speed. It has grown to this point in just over a year. No, I'm just discussing a new task. Now it's up to Teacher's Highway's decision. Xianyi smiled faintly. He doesn't worry that people like Highway will betray him, but this affects the clan luck and involves the power that is sufficient to revitalize the clan and can be passed on continuously. Even if Hokage notices that something is wrong, don't try to start with the secret technique of the Aberame clan, otherwise, the secret technique families such as Umound and Inoshika will never give up. Quietly, I widened the road again. Hey? What is Xianyi-sang talking about? I don't understand. Guy looked at him with a confused expression. West Base Camp. Tsunade, the nominally supreme commander on the Western Front, just finished processing a bunch of documents and released a brand new task schedule. He stretched his waist and was about to take a break. But after raising his head, he was shocked and instinctively made a fighting posture. Hey? What? It's a little ghost. When did you come? Don't say a word. Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief. Unacceptable. They have obviously been waiting for almost 5 minutes, have you not noticed it at all? Highway pushed the sunglasses and directly handed a scroll. I'll hand over the task. These are 2 special Jainin and 1 Jainin head from Rock Shinobi. Oh? As expected of Highway, you are here, and you have shared a lot of pressure for me. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction and sat down on the seat, causing a violent shaking, which was magnificent. Highway lowered his head and said solemnly, Master Tsunade, you are misunderstood. Of these 3 people, as long as the Jainin was killed by me, the 2 special Jainin have nothing to do with me. What? Is it possible that the new generation team you led did it? What a joke. Although they are excellent, they are too young after all. How can you kill 2 special Jainin at this age? Highway, you rarely have such a humor. Tsunade laughed. Master Tsunade, you know me. I never make a joke. My 3 subordinates are very good, very good. They are truly geniuses. Chapter 25 Man, I want you to help me practice. After repeated confirmation, Tsunade was really surprised. 3 young kids unexpectedly joined forces to kill 2 special Jainin from Rock Shinobi? Of course, Tsunade doesn't care about the rubbish title of Rock Shinobi's Dark Ninja, but considering the age of the 3 of Xianyi, even if some tricks are used, it is quite amazing. Except for Hitaki Kakashi, I have never seen younger generations who grow so fast. In this new generation, there are many amazing children. Tsunade sighed, and suddenly asked, that little devil named Xianyi, I heard that his blood inheritance limit can create a very good toxin. Coming. Highway pushed his sunglasses. Yes, it's a very powerful poison. It's a weapon Xianyi uses to restrain the enemy. Well, such a guy who likes to use poison, I think Orochimaru is very interested in him. Just take out a few kinds of poison, it is enough for this kid to study. Tsunade rested his chin and kept tapping the tabletop. Tsunade knows poison very well. The main function of her sitting on the Western Front is to stabilize the military's mind and deter the enemy, and second is to interpret the poison of that old woman in seconds. But Tsunade doesn't like making drugs, and is more keen on toxins, but Orochimaru. However, if such a kid is following you, he must be very helpless. His toxin can easily be cracked by your badworm. The badworm is really a powerful omnipotent insect. Tsunade laughed. This time, Highway did not speak, but Tsunade Chuandang had already acquiesced. Soon, Tsunade began to formally block the information of the 3 of Xianyi. Although, doing so can only delay the speed at which the Xianyi trio are completely exposed, because Rock Shinobi and Sand Shinobi have already begun to circulate relevant information about the Xianyi trio. And, vaguely, began to pass back to the Konoha Shinobi on the battlefield. When Highway took his 3 subordinates, once again left the Western Front camp and embarked on a journey back to Konoha. There are already some Konoha Shinobi players who have fought with the enemy, and they have begun to notice the Chi minority team. The newcomer team led by the elite Jainin's Highway has completed 9 B-level missions and 1 A-level mission in just 2 months. This is an amazing number. The name of the new generation geniuses of the 3 of Xianyi began to circulate initially, although, except for a few people who have worked with Xianyi and others, most people have no idea what exactly these 3 new generations are. Know that the strength is very strong and the potential is very high. The newcomer led by Highway Jainin must be very talented. I really look forward to their future. I heard that the leader is a descendant of the Shiranui clan. Many Konoha Shinobi people showed relief and joy on their faces as they watched Swanyi and others walk all the way out of the camp. The more talented descendants in my village, the better. Humph, a bunch of idiots. If you want to inquire about Swanyi and the others, just ask me. I'm the first person to cooperate with them. Hey? Brother Chuangong is familiar with them. Of course, they are very amazing little ghosts. It looks like they are going back to the village. I hope everything goes well for them. Among the crowd, Yumin Ogawa Palace wished heartily. On the way home. Squeak. Ah, why did Jita Chong suddenly become restless? Teacher's highway, you have to keep them under control. Yida insect? A very apt name, but these insects are too manic. I can only cut off the supply of chakra to prevent their growth. The 4 members of this Hixiao team looked helplessly at the few big black bugs crawling all over the floor. I don't know what's going on. These upgraded worms, now a new species called worms, suddenly became frantic and rushed into Highway's body. Fortunately, Highway threw these things out in time. I need to spend some time to screen out the tens of thousands of insects in my body, take out the upgraded insects individually, and recultivation. Highway took out the scroll, and summoning came out with a large number of bottles and cans, sealed these bugs in, causing them to fall into a deep sleep state, and then gave these bottles and cans to summoning away. Summoning technique, really convenient summoning technique. Xian Yi is very interested in this technique. I can teach you. After solving the episode of Ji Da's runaway, the 4 returned to Konoha village all the way. After strict screening by the guards and the secret signals, it was confirmed that the 4 of them were not pretending to be enemies, and let them go directly. Highway first went to the Hokage building to report, and the 3 of Xian Yi ushered in a brief period of freedom. Every time I go back to Konoha, I feel that this is the true meaning of peace. War or something is simply the worst thing. Standing on the street, Xian Yi squinted and sighed as he looked at the villagers coming and going. In order to protect this precious peace, in order to fulfill Xian Yisang's dream, that's why I have to practice hard to protect all this. Guy clenched his fists, fighting spirit burning in his eyes. Oh? Guy, it seems that you know Xian Yisang's will well, so it is your dream to fulfill his dream. Yes, this is youth. Xian Yisang, icky, my blood is boiling. I decided to run upside down and run 3 laps around the village. Want to be together? No, it's really hard for you, Guy. Guy stood upside down with regret and ran away, raising long dust on the street. Xian Yi sang, there are only 2 of us left now. What are your plans recently? Yu Hui put his hands back and smiled. At first glance, it looks like a girl full of expectations, waiting for her lover to make a romantic response. But actually, I plan to take time to study the new technique, Kazue. It seems that you have a more specific plan. If I refuse, will you choose to attack me when the night is dark and the wind is high, and then achieve your goal? Hehe, I don't dare to do this. No one knows how many whole cards Xian Yisang hides, and what kind of agreement he reached with Teacher's Highway. Jita Chong, that kind of peculiar bug, seems to have something to do with that. A hint of danger flashed across Icky's smiling face. The power of radiation was first tasted by Yu Hui. After eating the soil for a year, she did not hesitate to severely deplete her body, but she also relied on this intense stimulus to become stronger. Therefore, when she saw the worm, she immediately thought of the reason, and she felt a serious sense of crisis in her heart. It was a feeling that something unique to oneself was suddenly taken away. Xian Yisang, I thought about it and made a decision. Xian Yisang, I want you to help me practice. Chapter 26 The Mediocre Peng Bird. After all, Xian Yi still did not agree to help her practice or something, it was not the time yet. Compared to practicing, Xian Yi finally had the opportunity to study Yi Hui's body. The basement in Yu Hui's house. It's a great place to do experiments or something, it's perfect here. A faint smile appeared on Xian Yi's face, and he pressed Yu Hui to the experimental platform in one hand, drawing blood and observing in one go. Xian Yisang's expression has become very solemn. Is my body also upgraded, just like those worms? Yu Hui still had a false smile on her face, and she spoke calmly. Xian Yi, dressed in a white coat, nodded slightly, it seems that you are already mentally prepared. If you want to rely on this method to gain strength, you have to pay a price. I don't know where your body has been upgraded, but I guess very bad. A mediocre person who is 10 years old and less than 11 has actually surpassed the average Chunin in terms of strength. This radical increase guarantees that Yuhui has already begun to develop cancer in her body. After checking it carefully, sure enough, there is something wrong with your cells. They are rarer than ordinary people. They multiply faster, but they have a shorter lifespan. There are also sporadic cells that are extremely active and continue to divide themselves endlessly. This is cancerous. After drawing more than a dozen tubes of blood, Xianyi found the clue and spoke lightly. Cancer cell. Judging from this situation, Yuhui now can almost be said to be an early cancer patient. Moreover, it is a full range of cancer: internal organs, muscles, fibers, bone marrow, brain, all. Cancer, a disease I have never heard of. How long can I live? Yuhui was very calm. Perhaps, she had already had this kind of consciousness, and she was willing to pay the price in order to break the fate of mediocrity. But Xianyi did not immediately respond. He directly transmitted some chakra. After being stimulated by chakra, those cancerous cells immediately undergo strange changes, and their activity is even more amazing. The power of chakra. If you stop accepting my strength now, depending on your physique, you may be able to alleviate the deterioration. It will not be a problem to be optimistic in life for 10 to 20 years. However, you will no longer have the current rate of progress, and it will be difficult to even maintain your current strength. Xianyi looked at Iki, who was lying quietly on the experimental platform. Yike was silent for a while, and finally spoke. Xianyi sang, "Please help me in my practice. Is it decided? Your body has been receiving my power frequently, and a large number of healthy cells have been killed. This has led to a certain degree of weakening of your physique, and the ability to carry my power will also decline, which will make your body worse. This is a vicious circle. If it continues, you will only live for 3 years at most. Even worse, you will only have 1 or 2 years of life." Xianyi looked at the man in front of her with deep eyes. In order to continue to maintain the talented persona, do this step. Is it really worth it? Do you spend your whole life just to bloom the beauty of this moment? But, Kazue, do you really understand what cancer means? Even if there is a panacea-like energy like chakra, which runs through the connection between the mind and the material, temporarily suppressing some things that should have happened, but carcinogenesis is never just cancer. A faint smile appeared on Yuhui's face, and he smiled as always. Xianyi sang, "You are a genius, absolutely can't understand my feelings. Awaken a new bloodline. But I am different. I have been a mediocre person since I was born. This is the definition given to me by the clan: mediocre talent, mediocre understanding, and even the possibility of awakening Sharingan in my entire life. Minimal. Can you understand that feeling? In Uchiha, a giant chasing strength, everyone has their own position and shows their life's worth to the full. I am a mediocre, but there is no value. When I found that place by accident, the place Xianyi Sang created, the intense stimulation that brought to the body made me realize that the turning point of fate had come. In 1 year, I ate all the plants there, and then began to eat the soil, desperately absorbing the kind of power that can stimulate the body. I can feel that I am getting stronger. When I awakened Sharingan, the moment, in the dead of night, I knelt on the ground and wept bitterly. 1 year. If there is a year to bloom with brilliance that has never been seen in my life, I am very willing, even if the price is to dedicate my life to the devil." Yuhui sat up directly, put on her clothes, and combed her long black hair leisurely. Quietly, a lot of black hair fell. Yuhui's movements didn't stop in the slightest, as if she hadn't seen it at all. It's amazing. Everyone has their own obsessions. Birds who have tasted soaring will never allow themselves to stay in the chicken coop. Icky, maybe I can find a way to heal you before you die. Xian Yi said lightly, although you have some clues, you still don't have too much hope. Yu Hui smiled, no, I remember that when you killed Yan Tai, you said that the individuals who have been infected by you are incurable. Yes, I did say that, but if it is you, if you can do this step, you can naturally do even crazier things, so maybe you can find another way. Xian Yi spoke calmly. Chakra. This is the combined power of mind and body, from matter to energy, from this world to the pure land of Huangchuan, this power is everywhere. Chakra needs to be refined by combining the soul power of an individual with the life power of 13 billion cells in the body. Ordinary cells will die after a certain number of divisions, but cancer cells are recognized as split madmen, possessing the ability to divide themselves endlessly. If all cancer cells can be controlled and used as a reserve for refining chakra, maybe it can extend some lifespan. In the Hokage world, ninjas seem to be cancer-free. When chakra is extracted, the life energy of cancer cells is extracted to achieve the effect of suppressing or even killing them. Or, really like I guessed, that is almost absurd possibility. Xian Yi looked at the back of Yu Hui slowly leaving. The sample is too small, especially considering that the ninja profession is life-threatening, and there are very few who can live to 50. Some guesses, whether it can be achieved, have to go through more detailed calculations and screenings, and conduct final experiments. The so-called vitality divides infinitely to reach cancer cells that are immortal in a certain sense, and between chakra, after all. Yu Hui, if you can really pass this level, maybe you can really become a bird flying above the 9 heavens. 10 years of no sound, Yiming is amazing. Chapter 27 Orochimaru. Uchiha Ethnic Land. On the training ground, two figures were fighting fiercely, the intensity of which was far beyond the level that ordinary Chunin could involve. Hey! Kazue suddenly took out a large number of shurikens and threw them out, and at the same time his figure quickly retreated, and the considerable pupil power quickly gathered in his left eye. Magic Songhang Technique. This technique is the Sharingan pupil technique illusion technique, which can make people see the image of fear in the heart. It's useless, I also have Sharingan, this kind of illusion can't cause me. The next moment, this Uchiha Chunin looked startled. In his vision, there were only the corpses of countless people, dripping with blood. Not good. I will be. This Chunin tried to react, but unfortunately, it was too late. He was seriously injured on the spot by Yu Hui using the Great Fireball technique. Okay, good job. Aside, Uchiha nodded in satisfaction, leaning on a cane in one hand. I'm really sorry, Ikisama is so strong, those eyes can actually make me fall into illusion. The Chunin barely got up. Despite the burns all over, he knelt on one knee respectfully, and then staggered away to heal his injuries. It's really hard for you. Yu Hui smiled and looked at each other's back. Setsuna said, Iki, the speed of your strength improvement has exceeded my expectations. In more than a year, you have become the top genius in the clan, and I am very satisfied. Thank you elders for serving for the clan and showing my talents. This is my value. Yu Hui smiled. She looked at Akun who was about to leave, and suddenly said, your mood is not high. Even if you try to disguise, you still show clues. This can't be hidden from my eyes. A pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan is appearing in the eyes of momentum. Iki, it seems that you are in trouble, have you quarreled with your companions? But you obviously get along well, or are you confused about your future? Setsuna's gaze was extremely vicious, but he had been the guy who has been in power since second Hokage came to power. More importantly, he, Setsuna, inherited Uchiha Madara's will and is the most radical guy in Uchiha. No, elder, I just think it's great to be able to shine in this era. Yu Hui lightly stretched her hair. That's the case, but the light of fireflies is not comparable to the sun after all. Icky, you seem to be thinner than before, and your skin is paler. If I guess it's correct, it's probably a hemorrhagic disease, right? Setsuna stood calmly on the spot, looking at the genius with a slight pause in his figure, his eyes deep. On the old face, there is only endless peace. Elder, you. I've said it a long time ago. You can't hide from my eyes. When all the options are removed and your vision is confounded, this is the only possibility. Instantly sighed with emotion. Sure enough, it was a hemorrhagic disease. It was almost a curse. In the past 1,000 years, it has always wandered like a ghost among the ranks of geniuses. Not only the Uchiha clan, but also other ancient groups, occasionally such examples appear. The more enchanting young people, the closer to this insolvable curse. The more you excavate the power of the bloodline, the more it will explode the curse in the bloodline. The principle of this is. The doubt in the eyes of the moment was fleeting. He couldn't figure out the reason behind this. But he had to let Kazue survive. The hemorrhagic disease that broke out at the age of 10 is really terrible. According to normal logic, Uchiha's talent is definitely the best Uchiha clan. Even Madara, at this age, may not be able to catch up with Uchiha. Only. It's just that, Kazue, your hemorrhagic disease is really just your own cause, is it not affected by any external factors? Setsuna stared at Ikki's stubborn gaze. At this moment, Masuna had roughly figured it out. Without knowing Huo Suanyi, the brand new blood succession boundary can allow a person judged to be mediocre in a clan to quickly grow to this point. And this pair of bizarre 2-go Jade Sharingan. It's really amazing. But it seems that the price is also heavy. Can your disease be cured? Yes, it should be. Setsuna nodded slightly, and said slowly, although I am old, I still have experience. If you encounter problems in the future, you can come to me, maybe I can help you. Ikki, the entire Uchiha clan will always be you. Backing up, remember this. After speaking, the elder instantaneous turned and left. Kazuki looked at the almost undefended back of the moment, and paused for a while, and then continued his practice casually. Even if life is about to end, some things still need to be done. Xuanyi left Yuhui's home, thinking about finding time to establish a secret laboratory of her own. Hey, isn't this Ikki's companion? Would you like to try my barbecued pork? No, Uncle Hand burning, definitely next time. Xuanyi responded with a smile. In this era, the biotechnology in the Hokage world has only advanced to the cell level. To carry out deeper research, truly sophisticated high-end instruments are needed. While thinking about it, Xuanyi also planned to leave the Uchiha clan. Immediately he patted his head. Almost forgot, shadow clone technique. Boom. 2 shadow clone appeared and ran to Obito's house together. Obito's grandma, we're here to change shifts again, we won't let you have an accident. Kuwu. Vaguely, there seemed to be an adult's curse. Xian Yuquan didn't hear it, after all, everyone is so familiar with it, and there is no need for politeness, and it is fine to say something inwardly occasionally. After leaving the Uchiha clan, Xuanyi walked directly into the food court, rarely planning to spend some time relaxing. The voice is full of people, it's really good, but how many of these people will die in war in the next 20 years? Peace is really a luxury dream. Xuanyi shook his head slightly. Throughout the Hokage series, no one has found a real and feasible path to peace. Even after the 4 world wars, Tsutsuki Kagaya was sealed. The so-called peace created was nothing more than the death of a large number of the global population, resulting in the scarce remaining population being able to enjoy enough resources. Mutual understanding between people? The road to the prince will fail after 1 or 2 generations at most. For things like eternal peace, Xuanyi had already realized and had vague plans to find his own way. Suddenly. What? Look at each other. Damn it, BD Xianyi. Why are you here? Anko, who smashed a bunch of balls in one bite, was furious in an instant. But Xianyi's attention has been directly moved away from Anko in a kimono, and fell to the figure next to her. Also wearing a kimono. Orochimaru. Are you Xianyi-kun? What a nice junior. Finally met. Orochimaru stretched out a long tongue, rolled a bunch of balls into his mouth, and said hoarsely. Chapter 28, as expected, I still can't get around White Zetsu. Finally met. Orochimaru looked at Xianyi with interest. The long snake head licked unconsciously, rolling up string after string of balls and stuffing it into his mouth. Wow! There are monsters. An innocent child passing by was scared and cried on the spot, and screamed and ran away. It's an honor to meet for the first time, Lord Orochimaru. Xianyi bent down slightly, showing no special features, and he didn't even think about whether this meeting was accidental or deliberate, because it was meaningless. Teacher, this is the guy who caused me to lose the game last time, damn it. Anko looked angry, eager to try, and planned to challenge Xianyi. Because of being defeated by a bit of blood, Anko has become a stepping stone to the fame of Xianyi. Get down, Anko, you are not his opponent now, but the opponent is Mu Yetian, who has already begun to become famous, and he will lose to you without any reason. Orochimaru let out a deep and hoarse laugh. However, the awakening blood of Xianyi-kun really surprised me, and it was able to achieve cell-level destruction and distortion. Orochimaru felt excited when he thought of the large number of oral cells he had collected from Anko's mouth. It has changed. The oral cells that should have been normal have exploded with a certain degree of mutation in an alarming proportion. Thank you very much about Anko, Xianyi-kun. If you take away that power later, I'm afraid Anko will be killed by you. Orochimaru gave a terrible smile. I'm really sorry, I don't want such a thing to happen. I didn't blame you, but I look forward to your performance. Maybe you will become my subordinate. Orochimaru stared at Xianyi, his eyes seemed to be looking at rare treasures. What did he find? A mobile treasure house that can trigger cell upgrades. This is a fatal attraction for Orochimaru, who is madly collecting and studying various blood inheritance boundaries in pursuit of immortality. Cell mutation means the unknown, and Orochimaru's favorite is the unknown. Xianyi watched Orochimaru drag Anko away with a smile. Similarly, he ordered some balls from the vendor just now and quietly found an empty place to eat. The sun is setting. At dusk, Xianyi got up and returned. Sure enough, Orochimaru was targeted. If I were a scientist, I would definitely be interested in radiation. Xianyi smiled and shook his head. This is really bad news. Without strength, he rushed into close contact with Orochimaru, and it was easy to be swallowed. It seems that we must seriously consider what we will do next. That night, in the secret laboratory, Orochimaru is conducting experiments as always. He will dissect the corpses secretly collected from the battlefield one by one, carrying out complicated experiments. Giggle. Orochimaru, Hiruzen's old man can't wait any longer. He needs you to go to the battlefield to share the pressure for him. Shimura Danz walked in with a cold face. I have been prepared for a long time, but you, Danzo, according to normal, are you going to the Eastern Front to deal with the clowns of Mist Shinobi? Why are you still reluctant to act? Orochimaru sneered. Danzo's face sank. I don't need you to tell me what to do. Don't forget your identity. I see, what a staid guy. Orochimaru went down with a knife and dug out a heart from the corpse, carefully storing it in a container. After a while, Danzo became impatient. When will you do what you promised the old man? When will the experiment of fusion of Hashirama cells and Sharingan begin? All right, wait a minute, I need more Sharingan as a specimen. Humph, I will find a way to get more eyes, but you have to produce results. Danzo glanced at the laboratory full of severed limbs and turned away blankly. It's not easy to want Sharingan. He immediately set off to the eastern front, where the main force of the Uchiha clan was fighting against the Mist Shinobi ninja, and people died every day. I remember, the new generation genius of Uchiha's family is a member of this Hyman team. In Danzo's one eye, there was a gloomy mood. Hey, although you have just joined the Roots recently, you must have been aware of it. Now, I need you to monitor everyone in this Hyman team and brainwash Yuhui and Swanyi to find a way to get them to join the Roots. Danzo walked out of the laboratory and gave orders to the Root members who were guarding at the door. Understood, Lord Danzo, everything is for Konoha. Genitsu and Ikki are the ninjas that the Root needs, but Master Hokage. Don't worry about Hiruzen. If the two of them are willing to join the Roots, even Hiruzen won't have time to stop them. Danzo spoke indifferently. Saihei nodded slightly and followed Danzo silently. The look under his mask is full of reverence whenever he looks at Danzo. And Danzo, who felt the blazing gaze, was very satisfied in his heart. Abarame Shijiro, the ninja who mastered the nano-poisonous insect, is really good and has the consciousness to dedicate his life to Konoha. Xian Yi sat on the bed, sinking in consciousness, and once again entered the dim space. This time, he stood at a distance of 90 meters from Godzilla, which is considered to have advanced 10 meters. I can no longer move forward. With my chakra, I can only do this step. Xian Yi gathered a large amount of chakra together, which is comparable to Janin's chakra, the most, and it just made the big guy in front of him make a slight response. This made Xian Yi very helpless, really a terrifying big man. During the daytime meeting with Orochimaru, Swanyi had a huge sense of crisis, which drove him to find a way to gain stronger power. The most ideal situation is to quickly gain Godzilla's power, not to mention making me a Godzilla. At least, I must have the ability to create a coat similar to the tail beast. If you want to fight cage level, you need to have a whole card. If you can't reach the overall strength, then you have to find a way to achieve it. He is now similar to the existence of Jinchuriki, following the path of Jinchuriki, which is a more appropriate path in the imagination. Only, this big guy sleeps so badly, and he's not interested in anything except chakra. It's really difficult. Xian Yi sat cross-legged at a position of 90 meters, pondered for a moment, with determination in her eyes. It takes a risk. The source of things like chakra is the Ten Tails sacred tree. If you want to study chakra, you can't get around the sacred tree anyway, and there is something in his hand that has something to do with the sacred tree. The body of White Zetsu. Chapter 29 Cancer Doppelganger. For the next 3 days, Xian Yi had been soaking in the laboratory. He even began to extract his own cells and compare them with White Zetsu's cells to make a certain attempt. This kind of experimental equipment is too rough, and we still need to find a way to get more sophisticated instruments. Xian Yi frowned slightly and began to study White Zetsu's cells. This is also the first time he began to study this thing systematically. If you want to have a Godzilla coat, you must first feed Godzilla a large amount of chakra, so that this big guy can be awakened initially. Then I need a stable chakra maker. The White Zetsu cell can also be understood as the sacred tree cell. It has strong vitality. If you can pry into the secret of this thing. Xian Yi calmly cut off a part of White Zetsu's body. In the past 2 months or so, Xian Yi has shined on the Western Front battlefield, except for his blood succession ability that makes the enemy feel at a loss. The nuclear escape clone also made great contributions. With the White Zetsu flesh and blood as the carrier of the chakra core, my own body tissue as the skeleton, combined with the shadow clone's replication principle, the nuclear clone created, to a certain extent, it is not inferior to the wood-style clone. The only difference is battery life and stability. Looking at all the clone techniques in Hokage, wood-style clones are simply the most popular clones. They are separated separately and can be used as individuals. They have no shortcomings in combat power, endurance, anti-strike ability, and self-healing ability. When Madara faced the 5 shadows, he simply used a bunch of wood-style avatars to drive Susanoo separately and beat them around the 5 shadows. It was almost impossible. But the problem is that my nuclear escape clone is incomplete. Even the white Zetsu clone cannot withstand nuclear radiation for a long time. All white Zetsu cells are killed by the radiation, which eventually causes the entire nuclear escape clone to be distorted and distorted. Collapse. Xuanyi was observing white Zetsu cells under the microscope. Even if white Zetsu had been dead for so long, there were still a large number of cells still alive. This kind of vitality is terrifying. Xuanyi doesn't have the vitality brought by this Kagaya bloodline, but the master in his hand holds another thing with huge vitality. Cancer cell. But the biggest problem with cancer cells is disorder and aggressiveness. They are crazy self-replicating and proliferating, but there is a serious lack of control methods. Once the cancer cells are scaled up, they will evolve into terrible cancers. My nuclear clone can rely on white Zetsu cells to get started, but I can't rely on white Zetsu cells to target wood-style clones. Stronger than white Zetsu cells, it cannot withstand long-term nuclear radiation. According to Xuanyi's estimation, a nuclear escape clone can only maintain health for up to 15 minutes. If it exceeds 15 minutes, the longer it takes, the faster it will collapse. This is still in the case of not fighting. If high-intensity fighting is carried out, the lifespan will be drastically shortened. So, to find something that can replace white Zetsu cells and at the same time support the core of radiation erosion, Xuanyi has already conceived, especially considering that the ghost of white Zetsu has no internal organs and no brain. It is just a creature constructed from a single cell. It should connect all cells with spirits so that it can think and speak. Considering the experience-sharing feature of Shadow Clone, Xuanyi groaned, took out a tube of blood, and carefully observed Yuhui's cancer cells. He directly attacked himself, drew a tube of blood, and began to try to cultivate his own core. After many cells were separated again, they lost the stable symbiosis mechanism constructed by Xuanyi and Godzilla, and quickly became aberrant under the ravages of nuclear radiation. After countless attempts, Xuanyi finally gave birth to his own cancer cells. Then, carefully extract the cancer cells and conduct crazy cultivation. By directly inputting chakra's omnipotent energy as energy, it can stimulate the growth of cells. Xuanyi transferred her chakra to it. In the next moment, an amazing change occurred. The sporadic cancer cells exploded at this moment with an exaggerated increase, and they replicated crazily at an exponential rate. Under Xuanyi's huge supply of chakra, a mass of wriggling flesh began to expand frantically from scratch at an astonishing speed. Bang bang bang! The glassware exploded on the spot. This thing! Xuanyi stood on the spot to observe, and then sprayed out a great fireball technique, burning the mass of flesh and blood. However, the impact and burning of the fireball did not destroy the meat, but made it even more crazy after being traumatized. Vaguely, the flesh is squirming sharply, and being guided by the power of chakra, it is equivalent to carrying the spiritual energy of Xuanyi to some extent. The thing that really made Xuanyi's heart jump happened. This lump of meat, the more chakra swallowed, the more its appearance transforms into a human form, and its appearance looks like Xuanyi. Interestingly, cancer cells plus chakra plus Godzilla radiation actually produced this change, but unfortunately it is still uncontrollable. I still lack a vital key. Xuanyi observed this thing quietly, and did not cut off chakra's supply. What else is missing? Kagaya's blood, yin and yang escape technique, or something else. But these deficiencies may not be impossible to fill in with other means. Next moment, the flesh barely wriggled into a human form, and the 5 senses began to appear little by little, which was clearly the second Xuanyi. Roar! The mouth formed and let out an unconscious growl. In the crazily distorted, instinctively, step by step climbed to the source of supplying his life and energy Xuanyi. Xuanyi took 2 steps back and directly cut off the supply of chakra. After this thing lost its energy supply, its radical proliferation was curbed, and a large number of cancer cells starved to death and began the process of shrinking. It's getting more and more interesting. Cancer cells are not omnipotent cells. It stands to reason that they don't have the characteristics of building a body, creating a mouth and vocal cords. Did my mind interfere with his evolutionary direction? Something like chakra. Chakra is worthy of being the power that penetrates the mind and material and connects the world to the pure land of the dead. The thing in front of me is obviously just a single cancer cell, but it has embarked on a path similar to that of white Zetsu cells, chasing the source of life, and beginning to transform into the form of the source of life in all directions. In the end it became something similar to white Zetsu. The experiment has advanced to this point. In fact, Xuanyi's goal has been achieved. It is unrealistic to want to become a big fat man in one bite. I'm only missing the most critical key, since the combination of mental power and cellular energy can create chakra, then. And this ghost, the whole body is constructed by countless cancer cells. As long as the cancer cells are fed food other than chakra, these cancer cells can be said to have unlimited vitality. Unlimited cell energy. As long as I find a way to connect to my spiritual power, this kind of existence is simply perfect. Being able to refine chakra by himself, to some extent, a clone with unlimited vitality was born. This is Cancer Clone. Chapter 30, Beware of Being Killed by Me. Obito's house. Grandma Madara, who was receiving 2 Xuanyi shadow clones and taking care of her, suddenly opened her eyes. Is this feeling white Zetsu? But the aura is a bit wrong. Grandma Madara thought, and sat up. Ah, Obito's grandma, how come you woke up? Now is the time for you to go to bed. You need to maintain a good schedule to prolong your life. A shadow clone pressed down Madara's grandma. Grandma Madara gritted her teeth secretly, estimating the remaining lifespan of her figurative body. He has to choose a perfect time, stimulate Obito, and then die, but unfortunately, she has not been able to find this time so far. The little devil from Shiranui's family is almost like a dogskin plaster, sticking to her to death. I don't know who Xuanyi, the old man will kill you sooner or later. Grandma Madara slowly closed her eyes. The area around the godless bridge. Madara of the main body immediately called White Zetsu and asked about Xuanyi's situation. I can't help it, Madara-sama, the master of the little devil's blood inheritance limit, extremely restrained me. As long as I get close to me, I will be disturbed by that force. How much do you know about his blood successor? Generally speaking, it cannot be called a toxin, but a special energy field. As long as it is within the range of his perception, it will be interfered by that force. Madara-sama, do you need me to find a chance to assassinate him? If you join forces with a Fei, you may be able to break through a bear maze highway's insect swarm and successfully kill him. White Zetsu grinned strangely. No, such a kid is not worth mentioning. Without the blood of Senju and Uchiha, they are destined to be supporting roles on stage. Madara's body slowly closed her eyes. White Zetsu stared at him for a while, and there was a hint of cleverness and weirdness flashing through his eyes. Even Madara couldn't notice it. Konoha. When the experiment progressed to this point, Xuanyi became more and more aware of the terrible clone technique of shadow clone. You know, shadow clone can be completely constructed by chakra, unlike water bodies and rock clones, which require some materials as a framework and chakra carrier. But shadow clone, a pure chakra polymer, can return all the memories to the body when it explodes. The most critical key, I have already grasped half of it. Xuanyi nodded slightly. As long as the complete nuclear escape clone, the cancer clone, is created, many problems will no longer be a problem. When Xuanyi walked out of the laboratory a few days later, he got a news unexpectedly. Oh? Did Minato go back to the village? Walking on the street, many villagers talked about Master Minato feverishly. Master Minato, the man with a smile on his face. Because of him, I repelled Cloud Shinobi Village. Even Cloud Shinobi Village's Jinkriki is not his opponent. On both sides of the street, there were noisy crowds everywhere. The moment they saw Minato, they cheered, which shows that Minato is so popular. But it's no wonder that Minato is a rare rise of cage-level powerhouse, and deserves this kind of treatment. Xian Yi squeezed into the crowd and watched the whole process with a look of excitement. He watched Minato bring a group of frontline ninjas with wounds back to the village gloriously with a smile on his face. I also saw Yumin Ogawa Palace. The guy with a bandage on one arm, and he smiled like a fool. Xian Yi sang. Xian Yi sang. Come with me, Kakashi is fighting with Genma. Guy yelled, grabbed Xian Yi, and ran away. Those who didn't know thought that these two young people who couldn't wait were going to do the same. Look, he is Kakashi. Guy invitingly pointed at a guy in the training ground who was playing against him. Of course I know he is Kakashi. Although he is not in the same class, Konoha is the strongest genius. Who doesn't know? But, why did Genma fight Kakashi? Is the middle-level student a challenge to the chief student? At this time, only a shock was heard, and Genma was hit in the head with a heavy fist from Kakashi, spouting blood on the spot and flying out. The attack is very heavy, and it is simply aimed at killing people. It turns out that you are Shiranui Henai. Minato-sensei has a high opinion of you. Let's fight the battle. Kakashi exuded murderous aura. He had just lost his father 2 years ago, and his whole thoughts have gone to extremes. It is possible at any time. Blacken's Kakashi directly pulled out the white fang short sword, left the mysterious room, and walked towards the mysterious one step by step. Kakashi, we haven't decided the winner yet. Genma struggled to get up, vomiting 1,000 books from his mouth. But these 1,000 books were slashed backhand by Kakashi on the spot. Go away, I'm not interested in waste. If you didn't claim to be Xian Yi, I wouldn't be interested in you at all. No. Even if you are the chief student, you are not qualified to say that I am a trash. I am the patriarch of the Shiranui clan. Genma raised his head, his eyes covered with bloodshot eyes, but Kakashi's relentless punch was what responded to him. With this punch down, Genma would basically lie down for a week. Snapped. Kakashi, it's not good to treat my only remaining tribe like this. It shouldn't be your attitude toward your companions either. Xian Yi appeared at an astonishing speed, grabbed Kakashi's fist, and stood in front of Xian Jian. Guy frowned and looked at the scene in astonishment. Kakashi, what's the matter with you? Why did you become like this? It's getting too much. Companion or anything is not important at all. Teacher Minato said you can compare with me. It is my task now to defeat you. Kakashi squeezed the white fang short sword, which was a relic left to him by his father and a proof of his faith. Xian Yi frowned, looking at Xian Jian with a swollen nose and swollen face, vaguely understood. The so-called self-esteem is really troublesome. Do you desperately want to confirm your status and then forcefully challenge Kakashi? But Kakashi in this period is simply an unreasonable guy. After mixing with Obito, it can be regarded as improved. I reminded you a long time ago that there is no need to carry meaningless things, such as revitalizing the name of a clan. Xian Yi said lightly. Xianjian looked bitter. No way, I am the patriarch. There are some things you don't need to do. You just need to be yourself, but I can't. The Shiranui clan, no matter how small, are still a clan. Is that so? Hyun Yi slowly got up and looked at Kakashi. Let's decide the outcome. There is no need to waste time on the so-called companions. Only strength and tasks are things that a qualified ninja needs to pay attention to. You don't understand such a simple truth. Kakashi spoke indifferently, then swiped the knife blatantly. His agility and bloody breath rushed to his face. Guy was about to stop him. But Xian Yi stopped, slowly speaking as he retreated quickly. Let's say yes, it's a price to challenge me, Kakashi, Be careful not to be killed by me. Chapter 31 You are dead. Guy carried the Xuanjian and jumped outside the training field, looking at the two figures in the field with a serious expression. Up to this moment, he couldn't believe that Kakashi would become like this. Xuanyi can win? Kakashi is simply a lunatic, and he is very fierce when he starts. Genma asked in a low voice with a relatively intact eye open. The one who can win, Xuanyi sang, is very strong, very strong. Strong enough that even I don't know how much power is hidden in him. Guy clenched his fists. If we say that in this world, we need to find someone he can trust, except for his father, Xuanyi. If Xuanyi really used that technique, even Kakashi would definitely die. But, Hyunyi sang, will you really kill Kakashi? Are you really doing this kind of thing because of the changes in Kakashi? You seem to be the master with an invisible toxin that can continuously weaken the opponent's power and eventually establish an advantage. Kakashi slashed at him, his eyes filled with coldness. So, as long as you make a quick battle and end the battle before being disturbed by that mysterious toxin, that's all you need to do. Very simple tactics, but very practical. Hey! This knife, amidst the lightning and flint, hit Xuanyi's face with great swiftness. The undisguised sharpness was clearly embracing the consciousness of killing. Xuanyi didn't even move her eyelids, and her face was expressionless, her head tilted back slightly, and while grabbing it horizontally with one hand, she flew up on her knees and slammed against the opponent's chest. Boom! The two bodies collided head-on, directly embarking on the battle of physical skills. Every movement was impeccable, far surpassing the peers, the super strong fighting speed, people overwhelmed. This guy's power is so amazing. There was a vibration in Kakashi's eyes, and the place where he collided with Xuanyi was a bit painful. Even if it was covered by chakra, it was still difficult to hide the damage. Snapped. Don't be distracted, it will kill you. Xuanyi slammed into Kakashi with his shoulder, and when the opponent slashed over, he didn't resist at all and rushed over. Puff! The white fang short sword pierced Xuanyi's shoulder, but Xuanyi took advantage of this moment and raised his hand with a punch, hitting the shocked Kakashi frontally, and knocking Kakashi away. I said, you need to be ready to die if you face me up. Xuanyi stood in place as if nothing had happened, even if blood was flowing on his shoulders, his face remained unchanged. You hesitated just now, Kakashi. You were stabbed by me deliberately to punch me. Kakashi coughed and noticed that a rib was broken in his chest, but compared to this, Xuanyi's actions made him feel shocked. Don't worry about these details, I'm different from you, Kakashi. Xuanyi directly picked up the white fang short sword and drew it out a little bit. Every slightest movement can bring out a large amount of blood. In Kakashi's stunned eyes, Xuanyi, covering the wound with one hand, his powerful self-healing ability began to activate. A large number of cells in his body gathered and multiplied crazily, repairing the wound. After a few seconds, the wound began to show signs of scab. 10 seconds later, the wound stabbed by short sword had stopped bleeding. This arrogant self-healing ability shocked everyone at the time. This is also one of your blood succession abilities. This is comparable to the vitality of medical ninjutsu, then I don't need to keep my hands. This sentence is also given to you, be careful not to be killed by me. Kakashi suppressed the shock in his heart, immediately sealed, and a large amount of thunder gathered in his palm. Chidori. It's too messy. How can Kakashi use this immature technique on his companions in the village? In the Hokage building, Minato looked at the picture emerging from the crystal ball, his face changed slightly, and he was about to stop the duel immediately. Wait, Minato, Hyunyi won't lose so easily. Third generation took a pipe. But, Master Third generation, this is not a question of winning or losing. Kakashi's psychological problems have reached a dangerous tipping point. If you let it go, it may cause irreversible things to happen. Minato frowned. Third generation didn't speak, just watched silently. White Fang's child, who would have thought that you who committed suicide because you were slandered and unwilling to be humiliated will leave such an excellent offspring, but such a genius has come to a dangerous level. Fetters are never created out of thin air, but are baptized by blood and fire. Minato, you have to understand this. Third generation said meaningfully. This is to be a qualified movie, one must use master's means. Look, Xuanyi is starting to fight back. His blood succession boundary is so amazing and powerful, it's full of surprises. Third generation looked at Hyunyi, who started the action, with admiration. On the training field, the two figures rushed towards each other. Accompanied by the harsh roar, the azure blue thunder and lightning flashes, reflecting the two new generation ninjas who are colliding fiercely. Stabbed. Kakashi raised his hand and stabbed Xuanyi, as long as this hit was enough to take away Xuanyi's life. However, in this moment, you have already lost, Kakashi. Nuclear escape vibration wave. Boom. Kakashi, who struck like a sharp arrow, was knocked into the air by a terrifying shock wave on the spot, and even with the entire training ground, the ground began to show signs of crumbling. Puff. Kakashi turned into a cloud of smoke. Shadow clone? That body should be Earth-style heart decapitation. Two hands suddenly stretched out from the ground, and Xuanyi was about to be pulled into the ground. But at this time, Xuanyi seemed to have expected it, lifted his foot, and kicked it down fiercely. Snapped. Breaking through the soil, a girl stepped on Kakashi's head, and the terrifying force kicked Kakashi at that time. This kind of little trick is useless to me. All your actions can't escape my perception. Xuanyi spoke lightly, then knelt down, grabbed into the soil, pinched Kakashi's neck, and dragged the wooden yetian out. It seems to be dragging a dog. Kakashi was covered with mud, and his eyes showed deep consternation and anger. Thunder and lightning gathered in his hands immediately, and he wanted to take the opportunity to shoot 1,000 birds. But the next moment, the chakra in his body was suddenly interrupted, and the internal organs, together with every bone in the body, seemed to burst out of a terrible disease, bursting out of abnormal temperature. This violent physical change directly caused Kakashi to scream and spray blood from his mouth. Xuanyi pinched Kakashi's neck with one hand, and a seal was made with the other hand, and he spoke lightly. Kakashi, haven't you discovered that before you used the mental decapitation, you were actually dead? Chapter 32 The Seed Planted, Waiting to Sprout. I don't know who Xuanyi won. He actually beat Hitaki Kakashi. In the Hokage building, several high levels looked at them in amazement. Especially Minato, who was about to use the Flying Thunder God technique to rush to stop Kakashi, was stunned. For a while, the whole office was full of silence. I thought that Xuanyi would not lose to Kakashi, but I didn't expect that he has grown to this point. Minato smiled bitterly, but his gaze towards the crystal ball was full of appreciation and admiration. It's a miscalculation. Kakashi, who he observed for a long time and accepted as a disciple, was so defeated by Xuanyi? And in such a way that there is no suspense that can't come back. Hyunyi, what an amazing kid, Kakashi, you met an opponent. Minato, it looks like you don't need to go to the rescue. The strongest matchup of the new generation is over. Hokage took a pipe and smiled. Too good, a descendant of the Shiranui family, with an innocent background, his parents are Konoha heroes, and he is diligent enough to awaken a new blood inheritance boundary. The focus is on the impeccable ideological level. Now even the speed at which talent can be transformed into strength is so amazing. Such a child can be regarded as a benchmark for the new generation. Then I will separate them now. Minato was about to leave, but was stopped by Third Hokage. No, Minato, look again. What? But Xuanyi, now he can kill Kakashi at any time, especially if he has been provoked and humiliated inexplicably, just in case. Third generation just looked at the crystal ball silently, and hesitated, After all, the life of Kakashi, a super genius, was extremely precious. He stared closely at Xuanyi's face in the crystal ball. What would you do? You have the power to live and kill. In a situation of emotional instability, Xuanyi, what would you do? This is the last observation, if you can pass this step. Hyunyi actually defeated Kakashi. Outside the training ground, Suanjian's face was dull, even though his nose was blue and his face was swollen. That was the one eye that was trying to open wide, looking at the scene in disbelief. He didn't even figure out how Kakashi lost. The super chief student who graduated at the age of 5 and created the Konoha myth, actually lost to his fellow clan? There is also the technique used by Xuanyi, which he has never seen before. Genma looked at it, and Xuanyi, who lifted Kakashi high, was in a trance. Unknowingly, this guy had grown to this point and defeated the monster-like genius like Kakashi head-on. I've already said that Xuanyisang is the strongest one of our class. He will never lose. Guy clenched his fists fiercely. He is the only person who is full of absolute confidence in Xuanyi, and his contacts over the past years have filled his mind with absolute trust and absolute obedience to Xuanyi. At this moment, the impact that Xuanyi brought to Xuanjian and others was unprecedented, just like the mythical Kakashi, just like this, in the duel, it was defeated by the old crane tail. In the training ground, Xuanyi pinched Kakashi's neck and held this guy with a calm expression. For a moment, Xuanyi really thought about it and taught Kakashi a bitter lesson of regret for life. How come? How did you do it? Kakashi said these words with difficulty. He spelled out the last chakra. And the Chidori that had gathered together broke into pieces on the spot after a terrifying change erupted in his body. Kakashi at this moment is more fragile than ever before, and the sense of insecurity in his heart is amplified to ultimate at this moment. Facing Xuanyi's icy gaze and feeling the signs of burning in his body, Kakashi felt the long-lost helplessness and despair. How long have you not felt this way? You are very lonely. Since you lost your father, you have vented all your unwillingness and grievances on yourself, not hesitating to freeze yourself, and not hesitating to treat your companions in cold blood. Xuanyi made the seal with one hand and said lightly. When Kakashi lost his father, it was probably the same way, right? It's really boring, that useless man, what do you mention him for? He is just a ridiculous loser. He can complete the task, but he finally chose to give up. It's just a waste. Snapped. Xuanyi slapped it up. Slap severely, making a crisp sound. Time seems to stand still at this moment. Is that what you want to say, calling the hero of World War II and your beloved father a trash? Kakashi, is this the conclusion you have come to in the 3 years since you lost your father? What do you know? The ninja only needs to complete the task. He was so powerful, but he left me and chose to commit suicide. What's the worth of such a fragile and incompetent guy? Snapped. It's another slap. This time, Xuanyi directly pressed Kakashi to the ground, and in silence, punched it hard. Kakashi, you made a mistake. Your father never owes you. His choice may not be recognized by everyone, but he loves you deeply from beginning to end. If you carry this kind of love and only know how to respond with hatred, then you, simply don't deserve to be your father's son. You don't deserve to bear the name of White Fang at all. With no expression on her face, Xuanyi punched Kakashi's face swollen with one punch after another, and blood spattered. What's more terrifying is that you hate your father, but at the same time you transfer this hatred to your companions unknowingly. Xuanjian has never hurt you. It's just that the strength and ambition don't match, and you force yourself to do something that seems mature but naive, but you give him back with cold blood and ruthlessness, just because this fool deceived you. Kakashi, aren't you more naive and ridiculous like this? What is the ability to hate yourself, and to drive your own reason and behavior with hatred? If you really think that you can control yourself, then try, hate me. Boom! Xuanyi punched hard and hit the ground next to Kakashi's head. After a loud noise, a fist mark appeared on the ground. "Hate, you!" Kakashi looked confused, his non-human-shaped face was full of numbness, and his eyes stared at the sky blankly. White clouds drifted under the blue sky. At this moment, his inner arrogance was torn to pieces by Xuanyi in this way. His talent and strength were not as strong as he imagined. Yes, hatred is always the subject of this chaotic world. Just thinking about it makes people a headache. Since there is no means to eliminate hatred, then I can choose to bear hatred. Kakashi, you don't trust anyone anyway, then try to transfer the hatred that you haven't figured out yourself. When I bear all your will, you will naturally walk out of the original shadow. I'm happy to stand in front of you and bear all the darkness. You have nothing to do anyway, so it's better to try. Transfer your will to me. If you think it's not worth it, just look for a chance to kill me and take your will again. Xuanyi spoke lightly. He put his hands in Kabuto and walked slowly out of the training ground. At this moment, Hyunyi's back was reflected in Kakashi's hollow eyes. Hatred? Really, how could there be such a crazy guy in the village, and saying some inexplicable things? It is obviously more troublesome to have such a guy here. Kakashi lay on the ground. Some wonderful seed has been planted, quietly waiting for the moment when it takes root and sprouts. Chapter 33. In the Hokage building. Master Third Hokage had a big smile on his face. What do you think, Minato? Impossible, Lord Third Generation, he is the true inheritor of the will of fire. It is really gratifying to see such an outstanding younger generation rise up. Third Generation nodded in satisfaction, and even the smoking pipe speed became slightly faster. The rising new generation, full of vigor, and perfect inheritor of the will of fire. Master Third Hokage's heart beats faster, this is a feeling of heartbeat. Such an excellent offspring, even Kakashi was defeated by him, together with the words on his back. Speaking of which, I still keep some of the answers to the exam questions he wrote. Third Hokage opened the drawer and shared with Minato these comprehensive, logical and interlocking articles. To tell the truth, before Third Hokage saw it and praised it, now Minato has followed it and called it an expert. Minato, are you interested in taking Hyunyi as a disciple? Third Hokage suddenly said. Minato was startled, and immediately revealed a look of embarrassment. I just accepted Kakashi, and I haven't studied Xuanyi's blood succession boundary much. That way, I understand. I will think about it again. Thanks for your hard work. Minato, the establishment of the new Genin team, I also ask you. I hope to help Kakashi get out of the shadows as soon as possible. Third Hokage nodded, then thought about the arrangement for Xuanyi. The current cage-level powerhouse, he, Sunan and Minato, oh, Kushina is also one. Then I can only choose from Sunan. Should Orochimaru take him as a disciple? No, wait a minute. In the office, Third Generation is lost in thought. Konoha village, amidst the enthusiasm of Minato and others returning to the village, is a little calmer. But soon, an explosive news spread like wildfire, spreading throughout Konoha at an alarming speed. Hush, tell you a secret message, don't tell anyone else. Hatake Kakashi, the son of White Fang, was beaten by someone. What? Kakashi, the super genius of all time, would be beaten by someone? Fake. Stupid, of course it's true. I saw him limping home, his face was half swollen, and Kabuto's mask was almost gone. Tell you a secret, don't tell anyone. Kakashi was beaten, and after a fierce battle between the two sides, Kakashi finally defeated. Tell you a secret, Kakashi was given a second. Hey? Didn't Kakashi lie down by himself before hitting it? Idiot, how is this possible? It must be because the guy named Hyunyi is too strong, so Kakashi lost. I don't know who Oswanyi, a very remarkable genius has appeared. As time passed, more and more people knew that a super genius who could rival or even surpass Kakashi appeared. Konoha's geniuses emerge endlessly, greatly increasing morale. The older generation has Hokage, the Mesozoic has Sunin, and under Sunin is Minato. Now even the new generation is coming out in large numbers, which is full of hope. The atmosphere of the entire Konoha village has undergone subtle changes. The strong confidence suppresses everything. Xuanyi's graduates of the same class are undoubtedly the group that has been shaken the most. They know what Kakashi is like better than those villagers who eat melon. But such a chief student actually lost to Xuanyi. It's crazy growth. Damn it, he has only been on the battlefield for 2 months. And I can go to me. I also want to go to the battlefield to kill the enemy for the village. Yes, Xuanyi can do it, and we can do the same. Some spies also took action quietly. A code number E, Konoha super genius Shiranui Xuanyi defeated Hitaki Kakashi. He is a genius who has surpassed Kakashi and should be focused on. Send assassination troops. Pieces of information were spreading quietly. Konoha's intelligence department and Anbu were busy, and they took the opportunity to catch a group of spies. When these news were delivered to Xuanyi's ears, Xuanyi stared at the worried Xuanjian, and fell into deep thought. In the end, how did it become such a ghost? I swear, I really just told Aoba and the others, and I specifically asked them not to say anything, but I didn't expect a bunch of unrighteous guys. Xuanjian gritted his teeth bitterly. Gan, what if you say it will be kept secret? All liars. This kind of thing is inevitable. After all, the news that Xuanyisang defeated Kakashi is too amazing. The flame of youth has been completely burned, and the blooming light cannot be concealed. Wearing an apron and using an iron pan and spoon in his hand, he is extremely skillful. He didn't miss Xuanyi's task at the beginning, and specifically ran over to cook. The taste of the rice is surprisingly good. A group of people sat on the tatami mats, around the table, and started this simple dinner. Is the injury all right? Xuanyi asked with a bite of food. Xuanjian was silent for a while, and said in a low voice, the injury is a trivial matter. Thank you for the day's affairs. Don't worry, if it wasn't for Kakashi that guy did too much, I wouldn't make a move. Xuanyi said calmly. Guy said, but the wound on Xuanyisang's shoulder is okay. Hiss. Xuanyi tore off his jacket, it's all healed. Several people looked at them with amazement. Most of the wound pierced by White Fang's short sword on his shoulder has healed. This terrifying self-healing ability is simply shocking. This kind of self-healing ability is nothing more than the Uzumaki clan. Dai's eyes were extremely deep. It's terrifying, such Xuanyi, what is the end of his growth? After a few people had dinner, they left one after another. Xuanjian, I'll give you a piece of advice. You are the head of the clan, but there is no need to put all the clan on yourself. Xuanyi, in fact, you are more suitable to be than me. No, this is your responsibility. Xuanyi sent away the mysterious complexion. I just hope this guy can really understand something. Anyhow, Genma is also a member of the 4th Hokage Guard team in the future, and has learned the superficial Flying Thunder God technique. Time goes by, and a few days' rest is just to meet the rehearsal of a large number of new tasks. Xuanyi finally remembered that he hadn't seen Teacher's Highway for a while, so he set off to visit the Aberame family. Really, I said I always feel that I have forgotten something. Xuanyi stood outside the gate of the Aberame family. The door opened, and a man in a tights that wrapped his whole body waited for a long time. Aberame Shihei. Chapter 34 Your proud nano poison is worthless. This guy is. Xuanyi looked at the man in front of him calmly. Although the Aberame family likes gloomy looks, they like to find ways to put themselves in the shadows. But the appearance of wearing a tights is rare. I have never met seniors, I don't know. I'm Abarame Shijiro. The other party spoke and looked at Xianyi blankly. Is this the man, the descendant of Shiranui, the super genius who defeated Kakashi, and it's no wonder that Lord Danzo would be attracted to him. Saihei feels a little regretful. He should have started early. It is best to pull Swanyi into the root organization before Swanyi defeats Kakashi and becomes famous. Miscalculation, but there is still time to remedy it. Ah, Seniors Saihei, I came to see Teachers Highway. We had an appointment before. When did you make an appointment? A week ago, he said he would come to sit at home freely, and then I just came to think of it today. I see. Saihei nodded, leading Xianyi into the residence of the Abarame clan. As a middle-class family, although not as dazzling as Uchiha and Hyuga, Abarame definitely has his own confidence. Looking up, we can often see strange bugs crawling. These insects are all raised by the tribe, and some of them like to bask in the sunday. Saihei said lightly. Good guy, everyone else walks cats and dogs, but Abarame's family is great, walking insects. The two walked for a while, away from the residential area, and came to the sparsely populated forest green space. By the way, hasn't Teacher's Highway's home yet? I remember he doesn't live in this direction. Xianyi said with a smile. Saihei stopped. So, Seniors Saihei brought me to this kind of place, is there anything to do? I am a better person to talk, and I can talk about everything. Saihei turned around and said indifferently, your talents are very remarkable. You should not continue to waste it. You should go to a place that suits you better. So, that place is Gen, Konoha's other secret force. His leader is Lord Shimura Danz, one of the former third Hokage candidates. General. I have never heard of it. I have heard of Lord Danzo's name vaguely. He seems to be a very great man, but I refuse. Xianyi slowly raised her head, bring me here inexplicably, and then said some inexplicable words. Seniors Saihei, is this the hospitality of the Abarame clan? It's too rude. Saihei said indifferently, you can't understand the greatness of the roots, only when you join it, you will understand it naturally. You, who likes the will of fire the most, now have a place where you can play a greater value for the village. Don't you have any interest at all? No interest, secret organization, or something, I can think of a way to apply to join Anbu. I respect Master Danzo, but I am not interested in joining the root organization. I will not join until the internal situation of the root organization is confirmed, but it's really a headache if you don't join, but you can't determine the root organization. Xianyi tilted her head, also, Seniors Saihei, don't just put some strange bugs on me casually, be careful to be killed by me. Oops. Saihei's face changed slightly, suppressing the shock in his heart, and no longer concealing it, his hands quickly closed. I do not know Huo Swanyi, I still underestimate you, you can actually detect my nano-poisonous insect. Saihei controlled a huge swarm of tens of millions of insects, and rushed towards Xianyi in the whistling, and these nano-poisonous insects could not be seen with the naked eye at all. I thought that your blood succession ability can only interfere at the cellular level, and even my bugs can perceive it, but now I discovered that it was too late. Saihei looked at Swanyi, who was climbed and wrapped by countless nano-poisonous insects, with a cold expression, since you refuse, I can only use some other means. The diameter of the cell ranges from a few micrometers to hundreds of micrometers, and the nano-poisonous insects he carefully cultivated are nanoscale insects. 1 micron is equal to 1000 nanometers. This kind of nano-poisonous insects is simply an open weapon. Numerous insects were densely attached to Xianyi's body at this time, and they began to try to penetrate Xianyi's body and infect all the internal organs. The smile on Xianyi's face slowly receded. In this case, it won't be a problem if I want to come and kill Seniors Saihei secretly. Arrogant kid. Saihei sneered, really naive, thinking that after defeating Kakashi and possessing Shun's strength, he thought he could fight nano-level poisonous insects. What? The next moment, Zhaihe's face changed drastically. An astonishing wave erupted, with a violently rising high temperature and indescribable destructive ability, bursting out of Xuanyi's body. Wave after wave of power, where it spreads, many nano-poisonous insects died at an exaggerated rate. The strongest weapon that Zhaihe was so proud of was destroyed in an instant. Your power can actually do this step directly, interfering with life at the nano level. Zhaihe was frightened and furious, and if he stepped out in one step, he would use the insect control secret technique to completely defeat Xuanyi in a short time. But Xuanyi just looked at him calmly. Senior Zhaihe, the proud work of your life is simply worthless in my vision. Hey! At this moment, Xuanyi directly broke out an unprecedented nuclear radiation cloud, which was also invisible to the naked eye, directly controlling the rush to Aberamaze Zhaihe. The people in the root organization were really in trouble. This time, Xuanyi acted with a must-kill mentality. It's a pity that in the future, Yamanakake's partner, Shino's best friend, the fellow named Aberame Torna who also mastered the nano-poison, has no chance of being born, because Torna's father will be solved by Xuanyi. Wow! Stormy seas. The swarms of nanoworms that reproduced wildly, before actually causing damage to Xuanyi, died in this unprecedentedly terrifying radiation. This is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Nuclear radiation is used to attack insects, and even the most powerful insects will die. Upgraded? Non-existent. When the basic structure of all proteins is destroyed by the continuous and total amount of radiation beyond imagination, life itself loses the possibility of survival. Countless microscopic particles rushed crazily. In Zhaihe's sudden scream, they crushed countless nano-poisonous insects like a torrent, and swarmed into Zhaihe's body. At this moment, Zhaihe's body turned into an astonishing radiation containment device, and a large number of radiation particles poured into the body, slaughtering all the cells in his body in an astonishing manner. You're done, Senior Zhaihe. Xuanyi looked at Zhaihe who fell to the ground and screamed. Root, no past and future? Very good, then you have no future. All body tissues in Zhaihe's body have been hit in all directions. Fertility and the like are even more impossible, because the healthy cells and underlying DNA chains related to this aspect have long suffered irreversible and permanent damage. Chapter 35. There is a situation of mutual restraint in art. Unfortunately, Aberame Zhaihe's type is exactly the one that was defeated by Xuanyi Tian. No matter how fancy this bug is, it is ultimately a group of low-level organisms, under the impact of a continuous cloud of nuclear radiation. It's all going to die completely. Aberame Zhaihe knelt on the ground, wailing in pain. The special tight-fitting protective clothing on his body was beginning to break under the violent burning heat, and a large number of pustules were breeding wildly. In the constant struggle and twisting, Zhaihe clearly felt that his body was collapsing. Senior Zhaihe, you know the dangers of the nano-poisonous insect weapon, and you still insist on using this kind of thing against me. I have to do it against you. Xuanyi sighed. He remembered that the future generations of Zhaihe did not even take the Chunin exam, and went directly to the roots to partner with Yamanaka Feng. One of the reasons was that the risk factor of the nano-poison was too high, and the person who was touched died on the spot. Xuanyi lowered his head and looked at this, with terrible cysts bulging out from time to time, and the internal body structure was even more unrecognizable. It's really sad, such a special Jainin, just because he found him, a face-to-face was destroyed. You evil kid! I must complete the task of Lord Danzo, even if the cost is my own life. Zhaihe tore at himself like crazy, the indescribable violent pain caused him to tear off his own flesh and blood, and his whole body was dripping with blood. The terrible situation in his body has already made Zhaihe understand that even if he is immortal, he will be abolished, and he has lost the possibility of becoming a ninja. The madness in his heart and the realization that he is the root ninja mission-oriented made him make up his mind. In the wailing of pain. A forbidden technique, at this time, had already been activated by Zhai. The small enchantment suddenly spread. This is... Xianyi raised her eyebrows. The pot poison technique, this is the forbidden technique I developed. Xianyi, you are a genius, but you shouldn't refuse Master Danzou's invitation. Let's die together. Zhai roared bitterly. Inside the barrier, a strange smell began to spread, brewing an irritating force. So that's the case, pot poison technique, use barriers to create an environment suitable for the rapid propagation of insects. But your technique seems to be incomplete now. Xianyi nodded again and again. This technique was also used by the descendants of Zhai after being released by Impure World reincarnation in the Fourth World War. It is indeed a big killer. When used well, it can be called a super biochemical weapon to slaughter a country. The vast majority of ninjas have nothing to do with this kind of nanoworm that can easily penetrate into the human body and destroy all cells. Zhai tremblingly used the summoning technique to implant a new swarm of nanoworms into his body, trying to nurture the swarm with his remaining life, and then at the cost of his own explosion, filling every inch of the air with nanoworms. But unfortunately, it was useless. The power of the radiant cloud is everywhere. The bugs that were released by summoning have been wiped out in an instant, and there is no time to get into Zhai's body. Zhai was struck by lightning, lying motionless on the ground like a dead body. This technique is very good, but you are still too naive. Xianyi slowly settled down, as if he was about to suffer as a killer. Suddenly, a figure appeared outside the barrier, stretched out for a beat, and a large number of worms broke through the barrier and buzzed in. Enough, Xianyi, to achieve this level, Zhai has paid a sufficient price. Zhai walked in slowly, a large swarm of insects separated the two. At the same time, countless worms were wiped out by the violent radiation attack, and a large number of them died. Really, Teacher Zhai, I just came to visit you, and unexpectedly encountered this kind of thing. Xianyi shook his head and withdrew all the radiation. I'm really sorry, this is because the Aberame clan didn't entertain me well. Jiwei lowly said. Jiwei. Since you are here, why didn't you help me just now? This evil kid, his blood is full of sins, let such a guy live. Enough. You shouldn't use nanobugs to deal with Xianyi. The technique of controlling nanobugs has been listed as a forbidden technique by the clan from the moment of birth. What's more, you have also prepared an immature pot poison technique, which is fed by your body. Nanobugs. Zhai's face was extremely gloomy, and he felt extremely distressed. Since Zhai entered the roots, Zhai has become ignorant. Especially the pot poison technique, first uses the enchantment, then feeds the insects with the human body, and then detonates the human body. This kind of technique, regardless of the enemy, it is extremely vicious. He indeed noticed the fighting between the two through the ubiquitous worms. But one is his own tribe, and the other is his subordinates. And Zhai represents the root organization and comes on behalf of Danzou, taking the lead in the Black Hand. This matter ends here. I will report to Master Hokage. No life is the best result. Zhai looked at Zhai who was covered in cysts sadly, and said stiffly. Let's go, Xianyi, go to my house, let's talk about bugs carefully. Zhai took a deep breath and turned to leave. Xianyi glanced at Zhai. After Zhai walked away, he squatted down, first confirmed that no other bugs were monitoring, and then leaned over, facing Zhai's hateful and desperate eyes, and said in a low voice. I am in awe of Lord Danzou. I am not opposed to taking refuge in Lord Danzou, but I will never go to a route that I don't understand at all. Senior Zhai, you made a mistake in the starting point. Xianyi got up and followed Zhai's pace. Only Zhai, lying motionless, was left. After a while, the root ninja appeared, and silently took Saihei and returned to the root base. Really, he said, so, I understand. In the gloomy underground base, Danzo leaned on a cane and stared blankly at Saihei, who was almost inhuman. The burning and pus of that body still failed to cause Danzo to produce any mood swings, as if Saihei, whom he was very optimistic and reliant on at a time, was not worthy of his attention. Hey! A medical ninja appeared beside Danzo and whispered a few words in Danzo's ear. Words such as massive necrosis of whole body cells, collapse of body tissues, nano-bugs wiped out and so on, vaguely spread. Around, all the root ninjas were respectfully kneeling on one knee, silently buried their heads, waiting for Danzo's orders. Master Danzo, I'm afraid I won't be able to work for you. Saihei looked desperate, and his last hopeful gaze turned to respected Master Danzo. The only answer to him was Danzo's silent back. Giggle. Danzo left without saying a word, and many root ninjas also left in silence. In the open space, only Saihei himself, lying alone on the ground, staring blankly. Chapter 36 Leave the Blood of Xianyi. Saihei's home. The two sat on the tatami in silence across the table, speechless for a long time. I will report what happened just now to Master Hokage. Don't worry too much, Teacher's Highway, this was originally an emergency. I just didn't expect that Senior's Saihei would do this for Master Danzo, and would not hesitate to shoot at his companions. A smile appeared on Xianyi's face, as if she really didn't care about it. Saihei felt awkward for a while. The Saihei who had a promising future and could become the pillar of the Aberame clan was already abolished. The terrible changes in the cysts all over his body had already destined Saihei's future to be dark. Xianyi, his subordinate, under the gentle appearance, there is a deep fierceness hidden. For a while, Saihei didn't know what to say. The clansman did something like this to his subordinates, and his patriarch must also respond. Saihei pushed his sunglasses. It's just that, I didn't expect that you can grow to this point, even Saihei is not your opponent. Ah, teacher, it's just a coincidence. Nanoworms are indeed powerful and can easily penetrate into every cell of the human body to destroy them, but their vitality is also fragile to ultimate. Senior Saihei's ability is precisely the type that I absolutely restrained. Woolen cloth. To tell the truth, even the worms are more resistant to nuclear radiation than the nanoworms. As far as the size of the nanoworms is, they will all die if they burst with radiation particles. Speaking of which, I came to visit Teacher's Highway this time to see the results of Jita Kong's training. Presumably, Teacher's Highway has already gained something, right? Yes, the results are very gratifying, come with me. The two came to the backyard, where there were many bottles and cans, which were strictly partitioned, and all kinds of strange bugs could be seen crawling. The most peculiar thing is naturally in an area where a lot of sealing techniques have been applied. The destructive power of the worm is beyond imagination, and the chasing of chakra is also the most crazy. Without using any means, it is easy to lose control. Saihei pointed to the sealed area, and in his calm words, there was a thick surprise brewing. Sending big insects is the future of the Aberame clan. After this period of research, Saihei has confirmed that Jide insects surpass other insects in all aspects. Although it is also more difficult to control, if it can be controlled successfully. The Aberame clan, the master has the means to fight the tail beast. Their clan is extremely powerful and comprehensive, but only when fighting against large enemies. They can only rely on crazily multiplying insect swarms in a short period of time to create a sea of insects to achieve the purpose of attack. It won't be any more, a force that can fight the tail beast is being born in Saihei's hands. Although I don't know much about bugs, I also know that bugs are to be screened and eliminated from generation to generation. Maybe you can find a more gentle character but equally powerful worms. Xianyi looked at everything in front of her. Said. Then Xianyi, I will work hard for you next. I need your strength. In return, you will get the friendship of the Aberme clan. This is the first time that Highway has made such a solemn promise to an outsider, using the size of the family as a bargaining chip. I'm very happy to help, Teacher's Highway. In the next few days, Xianyi stayed in the Aberme clan, and constantly used radiation to wipe out the worms, hoping to get the worms he wanted. After a long period of screening, some progress has been made. Bug number 1 is highly aggressive and more manic. The second bug is relatively mild, but small in size and weak in bite force. Number 3. A large number of experiments are being carried out. During this period of time, Xianyi also had many conversations with the senior officials of the Aberme clan. After Xianyi left, some elders and powerful members of the Aberme clan crowded around Highway. It's amazing. If this happens, our Aberme clan will rise. A middle-aged ninja was extremely excited. Send the big insects. If it goes well, only a few dozens are needed, and we can fight and defeat the giant summoning beasts head-on. Even if we face the tail beasts, we can give it a go. Our family, maybe they will become giants like Uchiha and Hyuga. Highway, as the patriarch, you made the most correct decision. I am very pleased. An elder looked at Highway with satisfaction. It is of great significance to our family to make friends with a genius ninja like Xianyi. His talents have spread throughout Konoha, and sooner or later, he will be accepted as a disciple by some people. The future is very bright, maybe it can grow to the level of Namikaze Minato. Ji nodded slightly. I have no doubt about his character and talent. However, thinking of Saihei's tragic situation, Xianyi's blood succession boundary was countless times more terrifying than imagined. Xianyi's character didn't seem to be entirely sunshine, but faintly with a decisive side. But on this point, Highway was firmly pressed down in his heart, determined not to tell anyone. I've heard about that guy in Saihei. He is getting more and more disrespectful. Since joining Root, he has only Danzo in his eyes, without the Aberme clan. His nano-bugs will never be said to die, and physical problems are natural. Danzo will solve it. The elder's expression became cold, and he had made up his mind to give up the genius Saihei and fully supports Highway. Saihei has taken refuge in the roots and is no longer the present of the Aberme clan, but Xianyi has brought them a clear and visible future. Abandoning Saihei and befriending the more valuable Xuanyi is the most realistic choice. It is still unclear whether Xuanyi's blood inheritance can be inherited stably. It would be great if he could keep his bloodline in the Aberme clan. The elder fell into deep thought. Soon, he suddenly slapped his hands and said, Highway, are there any suitable girls in the clan now? I need to cultivate feelings in advance. The people around were taken aback for a moment, and then fell into restlessness. Sri, Sikui, worthy of being the elders, can actually think of this method. Amazing. I remember Hexi had a daughter. This, Xianyi may not like the girls in our Aberme family, our people are somewhat gloomy, you know. How can I know if I don't try? Highway looked at these guys who were caught in the heated argument with a dull expression, and didn't know what to say for a while. Xianyi sang, it seems that you are really popular. Even if Saihei is abolished, he can still cast out unrejectable benefits and silently lead the direction of the entire Aberme clan. Hokage Building. After receiving the report, Third Hokage's eyes flashed with anger. Jin actually stretched his hand to Xianyi. This is the future he sees. He is regarded as a benchmark for the new generation. How can Danzo dare to do this? Danzo, I don't have the authority to give Root the right to shoot at his companions at will. Third Hokage stared at his old friend. It was Saihei who acted without authorization. I was planning to recruit Xianyi into the Roots, but I never let him act on Xianyi. Danzo spoke calmly. Is it really? Yes, Hiruzen, you have to believe me, everything I do is for Konoha. Third Hokage watched for a while, and finally nodded, I don't want another time. Of course, Zhihei will get the punishment he deserves. In the content reported by Zhiwei, it was said that Zhihei was seriously injured by Xuanyi's sudden burst of blood succession ability. How is he now? He's fine, he's training. Danzo hesitated for a moment, and was keenly aware of Third Hokage. Third generation looked at Danzo in surprise. This is not like Danzo's style. According to the normal routine, Danzo should first vigorously promote Zhihei's tragic injury, then denounce Xuanyi as an evil kid, and finally propose to impose a curse on Xuanyi, send it to the roots, and train it into a mission machine. Danzo's three-piece suit will never go out of style. Third Hokage knows Danzo too well. But now, Ningren is actually going to stop. What is this old man calculating? Chapter 37. Madara's temper is getting worse and worse. Early the next morning, I only heard noisy outside, and then quieted down quickly. Bang bang bang. Knocking on the door sounded, one after another. Xuanyi sang, "Are you there?" Xuanyi sang got up, "And you finally returned from Zhiwei Jainin. We haven't gone to practice together for several days." Guy slammed the door hard. Squeak. Xuanyi opened the door and yawned. He was struggling with Godzilla in the time and space of his body last night. He felt a little tired. "Morning, Guy, but why did you suddenly think of looking for me today? You can go to practice with Mr. Dai." Xuanyi sang, "Look at your expression, so tired, you deserve to be." Xuanyi sang, "When I didn't notice it, did you actually work hard at night? No wonder it will become the object of everyone's talk and admiration." Guy clenched his fists hard, his face full of fighting spirit. Xuanyi said softly, "Strange, why are you so embarrassed? Have you already practiced?" He pointed to the large dust on Guy. "Oh. It's not really important. Many girls heard that you finally went home and crowded out of your house early in the morning. I think they have bad intentions and will seriously interfere with the progress of Xuanyi Sang's practice. So I shot them all away. I thank you, Guy." Guy gave his thumbs up and dinged, and a bright light lit up between his teeth. "Don't thank me, Xuanyi Sang, this is what I should do." What a good light, there are really not many boys as enthusiastic as Guy. Xuanyi took a deep breath, poked his head and looked outside, but found nothing. Xuanyi sang, "What are you looking for? Let me find it for you." "No, it's nothing. Forget it, let's go to Yuhui, hurry up and practice. It has been a week since I came back, and I'm afraid that the next mission will not be far away." Xuanyi shook his head, leading Guy, and the two went straight to the Uchiha clan. Just entered the clan land. "Wait a minute, Guy, there are still very important things to do." Shadow clone technique. Puff. The two shadow clone appeared in a familiar way, and then rushed into Obito's house eagerly, not treating themselves as outsiders at all. "Obito's grandma, we're here to change shifts again, don't get up, what if something goes wrong?" "Ah! Xuanyi, you are here again. This is really..." Obito's eyes were in tears, and he was moved in a mess. At this moment, Obito regarded Xuanyi as a close friend. When he was in the most difficult time, he could not hesitate to consume a large amount of chakra to make shadow clone and run to share his pressure. What kind of spirit is this? This is the will of fire. When you go out to perform tasks, you don't forget to replace shadow clone. Doesn't this create a huge burden on you? Obito wiped away his tears and asked with concern. The two old shadow clones first glanced at Obito in surprise, which made Obito's face stunned, and forcibly said, "Hey, I'm just worried that you are dead. It would be a shame if a guy like you died on the battlefield." "Don't worry, Obito, I will live well when you die. We are still companions. I will never let your grandma go." After speaking, with two bangs, some of Chakra's old shadow clone had been worn out, and it disappeared immediately. The two new shadow clones immediately succeeded, seamlessly connecting. Grandma Madara accepts these two shadow clones without expression. Obito's grandma. Don't worry, we have obtained all the experience points from the old shadow clone. Knowing some of your living habits, there will never be any mistakes. A shadow clone solemnly promised. Grandma Madara nodded, as if she was complimenting. Shadow clone technique is really convenient ninjutsu. Moreover, you actually discovered the true use of shadow clone technique to share memories. It's really amazing. If second Hokage sees this scene, I must be very pleased. Of course, although Lord's second generation has passed away, his spirit will last forever. I will use this spirit to do my best to serve you and let you enjoy your twilight years. The two shadow clones had a big deal, and once again, they moved Obito on the side to a mess. Xuanyi, no, Xuanyi sang, you are, really an unpleasant nuisance. Xuanyi sang, I know this is too much, but, I will still need your help for some time to come, because I already have the leader Jainin, so I can't guarantee to be with my grandma all the time. Obito wiped his tears. Hey? This is a good thing, don't worry, Obito, unless I die, no one can take away the task of taking care of your grandma. Really, that's great. Soon, under the weight of the two shadow clones, Grandma Madara lay down again with a stiff complexion, and watched Obito scream out the door to meet the guy named Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato, learned Tobirama's Flying Thunder God technique. It's a disgusting technique, but no matter how hard he tries, it will only be a supporting role after all. Grandma Madara turned her head away, she was about to close her eyes and think deeply. But the next moment, four hands attacked, forcibly breaking his head back. Obito's grandma, you should drink water. Kuo, your grandma's. Madara felt that her temper was getting worse, and she didn't know why. No more patience, no patience, until Obito is on the battlefield, and he has initially seen the ugliness of this world. Obito greeted Xuanyi's body, and then left happily. He has led Jainin? It seems that the Minato team is about to be formed. Xuanyi looked at Obito's bouncing back and shook his head slightly. Is this a sad beginning? Namikaze Minato is the fastest ninja in the world, but he was late when he should appear the most. If Minato can be faster. But it doesn't matter. With Madara, the old yin ratio is there, Obito will have an accident anyway, so that he can take advantage of the void and make it difficult for others. Obito, this guy started Manjiki Sharingan at the age of 12, and his abundant emotions are indeed easy to be used by Madara. Xuanyi paused, then took Guy to Yuhui's home. In the courtyard, Kazue is practicing assiduously and training in physical skills. Wow, my sister is great. Itaki, look at it, is my sister very good? Tell me soon. Koizumi jumped excitedly, then held a boy's arm and shook it desperately. Yes, yes, Iki is really amazing. If I am my age, I can have the strength of Iki. No, maybe Shisui can do it. There was deep envy in the little boy's eyes. Uchiha Iki, the strongest genius of the family, was praised by the adults, and even my father's letter sent him back from the front line, asking him to pay more attention to Iki. At this time, the door opened. Excuse me. Is Kazue at home? Hi. Xuanyi quickly turned his gaze to the little boy next to Chuan Mei. This little one. That's right. Uchiha Itaki. Chapter 38, New Mission. Xuanyi looked at this little bit, and looked at his eyes. Hey, is this person a super genius named Dong Konoha? It surpassed Kakashi's strongest new generation. Itaka shook his body and stared at Xuanyi scorchingly. Iki, it's time for our team to practice. Guy waved. Let's go. Kazue threw out the shuriken, hit the bull's-eye with a thud, and spoke lightly. Sister, come on. Chuan Mei's voice was milky and milky. Several seniors have worked hard. Itaka got up and bowed. No, you are the one who is destined to be the hardest. Itaki, right, the son of Chief Uchiha. Xianyi looked at Ataka with a smile, and said something that Ataka could not understand at all. After the three of them walked away, Ataka still stood there blankly, looking confused. I'm destined to work hardest. Senior Xianyi's words are really difficult to understand. Forget it, go to Shisui and ask. The three people walked out of the house and walked directly to the training ground. I haven't seen you in the past few days. I heard that you went to Teacher's Highway. Nothing happened, right? Yuhui asked seemingly casually. Of course not, why do you ask? Because I have been thinking about it. I still feel that this is not in line with Xian Yisang's style of doing things. Did you lose contact with Teacher's Highway for several days in order to research better quality bugs? Don't underestimate these insects. If you cultivate them well, it will be very terrifying if you match them with their powerful numbers and multiplying ability. Xian Yi smiled. The worm is definitely a fierce giant worm that can tear the tail beast, and it is also an important method for him to win over the Abermei clan. Oh. Xian Yisang has been following Teacher's Highway these days. I have to work hard too. Guy encouraged himself loudly, saying youth and other things that people didn't understand. Just when the three of them walked out of the Uchiha clan. An old figure, at this time, is slowly coming. Yuhui paused and bowed slightly. Elder. Well, is this your companion? It's so energetic. Iki will ask you to take care of it. The other party took a slow look at Guy, and soon fell on Xianyi's body, nodded slightly, walked out slowly, and walked past the three of them. After walking away. Is that person Sana-sama, the elder who is second only to the Fugaku patriarch in status and prestige? Iki said lightly. Uchiha Setsuna. It turned out to be that radical hawk. Xianyi thought about it, but didn't say much. The three of them came all the way to the training ground and started team training. For a time, the entire training ground was filled with the figures of three people, and they launched a high-intensity confrontation. I haven't seen you for a week, you seem to be stronger, Iki. Xianyi shot, first grabbed Guy with one hand, and then smashed Guy with a backhand punch. Faced with the rapid attack of Iki, he couldn't help but compliment. Not only that, it's not just insight that makes me stronger. The two Gojade in the eyes slowly rotated. Magic Fox's heart trick. The field of vision Xianyi saw suddenly changed, and the entire training ground had undergone subtle changes that could not be described. It's a maze-like illusion that allows people to move around in one place, but what are you thinking about using this technique at this time? Xianyi spoke lightly. This kind of illusion that he had been wary of a long time ago had no meaning to him. In the next moment, he easily cracked this illusion. I don't know if it is because of Godzilla in his body, or Xianyi's own chakra reserves are strong, and his resistance to illusion is very high. Did you easily crack the illusion? Xianyi sang, this is not something that the blood succession ability can explain. What are you? Yuhui frowned slightly, and the next moment, directly sprayed out the impatience technique. A dozen or so groups of flames roared towards Xianyi. At the same time, the rotation speed of the two Gojade in her eyes accelerated again, and the pupils surged. In the trembling of his fingers, a few silk threads that were hard to detect with the naked eye, shook the shuriken hidden in the flame, and rushed towards Xianyi. Bang bang bang! Xianyi didn't escape, but was overwhelmed by flames and shurikens, making the sound of his body being penetrated. This is a physical clone? It seems to be a special clone made from the flesh and blood of that white thing. Iki turned Sharingan, searching for Xianyi's whereabouts. But soon, her body was shocked, and her face was filled with surprise. The radiation from the collapse of the entity clone suddenly spread, and Iki noticed that her sensitive body quickly responded, and the body functions of the whole body were stimulated and began to become active. It's this feeling, if this power belongs to me. Yuhui trembled all over, for a moment, dizzy. But this time. Shenman, open. Guy yelled and pounced directly at Iki, which forced Iki to retreat quickly. Guy, who didn't look at Iki's eyes at all and ignored Iki's illusion, was very embarrassed by his powerful physical skills. Finally. Boom! Guy used a leaf great whirlwind to blow Yihwei severely. Although Sharingan of Iki was able to capture Guy's physical skills, her body couldn't keep up, and she was the first to lose in the three-person melee. You seem to have neglected physical training during this period, and physical skills have not grown much. Guy stood there, keeping the back of one hand showing his posture, and said seriously. Yui just stood up in silence. Enough, Guy, so be it. Xian Yi appeared, first recovered the avatar of nuclear escape, then walked up to Iki, and pulled Iki up with one hand. Keeping enough physical training is good for your health. I know, and I have done physical training, but the effect is minimal. Iki looked at Xian Yi intently, with a trace of desire on his face. What a greedy guy! Xian Yi couldn't help but shook his head. This woman, her own training progress was very slow, and now she relied more on the dangerous power of radiation. At this time, hey! An ANBU member suddenly appeared. This highway team, now go to the Hokage building immediately. You have a new mission. Highway Janin has already passed by. Xian Yi smiled and said, understood, let's rush over, it's really hard for you, senior. The ANBU member nodded slightly and disappeared in place with the body flicker technique. After a week of training, are you going to the battlefield again? Things like war will always disrupt many plans. Xian Yi smiled and shook his head. After a sigh of emotion, he immediately rushed to the Hokage building with Guy and Yuhui. When the door opened, several people were already waiting. You are here. Xian Yi looked at these people in surprise. Obito, Kakashi, Lin, and Namikaze Minato and Abare Maze Highway lead Janin. Chapter 39. 1 year later. The border of the country of fire. Fire style dragon fire technique. Fire style great fireball technique. The two groups of flames rushed towards the enemy in howling, and in the blast exploded, it drenched everything around them. The moment the opponent blends into the ground. 3 meters underground, 15 degrees east, moving fast, Kakashi, do it. Xian Yi opened his eyes, the huge radiation cloud madly infiltrated the ground, constantly interfering with the fast-moving Guy. Rakery. In the thunderstorm, Kakashi's figure moved quickly, and there was only endless killing intent on his cold face. Stabbed. The powerful advance ability erupted, Kakashi smashed the ground with a fierce blow, only to hear a huge roar, the earth cracked, the soil was flying, accompanied by blood spurting out. But, damn it, I didn't expect to meet you guys. The genius ninjas of the Minato team and the Hixiao team. A rock shinobi looked down at his pierced chest in disbelief, and eventually spurted blood and died unwillingly. Okay, this is the last one. Xian Yi glanced at the scattered corpses around and said lightly. As soon as these words came out, the tense nerves of several people began to relax. Nohara Lin hurried out, planning to use medical ninjutsu to heal the injuries of the 5 people. She first came to Xuan Yi's side. No, Lin, this kind of injury is nothing to me at all. Xian Yi smiled faintly, and when he spoke, began to seal. Super regeneration. The scars on his body have begun to heal quickly, and one of the wounds that was penetrated by Kyo even made an inaudible scream. Although I have seen it many times, Lin still feels shocked every time she witnesses this terrifying self-healing ability with her own eyes. Xian Yi, your body is too strong, this kind of self-healing ability is simply an all-round healing jutsu. Nohara Lin looked at Xian Yi with envy. This kind of body is really too powerful, and with that amazing amount of chakra, Xian Yi can quickly survive no matter what kind of damage he receives. Simply, the envy of purple is the body that every medical ninja is eager to study. Damn it, Lin, ignore that guy, he hasn't learned some superficial medical ninjutsu from you before developing this kind of self-healing technique. Obito ran back carelessly from a distance, dissatisfied that Lin's attention was sucked away by damn it's Xianyi. Oh, idiot, not everyone is Xianyi. Even if you learn medical ninjutsu for a lifetime, you can't develop a technique that suits you. Kakashi sneered. What? Kakashi, don't underestimate me. Lin, now you teach me medical ninjutsu, and I can do it too. Obito broke the defense in an instant, yelling and rolling up his sleeves and rushing towards him quickly, asking Kakashi to settle his account. This kind of thing has happened many times in the past year, even if the 6 of them often cooperate in battle, so that the enemy master has a lot of their intelligence, and several of them are placed in the front of the hunting list. Among several people, Obito and Kakashi are always arguing. At this moment, hey! Xianyi suddenly took out Kyowo and threw it out fiercely, nailing it to the ground in front of Obito with a thud. Before approaching, you must first check the signal. When you attacked the enemy just now, you were the farthest away. It is easy to be killed and replaced by the enemy. If you are really Obito, you will definitely know our internal signals. Before Obito could speak, Xianyi spoke, and then read the signal with a solemn expression. The eyes are staring like copper bells, shooting out lightning like light. Ah, this! Obito's rare old face blushed. Ah, Black Cat Sheriff. In other words, what kind of garbage secret is this? Xianyi, a nasty guy, always had something incomprehensible in his head. And every time I give a secret signal, I don't know why, there is always an inexplicable sense of shame, Black Cat Sheriff or something. Damn it! Next to him, Guy nodded with relief. Obito, the weakest of the 6 of us, it's great to be safe again. A hole. Guy, do you want to fight too? Obito felt offended and flew into a rage. A few people are noisy. This is the daily routine of a 6-person team. With Obito here, I can't get quiet. Really, idiot Obito, cold-eyed Kakashi, and straight Guy. I feel that the 3 of them are very good, and they should form a team. Yuhui coughed. Watching this scene, a long-lost smile appeared on his pale face. In the past year, in addition to the task is the task, as the war situation became more and more tense, a large number of new generations began to officially set foot on the battlefield. Blood and corpses are the eternal theme. Companions are dying every day, and every day is on the road of either killing or being killed. Only when I saw these quarreling guys, Yuhui occasionally felt that she was not a corpse without body temperature. Lin used medical ninjutsu to heal Kazue's injuries, while worrying, Kazue, your face is getting worse and paler, and your skin is fair. This is a sign of the sharp decline of red blood cells. Your coughing frequency is also getting higher and higher. I'm afraid there is a problem with the lungs and the entire respiratory tract. It's okay, Lin, I know my physical condition very well. Ichike said calmly, moving his gaze to look at Xianyi. But Xianyi only calmly looked at the distant scenery. During this year, several people have gained fame. Following Minato and's highway, they made a sensation in Konoha with a 100% task completion rate, and they were used by the village to repeatedly promote them internally. The name of Uchiha Ikki also resounds through the sky, and is regarded as one of the 3 strongest new generations with Hyunyi and Kakashi. Outsiders only saw Yuhui carry the banner of Uchiha's new generation and once again promoted the name of Uchiha, but only a few people knew that Yuhui's life had entered the countdown. Although I don't know what kind of disease you have, but continue to procrastinate, when you can no longer control your body, you will lose the qualification to become a ninja. Lin entangledly looked at Yike, who occasionally coughed. Uchiha's strongest genius is about to become Moonlight Storm II. If the symptoms get worse. Okay, Lin, don't care about this matter, let alone tell anyone, even if Master Hokage asks you, absolutely can't say it. Xianyi finally spoke and said calmly. Lin was startled and became more tangled. If Kakashi talks to her like this, she is soft on the outside and strong on the inside. She will never take a step back, and she will have to solve this problem anyway. But at this time, it was the new generation of Swanyi who carried the handle, a wise, enlightened, and courageous person who was valued and praised by Hokage, and claimed to have carried out the will of fire to ultimate. With that said, there must have been some countermeasures between Xianyi and Yihui. I see. Lin sighed. Chapter 40. Several people trimmed it for a while. Soon, Highway and Minato returned one after another. Sorry, it took some time to solve the enemy's large forces. Minato scratched his head apologetically. Highway pushed his sunglasses. However, the enemy's main force has been solved by the two of us. In this battle, nearly 50 ninjas were killed by our two teams and won a great victory. It doesn't matter, we are all used to. Xianyi waved her hand. Minato won't talk about it. His type of combat is very suitable for going it alone. He is crazy about nothing, and then he flies back and forth. It is not an exaggeration to form an army by himself. As for Highway, he was directly authorized by Hokage 2 years ago, and he has the qualification to conduct separate combat operations, so he also likes to go alone and kill the enemy himself. With these two leading Genin, Xianyi, and their 6 Konoha Genin, many of them can only rely on themselves. The only advantage is that Minato and Highway will always attack first, forcibly kill powerful enemies, and leak the remaining enemies to them, creating a difficult but sustainable battle environment for their 6-man team. Anyway, it's great to see everyone so lively, everyone has grown a lot. Minato smiled. Ms. Minato, say yes, when I become Chunin, you have to teach me Flying Thunder God technique. I want to kill Kakashi. Obito pointed to Kakashi, angrily. Oh, can you learn Flying Thunder God technique? With your IQ? What? I'm going to beat you to death. The two began to tug again. Hey, after a bloody battle, are they still so energetic, but their feelings are as close as ever. Minato gave a wry smile. A group of 8 people left and returned to the Western Front camp. Now, Orochimaru has officially replaced Minato as the commander-in-chief of the Western Front. This also liberated Minato, the killing machine. In the entire Western Front, Rock Shinobi and Sand Shinobi were almost driven crazy by Minato. As a result, Rock Shinobi directly issued the order in a humiliating manner. When encountering the Golden Flash, he could abandon the mission and turn around to flee. But even more embarrassing is that you can't even escape for your life. Ah! They are back, the team of Master Minato and Masters Highway. Looking at them, I must have won another big victory. Of course, idiot, they are Konoha's best team. Entering the camp, many ninjas cheered loudly. In the past year, the merits of the two teams are based on the corpses of countless enemies. Minato and Highway are the two most powerful ninjas besides Hokage, Sunin, and Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The new generation they lead has several powerful geniuses. The 8 people walked to the central camp and reported the mission to Orochimaru. But when he walked to the door, a guy with white hair happened to walk out of the camp with a gloomy face. Hey, how come Senior Baileaho is here? Didn't you follow Master Danzo before to go to the Eastern Front? Minato looked at the man in front of him with surprise. Minato, I don't need to explain anything to you. Baileaho stopped, glanced at Minato with a little dread, and buried his head deeply. Ah, I'm so sorry, please. Minato and others averted their stature and passed Baileaho. But suddenly, Baileaho stopped and stood beside Xianyi, slowly raising his head, revealing a gloomy smile. I do not know who Swanyi. You have the nuclear escape blood that can carry out ranged attacks. It is an amazing newcomer. Every time I hear the news that you have established a feat, I feel excited. With you here, the village will be there. It is destined to have a bright future. Arahu smiled uncomfortably, and immediately glanced at Uchiha Kazue, who was pale, frowned slightly, and finally fell on Obito. After watching it for a moment, a deep contempt was revealed. Then he left. Everyone felt a little inexplicable. "Ms. Minato, who is this guy? The look he looked at me just now made me very uncomfortable." Obito grumbled, wondering if it was an illusion. He always felt that he was offended again. "Beiliuhu, Sunen's friend and a reliable senior in the village. Don't look at him a bit weird, but he is not bad in nature." Minato smiled and hesitated slightly while looking at Beiliu's back. "What? It turned out to be Sunen's friend, then it's okay." Obito breathed a sigh of relief. The feeling just now must be an illusion. Several people entered the base camp. Orochimaru was looking down at the scroll in his hand with an indifferent face, and sneered from time to time. After a conversation, Minato and Highway submitted a report on related tasks. "Thanks for your hard work. The battlefield on the Western Front is now stable. Thanks to you, I don't have any new tasks for you for the time being. You can take a break." Orochimaru smiled lowly. "In addition, Hyun-yi, your recent performance is very good, and it is getting more and more attention. I heard that Rock Shinobi and Sand Shinobi have listed you in the top of the assassination list, your treatment comparable to the elite Jainin." Xian-yi didn't change her face. "This is also something that can't be helped. As long as I can contribute to the village, everything is worth it. It is my duty." "Is that so? It's amazing." Orochimaru smiled lowly. After Xian-yi and other 8 people left. In the big account, Orochimaru sat in his seat, with a deep cold expression on his face, once again picked up the secret letter sent by Danzo. That guy Danzo, who was so unwilling to be lonely during the war, he actually cooperated with Beiliuhu. It's ridiculous. Orochimaru sneered again and again. Beiliuhu is Sunen's best friend, but that was the past. As Sunen became famous, he became a cage-level powerhouse and grew into a cage-level powerhouse as Sunen became famous. The distance between Beiliuhu and the 3 of them is getting farther and farther. Orochimaru is even more keenly aware that the mediocre but jealous guy, Beiliuhu, has faint signs of distortion in his heart. "Beiliuhu, you who chose to join Danzo, are you ready to be swallowed? Or are you planning something more interesting and you think you can take the risks?" Orochimaru sneered and opened his mouth, stretched out a snake, swallowed and digested the letter in one bite, to make sure nothing went wrong. "It's a pity. Originally, I was very optimistic about the child Xian-yi. His bloodline is the strength I need. This guy clearly has his own will. Every time I face my favors and wins, his mouth is full of will to fire. Exactly like the old man, pretending to be like that." In the last paragraph of the letter that was swallowed up by snakes, a name suddenly appeared. "I do not know Huo Xian-yi." Chapter 41. How is this possible? After a lot of fighting, Xuan-yi successfully pushed the distance between himself and Godzilla to 80 meters. "Tisk tusk, I don't know when will I truly have your power." Xian-yi raised his head, glanced at the behemoth shrouded in darkness, sighed with emotion, and walked out directly. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in the camp, and several teammates around him were resting. The energetic Xian-yi got up and walked out of the camp. There is already a figure, drawing and swinging knives endlessly. "Oh, Kakashi, I got up early enough, after such a long period of fierce fighting, do you still refuse to rest?" Xian-yi stretched out and said hello. "Xian-yi." Kakashi glanced at Xian-yi with a complicated expression, then turned his head away, and continued to repeat the movement. He has no blood inheritance limit, no secret technique, and he can only rely on the white fang short sword in his hand. Oh, maybe the guy next to him who seems harmless to humans and animals, named Xian-yi, can try to trust him. Others are not worth mentioning, no matter it is Obito or whoever. After all, he is just a tool person to assist him in completing the task. The life of a ninja is to constantly strengthen itself, and then to complete the task. When the pace of growth is stopped, the ninja loses the meaning of existence. Kakashi spoke coldly. Xuanyi shrugged and smiled. You really haven't really come out, but forget it, at least this change is still very gratifying. If you have any difficulties, just say it, and I will try my best to help you. The only answer to him was Kakashi's deliberately turning his head in a cold snort. After a while, there will be an undetectable voice, yet. Xuanyi chuckled and started his training for this day. To put it bluntly, it was to refine chakra. As his body grows, the cells in his body become more active, and more chakra can be extracted. After I go back this time, I can apply to take the Chunin exam. During the war, everything is simple. It is not a problem for me to become a Chunin. Xuanyi thought about it. Chunin bug was always the case, which was really boring. As time went by, the others slept comfortably all night, regained their vitality, and started to train. But just when a few people are practicing. Enemy attack. The large forces of rock shinobi and sand shinobi have broken through several outposts and are close to the base camp. Are these guys crazy? They suddenly went to full-scale war. Many ninjas were shocked and immediately geared up. Since Minato and Highway joined, they directly beat rock shinobi and sand shinobi on the western front to death. They used blunt knives to cut the meat. The battle on the western front, where there were no small battles, had disappeared a lot. But now, suddenly a big battle is about to be fought, which is a bit sudden. Soon, a large number of Konoha shinobi were mobilized, including the wounded and medical ninjas, about 4,000 people. This is already the entire force on the western front. Orochimaru even dispatched himself, standing in front of Konoha's army with a cold face, giving orders from time to time to lay out the front. It's finally here, I'm still thinking, when will you get through? Orochimaru licked his lips. On the side, Tsunade reminded in a low voice, be careful, Orochimaru, they suddenly went to war. They must have reached some kind of agreement. Maybe Hanzo is also involved. I can't help you directly, I can only take the medical ninja to sit down rear. Orochimaru nodded coldly. Tsunade took the medical unit and took the camp, always ready to rescue the ninjas who had retreated from the front line. Hey! As the bodies approached, some Konoha shinobi who was responsible for perception were killed on the spot before they had time to escape. Boom boom boom. On rock shinobi's side, there were a lot of blasting noises wherever they passed, and on sand shinobi's side, puppets shuttled fast and made chucking noises. Rock shinobi's blasting unit, sand shinobi's puppet unit, these are the elite forces of their village, so they were sent out directly. Are they going to start a full-scale war? Minato was shocked, this was unreasonable. But the war is not shifted by human will. The frontline ninja has already handed over the enemy, and the war broke out. At the same time, it can also be said that it was the largest war that broke out when the Western Front was established. The three ninja villages originally fought in the Land of the Rain, and they did not invade each other's countries in a tacit understanding. But now, this tacit understanding has been torn apart. Boom boom boom. In an instant, the war broke out, countless figures moved quickly, and countless shurikens and kunai were thrown out in large numbers. Looking around, all kinds of open spears and dark arrows were undefeatable and countless. Boom boom boom. All kinds of extremely lethal ninjutsu were used one after another, and the ground broke and screamed again and again. In this chaotic battlefield, you protect yourself. I'll be back when I go. Minato and Highway each left a word, and, as always, disappeared with a whistle, and ran directly to the powerful ninja who was sniping the enemy. A cage level, a perfect elite Jonin, in this chaotic environment, can indeed create terrible damage. Xuanyi and other 6 people gathered together for the first time, and it was no wonder that Jonin led the team. Rock shinobi and sand shinobi's actions are very weird, so be careful. Xuanyi naturally took over the command of the 6-man squad, and immediately took the other 5 to shuttle on the front-line battlefield. He himself no longer concealed it, and directly opened it up. Speaking of which, this is the first time I have truly participated in a battle against the army, and it is not the previous squad. Xian Yi showed a faint smile, and then began to seal. Nuclear escape adsorption turbidity technique. Nuclear radiation, far better than the past, began to breed crazily and spread rapidly. All the Konoha shinobi were avoided as much as possible by Xian Yi, and all the enemies were taken care of. If one catches one, they will be filled with nuclear radiation desperately. Countless radiation particles blasted wildly in an exaggerated posture, violently destroying the body cells of all enemies and killing their health. At every moment, a large number of ninjas died. And the ones that died more and more cruel than these ninjas, but couldn't be detected in a short time, were the human cells that had been devastated. In this fierce battle, after receiving Xian Yi's signal, Kakashi took the lead in launching an assault with the White Fang short sword and Reikari, leading other members of the team to advance. After a few minutes, there is something wrong with my body, and the speed of making chakra is declining. The heat dissipation is higher than normal. Could it be the nuclear escape in the intelligence, that damn Shiranui kid? But why can his technique cover such a large area of the battlefield? How is this possible? Some of the rock shinobi and sand shinobi who were fighting, their faces changed a lot. Chapter 42 Evil Nuclear Escape Kid. The existence of nuclear escape and blood succession is actually no longer a secret. Especially Xian Yi has killed too many people with this invincible blood succession in the past year or so. In this regard, rock shinobi and sand shinobi have already had relevant information. Moreover, the priority of hunting Xuanyi was ranked very high. But now, they once again discovered that they had seriously underestimated Xian Yi's blood inheritance limits. The power of this guy can be maximized in a large-scale war. On the battlefield, unbelievable roars rang out. Why does this guy have such a wide range of attacks? On such a chaotic battlefield, this step can actually be achieved. The village still underestimates him. The imp of Shiranui family will kill him anyway. He is countless times more terrifying than Kakashi. Many enemies felt their own terrible changes at this time, and their complexions changed drastically. The weaker guy has clearly felt the impact of radiation on himself. Physical fitness is being weakened, and the speed of making chakra is continuously decreasing, which directly leads to a sharp drop in combat effectiveness. During these times, many of the rock shinobi and sand shinobi who rushed to the front were also big radiation eaters. They died the fastest. A few minutes ago, they were alive and well. But now, their combat power has been reduced one after another, and they have been opposed by the Konoha shinobi. Kill. His eyes rounded, and he died unwillingly. Jainin can still rely on the powerful chakra to force support, but Chninjenin, one after another, died in battle. The ninja on Konoha's side realized that the opponent's ninja was getting weaker and weaker, and their morale was shocked, and they shouted at an accelerated attack speed. Go to hell, damn guys! This is the price of your war against Konoha. Many Konoha shinobi who had been struggling to support them suddenly became energetic, and there was a fierce light in their eyes. Some ninjas, after beheading the enemy, naturally leaned on Xian Yi's side, and strongly intercepted all the hostile ninjas who rushed in frantically, protecting Xian Yi in this way. As for the Xian Yi 6-person team, their own strength is strong, the configuration is perfect, and the cooperation is incomparable. With the passage of time, one after another enemy died in their hands. Those who have already fought with the enemy Jainin, try their best to hold them down. Others give priority to slaughtering Chninjenin. Don't let the opponent go. Xian Yi's complexion was indifferent, holding the seal with one hand, and immediately issued orders. In the shortest time, to cause maximum damage to the enemy. For Jainin and stronger enemies, let Konoha's Jainin and Cage level deal with it. Understood. Clear. Kakashi and others nodded immediately. Hi. Xianyi-sama. Those Konoha shinobi who came to protect Xianyi also heard it, without any hesitation, and immediately yelled and spread Xianyi's command. Xianyi's face was full of question marks. Are these people who spread orders serious? He is just an ordinary genin. But forget it, it's not a bad thing. Xianyi once again increased the radiation output, and the whole body burst into a terrifying high temperature, which turned into a terrifying heat wave that made people feel terrible. Scrambling to get into the body of the enemy ninja. The terrifying radiation area, with a radius of 200 meters as the absolute core area, the radiation intensity here is the most terrifying. The more it radiates outward, the weaker it is. Well, I really feel struggling. It lasted for less than 5 minutes, and my chakra actually lost more than 10%. Xianyi frowned slightly. This 10% was all he could extract at the moment, 10% of the full chakra amount. He looked at that layer and layered around him, presenting Konoha shinobi who looked loose but extremely orderly and strong defense lines. Some rock shinobi and sand shinobi, with red eyes, killed Xianyi one after another, but they were all stopped by these people. Don't be stressed, focus on using your secret technique. As long as you are safe, it is the greatest help to us. The enemy wants to touch you unless you step over our corpse. Standing not far from Xianyi's front, Yumin Ogawa Palace, after turning his head and roaring, pulled out Kiwi with one blow to block a fast-moving puppet. Boom! The next moment, when a small vibration wave was emitted, the puppet was crushed on the spot. Don't underestimate me, Uncle Umino, don't get killed. I will invite you to drink when you return to the village, and remember to bring Irika with you when you come back. Xianyi smiled and spoke. Tisk, the kid who makes people totally unlikable. Uminagawami hummed twice, but with such a kid standing behind him, he felt relieved inexplicably. Stabbed. Ahead, Kakashi was already mad, driving Reikari, and amidst the lightning and thunder, he just protruded forward, splashing flesh and blood, covering most of his body. Anyway, there is a cloud of Swanyi radiation, but wherever Kakashi sprints, the amount of nuclear radiation will rise sharply, and many ninjas will receive serious interference and then be killed by Kakashi. But in the same way, Kakashi quickly got scarred, his own eyesight couldn't keep up with the speed of Reikari's puncture at all. Kakashi lacks a good pair of eyes. Kakashi still can't perfectly control his own skills. Ikki guarded Xianyi's side, frowning slightly. As soon as Kakashi opened Reikari, he rushed forward very fast and could only make a straight assault. He couldn't even turn around. Slowly it will get better, Xianyi said lightly. The top presence of the two camps finally couldn't help it. The puppet troops are fully deployed, giving priority to using puppets to destroy that damn kid. We must kill him. The blasting force, use the rock clones as much as possible to tear open the defensive line around the imp, and avoid being affected by the imp's power. Rock shinobi and sand shinobi finally couldn't bear it. What is this? Obviously, the two sides have the greatest military advantage. Together, there are more than 6,000 people, more than 4,000 people surpassing Konoha. However, the front is fighting, but the situation is delayed. Not to mention, there are more deaths and injuries than Konoha. With the passage of time, the battle damage ratio has deteriorated uncontrollably and rapidly. This is really outrageous. I don't know Huo Swanyi's ability, so that the commanders on both sides can no longer hold back. That kid is Swanyi ignorance of fire, possessing nuclear escape and blood following the limit. Sand Shinobi, Chiyo's face was cold, and he closed his eyes and felt the oncoming wind for a while. Sure enough. This is not a biological poison in the conventional sense, nor is it an air poison, but a chakra poison that directly attacks cells. I haven't figured out the principle for the time being, but it doesn't matter. If it can't solve the problem, then solve the manufacturing problem. People. Cho was about to move. On Rock Shinobi's side, the Lois has also been observing. The more they look at it, the more they are frightened. They still lack effective defensive methods for this range of attacks, and they only have powerful ninjas. With their strong chakra reserves, they can create a protective layer on the surface of the skin and hold their breath to stop breathing for a short time. Internally shield this kind of nuclear escape attack. If you can protect yourself in this way, chakra's depletion rate has reached an exaggerated level, and it can't be sustained at all. Can't wait any longer, I personally dispatch. This battle is not only about defeating the western front of remnant Konoha in one fell swoop, but also about killing this evil nuclear escape kid. Chapter 43, Something More Terrible Than Death. Giggle giggle giggle. A large number of puppets began to move quickly, and even the chakra line that controlled these puppets was pulled far. All this is to prevent oneself from being affected by radiation prematurely. This kid is too dangerous. He is less than 12 years old. The chakra toxin he created can affect so many people. At this moment, Cho thought of the difficult guy in Hanzo, who could easily kill countless ninjas with the poison of Sanjiao fish. The powerhouses of the 5 ninja villages were extremely jealous. I will never allow a Hanzo to appear in Konoha. Chiyo's eyes shot a cold light, and he opened the scroll directly, and summoning came out with 10 people. Accompanied by a burst of weird sounds, Cho created a large amount of chakra to cover himself, and holding his breath, he had to control the 10 people to tear off Konoha's line of defense and kill Xianyi. But this time, hilarious shadows are more snake hands. A large number of Lion Majesty suddenly rushed in and entangled the 10 puppets. Finally, I'm doing it, old lady of 1,000 generations, I won't let you succeed. Orochimaru's long tongue stretched out. From his sleeve, there was a steady stream of Lion Majesty pouring out, and a pair of vicious eyes fell directly on Cho. I can't let you get close to Xianyi so easily, this kid, I am also very interested, this is not an attack cell, his bloodline can directly attack the DNA in the deepest part of life. The more I think about it, the more excited Orochimaru gets, licking and licking with his tongue. Had it not been for the 2 guys Minato and's highway, he would have been unable to help him. Not to mention putting Swanyi on the operating table for dissection, drawing a tube of blood every 3 to 5, cutting off a little flesh and blood for cultivation, etc. It is normal operation. Orochimaru. What about the woman in Tsunade? Let her get out and meet me. Chiyo's eyes were cold. But Orochimaru sneered, stopped talking nonsense, and fought against Cho. The powerful S-rank ninjutsu was used one after another, and the power was amazing. On the other side, Lois also encountered a tough enemy. Namikaze Minato and a Bear Maze Highway are both difficult opponents. Lao Zi, I need to use your power. Huang Tu's face was ugly. His commanding rock shinobi was killed by a large number of Minato flying around, and from time to time he was bitten by bugs that did not know where he came from. He turned his head directly, and gave an order to a person exuding danger. War is really disgusting. Lao Zi stood up blankly, jumped forward, and landed on the ground in a sudden lava-style scorching river rock technique. Several magma balls ejected from the mouth of Lao Zi, exuding terrifying heat, and smashed into the Konoha shinobi's queue in a whistling. What kind of technique is this? It's a high temperature, damn it, this guy's technique is very similar to Xianyi, and it can create high temperatures. Some Konoha shinobi used water-style ninjutsu to resist, but were penetrated by a magma ball in an instant. Hey, are the Konoha guys so uneducated? Even if they really want to look like it, it should be Kauki's tricks that are more like mine, right? Lao Zi's face was indifferent, and magma balls spurted out of her mouth one after another, which contained terrible impact. But the next moment, a large amount of Kumo was thrown out, and the moment it touched the magma ball, it disappeared with the entire magma ball. Is Rock Shinobi even Jinkriki on the battlefield? But with 4 tails, I can resist it. Namikaze Minato was holding Flying Thunder God Kunao, and appeared in no time, his complexion dignifiedly blocking Lao Ziai. He fought 8 Tails Jinkriki of Cloud Shinobi Village at the beginning of the 3 wars and knew the terrible Jinkriki well. Not to mention his girlfriend is 9 Tails Jinkriki. Don't underestimate people, I accidentally killed me, but I can't save it. Lao Ziai sneered. The 2 cage-level powerhouses fought fiercely. This is not a battlefield that ordinary ninjas can participate in. A Baramaze highway, without saying a word, single-handedly pounced on Huang Tu and his guards. Assholes of Konoha, we must defeat you this time. Lois was extremely angry. At this moment, all the cage levels and elite Jainin that can be played have come to an end. A wide range of powerful ninjutsu often bursts out. A little carelessness will spread the power. The aftermath alone can take away a large number of ninjas. The battle of tens of thousands of people shakes the mountain at every turn, and various master teams of various techniques cooperate to create more powerful kills. Wind style Great Breakthrough. Wind style Wind Cut. Wind style Hurricane Tornado. A large number of wind style ninjutsu struck, flying sand and rocks, and the wind howled. There is an effect, the damage of that power seems to be weakened. Hurry up, wind style can restrain that kid's nuclear escape and kill him immediately. Sand Shinobi's ninja rushed over with red eyes in surprise, and many puppets spurred regardless of loss. At this time, Xian Yi stood in the protection circle of dozens of ninjas, looking at these crazy guys calmly. Using wind style to blow away my radiation? It is indeed a smart idea, but it is on the premise that I don't control the radiation. Xian Yi tilted her head, looking at the puppets that were rushed, and the hideous faces behind the puppets. War really is a blind and crazy thing. Protect the descendants of the Shiranui family. If it really doesn't work, just cover him and retreat to the camp. Some Konoha Jainin looks gloomy, and if they lose Xuan Yi's power, they have lost a great advantage. But anyone who has tasted, fought with a strong enemy, the opponent's strength becomes weaker and weaker, after making a painful scream, being counter-killed by himself, absolutely cannot refuse Xian Yi's ability to control the field. In their cognition, Xian Yi's ability is equivalent to combining perception ninjutsu with the technique of large-scale poisoning, which is equivalent to that as long as the enemy can be perceived, it is equivalent to being attacked. The role Xian Yi demonstrated in a large-scale war was terrifying. It is like a life harvester, and Xian Yi is still so young, as long as Xian Yi is given a few more years. Xian Yi, Master Tsunade orders you to take your team back. A ninja appeared in front of Xian Yi, kneeling on one knee. No, I am standing here, which is the best support for this war. Xian Yi said lightly. But this is Tsunade-sama. My technique will not be restrained by any wind style, trust me. The next moment, Xian Yi increased the radiation output, and soon, a large number of Sand Shinobi and Rock Shinobi were once again greatly affected and fell into a difficult situation. Some guys even screamed quickly and gave up the fight. The whole person lay on the ground and wailed, clutching their bodies frantically. The skin quickly ulcerated, and the flesh was swollen and torn. But I will not die immediately. In the painful wailing, I feel the screams of every cell in the body, the fragmentation of every internal organ, and I watched, scratching myself, the high temperature from the inside out, and at the same time stimulate the body into deformity and collapse. This tragedy makes people just look at it, like falling into an ice cave, trembling all over. The blow to morale and will is even more unimaginable. The war went on like this. 10,000 ninjas fought on the Konoha border, and every moment passed, some people died on the spot. Such a high-intensity war was fought for a full day, and the battle was fierce until the sunset. Chapter 44, You Are Too Big. At dusk, red light shone on the earth, spreading on the countless corpses. Puff! Xian Yi stabbed a Sand Shinobi in the heart with a handful of Kyu. Don't always use wind-style ninjutsu to blow me up. It's not as useful as you think, it's really. Xian Yi kicked the foe whose expression had been frozen with one kick. Around him, there were densely packed corpses, piled on top of each other, and most of them died horribly. Stumped limbs and broken arms were considered good, and the human-shaped bones were the most feared. More importantly, from the perspective of the distribution of corpses, the closer to Soigny's location, the denser the accumulation of corpses, and the more terrifying the state. Yes, damn it, you devil, win style won't work for you, to the end of your skills. A rock shinobi festered, with a desperate face facing the sky blankly. His life has entered the dying moment. What is more terrifying than defeat is that he personally felt the horror of Konoha's new generation before he died. Especially Shiranui Soigny, this kind of wide-ranging attack technique. As long as the thought that they could not kill Soigny, it makes people feel desperate. In the next moment, Iki had already used Kunao to penetrate this guy's head. It's over, Xian Yisang's power is far more terrifying than I thought. Iki's exhausted, pale face exuded a weird color under the shining of the red sunset. She turned to look at the people surrounded by countless corpses and Konoha shinobi who were surprised and cheered. He is also tired. Xian Yi did feel exhausted. This was an extremely rare thing. He hadn't experienced this feeling of being drained for some years. Chakra in a suit was almost completely worn out. The results are equally amazing. On such a large battlefield, Soigny is simply a humanoid self-propelled weapon arsenal. Wherever he goes, a lot of Konoha shinobi and enemies will follow him spontaneously, where there are many dead. In the distance, the battlefield belonging to the cage level also came to an end. For cage level shopping, no cage level powerhouse has fallen. The old lady of 1,000 generations, the speed of escaping is still so fast, but from now on, she is going to seal the seal in another way. Orochimaru was embarrassed, but he held a broken arm in his hand. This is Chiyo's severed hand and the result of Orochimaru's battle. On the other side, Lao Ziai turned into a half-tailed animal, but was unable to win. He was harassed by Namikaze Minato. He could only suppress his anger and escorted the rock shinobi away slowly. This war officially ended. Many tired Konoha shinobi, unable to conceal the excitement on their faces, cheered loudly and resounded through the sky. The enemy has lost at least 2,000 people. This is a big victory. Ah, thanks to Master Orochimaru and Master Namikaze Minato. Master Tsunade sat in the back of the town and did not go to the battlefield. We defeated them. That kid from Shiranui family, have you noticed? His nuclear ninjutsu is really too strong. Many people are following him spontaneously, so the efficiency of killing the enemy is higher. Many Konoha shinobi were talking excitedly. For Konoha, the number of ninjas lost in this battle was less than 1,000. They were originally inferior troops. Facing the combined attack of the two ninja villages, it was no wonder they rejoiced. Rock shinobi and sand shinobi have suffered heavy losses. Probably they won't come again. Guy sat down on the ground, his eyes unable to open. Who knows, I will fight as many as they come anyway. Master Obito will make them feel the horror firsthand. Obito shook his arm, as if showing off his strength and confidence. After experiencing this level of war and winning, Obito's self-confidence has been completely built up, and his mentality is bursting. Without looking up, Kakashi said indifferently while accepting Lin's healing, "By the way, you seem to have no effect in this war. I even saw you almost crying." What? Don't be kidding, what's the matter? I also killed 3 enemies. No? When I used Reikari to kill an enemy, who was the rescuer? There was still something shiny on my face. Nothing, it's not tears, it's snot. Guy followed up and made a knife. Oh, I'll give you 100 taels, please tell me how you put your nose on your eyelids, this may be a good practice. What? As they talked, they started quarreling again, and finally they both pulled each other's collars, clamoring about single-handed things. Really energetic. Many Konoha shinobi passers-by saw this scene, and their faces suddenly showed approving expressions. Look, these little ghosts are Xianyi's teammates, and the best new generations are concentrated here. Oh. Seeing how they are about to fight, you know that their relationship is very good. Many people stood in the distance, pointing at Obito, their faces filled with relief. After this cruel battle, many people, for the first time, have personally experienced the strongest new generation. I do not know the power of Huo Xuanyi. Nuclear escape blood following the horror of bounds. After this battle, it showed vividly, that kind of terrifying ability to control the field. It makes people want to die and want to stop. In this regard, Xianyi was very calm. They won't let it go, it depends on how their next offensive is launched. Xianyi exhaled heavily, rested for a while, and recovered some of his severely consumed physical energy. The big guy in the body, to a certain extent, has been continuously supplying his consumption. After a while, an order came from the central camp, asking Xianyi to pass immediately. Along the way, many people stopped when they saw Xianyi, looking at Xianyi with respect and admiration. Just now, thank you very much. If you weren't there, I'm afraid I would be killed. If you need my help in the future, just say it. Ah, please don't say that. Xianyi responded to these enthusiastic guys and stepped into the camp. Just came in. Tsunade made a big punch when he went up. Boom. It hurts. Damn boy, you dared to disobey my orders, did you want to die? Tsunade grabbed Xianyi's neck and showed a fierce look. Master Tsunade, you are strangling me to death, and in the situation at that time, I really didn't have to retreat. I stood there and could be more useful. Xianyi looked helpless. Lord Tsunade, how old are you? Don't you have any points in your heart? Chapter 45. You have to remember to repay me well. In the camp, Orochimaru, Tsunade, Namikaze Minato, Abaramaze Highway and others are sitting upright. Xianyi calmly looked at these big men. Your ability is better than I thought, Xianyi, you have grown up. Highway pushed his sunglasses and spoke calmly. It's all for the village, I can play my value, I am also very happy. However, a few adults let me come here, presumably not just to praise me. Xianyi touched her painful head and said with a smile. Tsunade snorted coldly, looking bad. A terrible light appeared in Orochimaru's eyes, and he couldn't wait to want it. At this time, Namikaze Minato smiled and said, we all see your excellent performance, especially in this Western Front war, the feats you have won are extremely rich. Xianyi, you can make demands that are not excessive. So, I want to learn powerful ninjutsu, but I'm not sure what I'm suitable for. Xianyi said with a deep groan. Powerful ninjutsu. Based on your aptitude and performance, it is not impossible to apply for that thing. But if you want to watch the Book of Seals, the old man is afraid that he won't agree. Several senior executives on the Western Line discussed in a low voice. The Book of Seals. There are a large number of forbidden techniques recorded on it, each of which is far superior to ordinary ninjutsu in terms of difficulty and danger in practice. And this thing is exactly what Xianyi desires. In his impression, a technique in the Book of Seals is what he urgently needs. If you can learn that technique, maybe you can really get the power of Master Godzilla. After a while, several senior executives on the Western Front did not give a positive answer after all. This required Hokage's approval. However, Xianyi received a new task. Chunin exam. Can I finally become Chunin? Obito was ecstatic and yelled. Ah, they said, we are all Genin now, it's a bit too hip. It stands to reason that we already have the qualifications of Chunin, but we have to go through the process again. Xianyi called the other 5 people over and spread out his hands to announce the matter. It's great, when I become Chunin, it won't be too far from Jainin. Obito was breathing fast. Kakashi sneered, with your strength, whether or not you can pass the Chunin exam are two different things. Why are you excited? Ah! Kakashi, if you can't pass, I can pass. Obito broke the defense again. Kakashi looked indifferent. I was born a genius. I'm sorry, I was already Chunin when I was 6 years old. You scold again. Obito was furious. He just remembered at this moment, Kakashi, this a guy, graduated at the age of 5, and he was Chunin at the age of 6. No, Kakashi, you want to participate too, just join Obito and Lin as a team. Xuanyi shook his head. This is the order of the village. This time, all the surviving people of our class will participate in the Chunin exam. 5-year-old Genin, 6-year-old Chunin, 12-year-old took the Chunin exam with Obito and Lin, and then was appointed as the special Jainin. This is really outrageous, the group of people in the village arranged Kakashi clearly. Kakashi was taken aback, looking strange, but in the end he just nodded. Since it's a task, I understand. As for why everyone is required to participate, the reason is actually easy to guess. Just like their collective graduation early, the village urgently needs a new batch of Chunin to enter the battlefield. Not enough leaks. Throughout the 3 wars, Konoha has been in a difficult situation of 1-on-3. At the beginning of the war, he fought against the 3 villages of Iwa, Sand, and Cloud. When Cloud Shinobi Village was repelled by Namikaze Minato, he was now fighting with Rock, Sand, and Fog. Has been fighting for several years, the manpower has been seriously insufficient. Xuanyi has now begun to recall the content of the Chunin exam in Obito and Kakashi in the original book. The first item is a written test. I remember that the 6th question is asking about the elimination of blood. For others, this is a super-level question. That fellow Obito was the only one alternate qualified in the written test. It was Lin who helped him cheat and barely entered the 2nd test. At that time, he was ridiculed by Kakashi in the corridor. The 2nd item is the actual combat test. The guy Obito had a duel with Guy and Kakashi, and then they all lost. Xuanyi touched his chin. No matter how he looked at it, it was impossible to overturn the car. This Chunin exam is destined to be just a cut scene, and the point is that it needs such a legal review process. Otherwise, it's not easy to promote special Jainin. Not surprisingly, after he was promoted to Chunin, he could almost get the promotion special Jainin place. Fix it up, we are going back to the village to take the exam. Xuanyi said. Several people immediately began to adjust their state, full of expectations for becoming Chunin. Naturally, the quarrel and ridicule between Obito and Kakashi were also full of the process. Ikki, after I go back, I will find a way to carry out human experiments on you, so be prepared. If you don't make it through, you will be dead. Sitting cross-legged, Xuanyi said in a low voice. Yuhui's movements shook, and he pulled up a lot of scarce hair. Really, I really trouble you, Xuanyi sang, I'm already aware of it. Don't hold out too much hope. The success rate is minimal. I'm also betting. Xuanyi glanced at Yuhui's eyes calmly. This year, although he mainly ran around on the battlefield, and the advancement of related research was extremely slow, at least he had some guesses. It's just, can Ikki hold it? Even if it succeeds, it will only allow Yuhui to barely extend his life for a few years. If it fails, it will naturally be 100, and he can focus on giving Yuhui a funeral. Xuanyi's eyes were somewhat meaningful. The next day, all the new generations who are performing tasks outside have received orders from the village to return to the village in batches to take the Chunin exam. Xuanyi and others are ready to go. One fell in front of them with a gloomy expression. On Orochimaru's order, I will serve as your temporary leader Jainin. It is my task to send you back to the village. Konoha Jainin humbled and looked down at the little ghosts in front of him. Then, his gaze fell on Xuanyi's body, his gloomy face, which showed a stiff smile. We must get along well. Xuanyi nodded her head calmly. Then I will work hard to stay and call the Lord, and I have to trouble you to dispatch. It is really grateful to us. I'll buy you a drink when I go back. Oh? You don't have to drink a drink. You just need to remember to find a chance to repay me well. Belu snorted coldly. Chapter 46 Explosion Style. Belu, for now, is a guy who doesn't hide his emotions. The impatience for this task is completely on the face. Even if he brought Xianyi and others back and forth, he was extremely impatient and gloomy, and he clearly asked these people to repay him. A group of people shuttled through the jungle. Already far away from the Western Front camp, into the hinterland of the Country of Fire. Along the way, Xianyi silently followed behind Beilu, always estimating the distance. It stands to reason that when you get here, you can basically say that it is safe, even if you occasionally encounter a small team that sneaks into the place, it is enough to easily eliminate it. But Xianyi always remained vigilant, and caught up with Beilu, and had nothing to say. Master Bailia, I heard Master Minato say that you and Sunan are close friends? Did you play with it since you were a kid? Xianyi asked with a smile. Go away, kid, I'm not interested in paying attention to you. Beilu's face became stiff, and it became more and more ugly. It seems that this question directly hit the shadow of his heart. In fact, this issue alone has already made Xianyi know. Hylia, to a certain extent, is a type similar to Orochimaru, both very good at research, especially good at human experiments. When Xianyi was thinking, he looked at him from the corner of the eye, and he happened to see that Beilu turned his head to look at him. All eyes met, and they quickly staggered. Time passed. Vaguely, there are a series of swift figures, which are coming quickly. Sure enough, is it rock shinobi or sand shinobi? Xianyi Jiyin, where the radiation spreads, there are dozens of figures, and they are coming quickly. Xianyi. Be careful, we have encountered an enemy, and it's a strong enemy. Xianyi's expression was calm. Master Bailia, do we need to stop to meet the enemy? No, keep going. Beilu frowned and looked back, his face a little ugly. A large number of figures moved quickly. Master Hunter, the target has been locked, and it is 500 meters ahead. Very good, speed up, kill that kid anyway, this is a great opportunity. The Rock Shinobi team accelerated their movement speed, and even gritted their teeth and rushed forward despite the radiation left by Xianyi. As long as you can kill the few people in front, everything is worth it. Shiranui Janai, Hitaki Kakashi, Uchiha Kazue, they now have only one ordinary leader Jainin, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Rock Shinobi, headed by Hunter, had red eyes at this time. This battle, as long as it can be successful, can interrupt Konoha's top figures who will rise in the next 5 to 10 years. The distance between the two sides is getting closer and closer. Puliahu's brows frowned tighter and tighter. After a murmur, he turned his head and said coldly, "You little devil's speed is really too slow. No way, we are just a group of Chunin and Genin. I'm really sorry that we have dragged down Master Beiluhu. Now the situation is so dangerous and we don't have any reinforcements. Considering that you are the fastest, it's better than." Xianyi smiled and spoke, his tone a little hesitant. Speaking of which, Kakashi and others, silently prepared for the battle, with a sense of decisiveness in their eyes. That's right, what Xianyi said is right. In this case, let Master Bailuhu go first to find reinforcements. Even Beiluhu, with deep hesitation and perseverance on his face, was about to speak, "I think it's better, Master Bailuhu, stay and fight the enemy desperately and create a chance for us to escape. When we return to the village, we will definitely come back with reinforcements to help you." Xianyi looked decisive. "Are you serious about this kind of terrible words, is it really from a little devil's mouth? You learned the will of fire from elementary school to college? Boy, you are really clever, I want to tear you to pieces now." Bailahu said with a sneer. You are too polite, Master Bailahu, you can carefully consider my suggestion. Xuan Yi behaved very politely. At this time, Rock Shinobi's assault team had already approached Xuan Yi and others, and a fierce battle was inevitable. Humph! I've caught up with you, you little ghosts, you are going to die. There was a deep chill on Xiao's face, and he directly moved his gaze to Bailahu. You are Hunter. The guy with the explosion-style blood succession limit? I didn't expect to meet you here. Bailu was surprised. Xiao frowned and glanced suspiciously at Bailahu. Bailahu, according to my master's information, it is just an ordinary Konoha Jainin. Don't hesitate to kill him. More than a dozen rock shinobi elites quickly dispatched to surround Xuan Yi and others from all directions. Earth-style multiple earth flow walls. Layer after layer of barriers, bursting out from the ground, surrounded Xuan Yi and others in the middle. Go to hell, Konoha's geniuses, and this mediocre Konoha Jainin. Hunter showed a cruel smile. Mediocre, mediocre? Puliahu's face was immediately gloomy, his sharp teeth bared, a hideous meaning. I'm just a mediocre Jainin at this age. I'm so sorry. You damn thing, I will tear you to pieces soon. Bailu broke the defense. Originally he was still entangled, whether he took these little ghosts desperately to escape, or he ran away by himself, now he doesn't need to think about it. Right here, get what he wants. The next moment, the two sides collided. Bailu directly used a shot of water style to break through several layers of earth flow wall. Outrageously start a confrontation with Hunter. Go away, my goal is those little ghosts, if you run away now, I can spare you not to die. Xiao sneered and smashed out with a hard punch. Explosion-style Mind Fist. Hunter used his explosion-style blood succession limit to the ultimate, and with a fierce blow, he slammed into Bailahu. Bailahu felt a panic, and hurriedly used the body replacement technique to block the punch with a piece of wood. Boom! The fist touched the wood, and a terrible explosion erupted. Is this the explosion style? It's a terrible power. Puliahu had lingering fears, and at the same time, greater greed appeared in his eyes. It seemed that the stronger the hunter, the more excited he was. But how to get rid of hunting is also a big problem. Hey, nuclear escape kid, can your absorbing turbid technique kill this guy? Bailu shouted loudly. Not in a short time. This guy has created a protective layer of chakra for himself. My power cannot invade. Xuan Yi was attacked by 3 rock shinobi and looked dangerous. The others were also attacked by rock shinobi, separated by layers of earth flow walls, trying to divide their teams. Tisk! There is no way. Bailuhu's face turned bright and dark. Chapter 47 Leap Soil is on top. I have to say that Bailu is very entangled now, and the current developments are completely beyond his expectations. These rock shinobi appeared at an untimely time. Bailu gritted his teeth. He is just a mediocre Jainin, unable to withstand so many powerful enemies. Because of this, a certain idea in his heart became stronger. I originally planned to find an opportunity to attack Xuan Yi, but these rock shinobi disrupted my plan. I want to find a way to flee with Xuan Yi, and then use the Ghost Bud Luo technique to capture Xuan Yi's blood succession boundary. Is this just a mere accident, or is there also Orochimaru's handwriting? Bailu used all his strength to resist the hunter's attack with difficulty. Fighting against the hunter who possesses the explosion-style blood succession boundary, Hiryu has fallen into a disadvantage since the beginning. Boom! It was another punch. Hunter used mind fists one after another, causing a large-scale explosion, forcing Bailu to retreat steadily. Hey, the strength is not strong, but the ability to protect himself is good, a difficult guy. Xiao blasted a substitute with a punch again, frowning slightly, his face showed contempt after being forced to retreat, and he immediately turned and rushed towards Xuan Yi. The imp of Shiranui is the first target to kill. This guy is a terrible mopping machine on the battlefield. Boy, you have no chance to grow up. Xiao's face was stern, and he blasted the multi-layered earth flow wall with a punch, and came crashing in front of Xuanyi. At this time, Xuanyi was leading the team, constantly dealing with other rock shinobi. Nuclear escape vibration wave. 2 rock shinobi who hid behind the earth stream wall, waiting for an opportunity to attack, were seriously injured on the spot. Even Xiao, this guy rushed over. I can't go on like this, I think of a way to retreat. Xuanyi frowned slightly, winked at Kakashi and the others, and said, you can actually defeat Lord Baileahu. He's not worth my time, kid, you are worth it. There was a fierce light in Xiao's eyes, and he attacked brazenly. The other rock shinobi attacked Kakashi and Ikki frantically, and the layers of multiple earth flow walls became denser. The earth shook and the dust was flying. Xuanyi raised his hand again with another shock wave. Vibration wave, doesn't look like a wind-style technique. Is this also a nuclear escape technique? But Hunting not only didn't evade, but made seals with both hands, speeding up the assault speed. Steel escape tempered. In an instant, Hunter's body immediately became extremely hard, and he just surpassed the shock of the vibration wave. What kind of technique is this? Kakashi used Reikari to forcibly penetrate the wall of the earth stream, his eyelid jumped, and then he stabbed the hunter with Reikari from the side. Boom! Stabbed. The 2 bodies collided, accompanied by the sound of lightning and thunder. But when Reikari hit Kakashi's body, Kakashi's face immediately changed. His unfavorable Reikari could not pierce Kakashi's body. Go away! With a backhand punch, Kakashi retreated from Explosion Style's blood and didn't dare to force it. Hit by Explosion Style, your body will explode on the spot. That's it, Explosion Style and Steel done. In order to kill me, I really spared no effort to send out a dangerous guy like you. Xuanyi's face was solemn and felt a little tricky. The hunter of the Explosion Style version appeared in the comics version, and the hunter of the Steel Escape version appeared in the theater version. And now, FKS Explosion Style with super attack power and Gang Dunk with terror defense power appeared at the same time, which made the hunter's tricky degree a geometric multiple. Elite Jainin is not so easy to deal with. Oh? It looks like you know something about me, but my Steel Escape is top secret information, how did you know it? Xiao narrowed his eyes, used the tempering technique again, and rushed towards Xuanyi. Xuanyi showed decisiveness in his eyes, hitting dozens of shock waves one after another, clearing the field frantically, smashing a large number of earth flow walls, and also slowing the hunter's attack speed. Don't stay, take this opportunity and everyone will retreat. At this time, Baileau roared in a gloomy voice, and immediately rushed towards Xuanyi. Xuanyi's face sank, and a rock shinobi that struck in a slap was crippled by countless radiation. Baileau had already rushed over, stretched out his hand, and was about to grab Xuanyi. Hurry up, this guy is too strong, we can't deal with it. Baileau yelled, slightly anxious. No, Lord Hiliahu, you and I will cover the other people's retreat. As Sunen's best friend, you won't do anything to abandon your companions and escape, right? Kakashi, I appoint you as the temporary captain and immediately take the others. Retreat. Xuanyi staggered his figure, avoiding the palm of Baileau. Baileau wanted to say that he really did it, and was furious at the moment. Damn kid, do you know how difficult the guy is? You have to live to have a future. Hunting hard against the vibration wave, his toughened body was so hard that he looked cold at the time. None of you can escape. Ikki and Obito used various fire-style ninjutsu to try to stop the enemy. Guy's face showed a deep sense of decisiveness, intending to fight desperately to open a higher degree of 8 inner gates. Xuanyi sang, I can actually. Guy said. No, you can't, believe me, Guy, retreat immediately. You should understand that I have a way to get out. Xian Yi gave Guy a deep look. I see. Guy nodded heavily. Could it be that Xian Yi sang is going to use that technique? That technique that scared my father. Kakashi, Lin, Iki, Obito, let's go. Staying here can only drag Hyun Yi sang back. Guy spoke solemnly, and at the same time he grabbed Yu Hui and Lin, roared and opened the fifth gate, speeding up his movement. Xian Yi sang, if you die, I won't be able to live, you know. Yu Hui smiled and said, and left without looking back. Stabbed. Kakashi used short sword to cut a rock shinobi's neck, hesitated, and finally gritted his teeth. Hyun Yi, don't die, I will come back to save you when I find reinforcements. Obito, we. Obito. Uchiha Obito, will never run away. The bastards of Rock Shinobi, just come. Obito has been forced by this almost desperate situation. Instead of retreating, he rushed towards Rock Shinobi frantically. Xian Yi, if you leave one more person, you can hold on for more time, right? I will never leave you behind. Lin, run away, I will cover you. Obito's eyes were bloodshot, and he moved himself to a mess. Is this guy a fool? This sentence came out of everyone's hearts. I have already said so clearly. Master Xuanyi is using some kind of secret technique and is confident enough to get out, but this guy actually rushed up. For a while, Xian Yi didn't know what to say. You are at the forefront, Lao Zi has already brewed the big move, is it to be used or not? Do you want to evaporate you together? Chapter 48 The First Generation I Must Kill, White Hot Light. Obito was too fierce, and he added a layer of protection companion buff to himself. But in an instant, he was surrounded by several rock shinobi. This guy is also a member of Uchiha. I didn't open my eyes, just a waste, kill him quickly, and then go with Master Hunter to kill the nuclear escape kid. Several rock shinobi's faces showed cruelty. What could greet them was a powerful great fireball technique, although it couldn't cause any damage. Obito screamed, fighting together with them fighting spirit, as long as there is a slight flaw, it will be killed in an instant. But amazingly, in this almost mortal situation, Obito actually fought for a few rounds, and then took the initiative to get kicked. Xian Yi, Jainin, Hiju, move closer to me. Obito vomited blood and reached out and tore off the goggles on his head. When I looked up again, Tsutomu Sharingan Huo Ran appears. When you open your eyes, it's a double hook jade. Obito, you are really a powerful ninja with unexpected no too. Xian Yi didn't know what to say. He and Baileahu were being chased by the hunter all the way, and after confronting them several times, they looked quite embarrassed. Under the cover of Baileahu, Xian Yi finally merged with Obito and stood back to back. Boy, if you have any hidden skills, you can use it soon. I can't hold it anymore. This time, when Baileahu was hit by the hunter, a terrible explosion occurred on one shoulder and flesh and blood flew. The heavy breathing sound seemed to herald the countdown to life. Troublesome guy, isn't this dead? And your body is weird. Xiao sneered and said, the combination of explosion style and Gangdun has raised his combat power to an extremely powerful level. This makes him very confident, as long as he is given more time, he will become a brand new cage-level powerhouse in Rock Shinobi Village. Only a few figures surrounded Xian Yi and the three people. No matter how they looked at them, these three people were dead. Although, what kind of technique Xian Yi said, he cared very much. But no matter what technique it was of no use in front of his steel escape defense. Die, Konoha's ninjas. There was a hint of excitement in Xiao's eyes. Baileahu glanced at Xian Yi anxiously. But just this look made him feel like falling into an ice cave. Because nuclear escape super vibration wave. This shock wave is the greatest power Xian Yi has played, and it bombards the ground under his feet indiscriminately. In the next moment, the ground shattered and countless rebels vibrated, covering all sight, and a violent roar erupted. "Boy, you!" The roar of Puliahu was also instantly obscured by the terrible explosion. This shot was too sudden, and there was no sign at all. "Withdraw!" At the moment when the explosion just started, Xianyi grabbed Obito and quickly backed away, struggling for a few moments, and rushing out of the way. And as Huo-ran raised his head, he looked in the direction of Bei Liuhu with an unprecedented cold gaze. "Let's go, Obito." Master Bai Liuhu took the initiative to stay, desperately blocking the enemy for us. "We will definitely live," Xianyi said in a low voice, dragging Obito, who was stunned, and quickly ran away. The decisive action seems to have gone through countless rehearsals. "Master Liuhu, did you sacrifice your life to stop the enemy for us?" Obito looked confused. At that moment, his second Go-Jade Sharingan was blinded, and he couldn't see clearly. "Is that so? It always feels weird." "Yes, Obito, no matter what, we can't live up to the kindness of Master Humble. He is right, we will have a future if we live." Xianyi's voice was cold. "Hiryu, this dangerous guy. From the timeline, this guy defected during the 3 World Wars, and it happened before Obito transplanted Sharingan to Kakashi. This guy, after he defected, heard about Kakashi's acquisition of Sharingan. He was very jealous, thinking that if he had Sharingan himself, he could become stronger. Counting the time, this guy has defected during this time. The Ghost Shoot Luo technique, which can transplant blood to the limit, has almost been initially developed. Combined with his performance, there is a high probability that he will be staring at me, which is dangerous. It's best to solve it in advance." Xianyi pulled Obito and shuttled quickly. After a few minutes, Hunter appeared with the few remaining rock shinobi. One of his hands was stained with rich blood and minced meat. "Tisk, Konoha's ninja is really difficult to deal with. Those 2 little ghosts can't escape far. Hurry up, a task that was not originally difficult has actually become so troublesome." Xiao's face was gloomy, and that nuclear escape trick was simply overwhelming. The super vibration wave just now was powerful and used extremely suddenly. He was a little anxious. If you postpone it any longer, Konoha's other ninjas will react and start supporting them, and this mission can be declared a failure. Time is passing. Xianyi and Obito carefully arranged a trap. "Xianyi, is this really useful?" Obito worried. "It has to be useful, and if you can't stop the other party, we have to find a way to delay time. Isn't that Master Bai Liuhu died in vain?" "Obito, this world is not black and white. Liuhu has his own will and finally chose this result. When you understand this question, let's discuss it again, maybe in the future. Someday, we can reach a consensus." Xianyi looked at Obito with a faint smile. Obito couldn't understand it at all. However, in the future, he will understand that from the moment he was spotted by Uchiha Madara and then noticed by Black Zetsu, many things have been doomed. This world needs a spokesperson to make changes. A series of traps were broken. Xiao finally caught up, and he looked up at the 2 figures in front of him. "This time, no one will come to rescue you." The hunter brought several people and attacked with a sneer. At the same time, the detonating talisman trap set by Xianyi exploded, but they were all ignored by the hunting steel. "It seems that everything ends here. Xianyi, you go," Obito said suddenly, with a smile. "Although I don't understand what you are talking about, it seems that I have no chance to understand. You will become a great ninja in the future." Obito revealed 2 Tomo Sharingan and was ready to work hard to create a chance for Xianyi to escape. He was about to rush towards the enemy, but was held back by Xianyi. Xianyi's gaze crossed Obito directly, looked at Xiao, and suddenly sighed. "Xiao, you shouldn't have come. If you don't come, maybe you can live a few more years." "Yin seal, ugly seal, Mao seal. Xianyi ji yin." The terrifying heat broke out suddenly. At this moment, he finally used that technique, that is, Godzilla's ultimate kill in first generation. Nuclear escape white hot light. Chapter 49, The Great Evaporation. The terrifying high temperature began to increase at an exaggerated rate, and every cell in the body roared at this time. The huge chakra surged and roared at this moment, converging in an exaggerated posture, bursting out trembling waves. The huge sense of oppression rose sharply, and the surge of pressure shocked the soul, and the earth tremors, cracks multiplied, and madness spread. What is this? Obito was stunned. This terrifying power made him stupid. Is this really the ninjutsu used by Xianyi? And even more horrified than Obito are the rock shinobi on the opposite side. This is also nuclear ninjutsu? There is actually this kind of power hidden in his blood. This level of oppression has appeared on such a kid. Damn, such a guy is a monster at all. Many rock shinobi were in a state of restlessness, and the terrifying heat wave rushing toward their faces made them feel like they were in a volcanic crater, and they would be burned into flames at any time. The drastically increased nuclear radiation began to break through their few chakra layers, and began to penetrate into their bodies, destroying their bodies all the time. Even Xiao had a look on his face at this moment, and he personally felt the sharply rising high temperature around him. A strong sense of crisis surged into his heart, and his sixth sense was screaming frantically. It's really a monster-like little devil. However, this technique is only used at this moment. Presumably this technique will cost you a painful price. Is it forbidden technique? Hunter tried his best to maintain his composure, with a strong hostility on his face. After speaking in a low voice, he maximized the ability of the gang's blood successor and moved swiftly, intending to kill Xianyi first. Rock shinobi, they desperately, their eyes are blood red, and there is only Xianyi in their eyes. Now with this technique, I have to pay no small price. You should feel honored. Xianyi slowly opened her mouth. The violent converging horror rays finally burst out at this moment. Nuclear escape white hot light. The smog-like horror beam suddenly exploded from Xianyi's mouth at this moment. The endless concentration of ultra-high temperature condensed together in an unbelievable manner, and in the explosion, it accurately hit the hunter. Everything started to dissolve where the beam of light was involved, and the entire front of the earth began to melt exaggeratedly as soon as Xianyi spewed out, and a long ravine appeared. The temperature that surged again turned this nearby area into a real furnace, and even a ninja would feel pain and uneasy staying here. The water in the body evaporates instantly, and then the blood begins to soak into the skin. After losing all the water, it turns into a blood clot and adheres to the dry and cracked skin. The rock shinobi who faced this horrible attack had their faces changed drastically. They burned almost on the spot, even more instinctively, revealing a deep fear. The premonition of death exploded, and the desperate mood suppressed all distractions. It was the smog-like beam of light that filled all their vision. Facing this powerful blow, they even lost the possibility of escape. My body! Damn it, such a forbidden technique, why is he a master? It's over. Boom! The long white beam of light pierced through all the barriers in front of it in a frenzied sweep. And any form of defense could not be resisted, and it began to melt and evaporate in an instant. The only exception is hunting. My steel dun is the strongest defense in the ninja realm. It is impossible to be destroyed by you, kid. The hunting eye was about to split, screamed, and mobilized everything in the body chakra, all piled up on the steel escape. In his entire life, he had not been forced to this level. Facing the white heat, he even had a feeling of facing Third Tsuchikage's original world-stripping technique. Boom! The hunter whose body was toughened was instantly swallowed by the white heat from the sweep. In the hundreds of millions of bombardments carried out by the countless ray particles at all times, a vague black shadow was shrouded where the white-hot light penetrated, and it dissipated little by little under the situation visible to the naked eye. When the white-hot light disappeared, the hunter also disappeared. In the same place, there was only the long and terrifying gully, and countless melted matter slowly flowed in the gully, covering everything. The surrounding environment has been turned upside down. Everything in the vicinity has disappeared and turned into a desolate scene. The trees and flowers in the distance, even if they have not been evaporated and burned, have long since died. Finally killed this guy. Fortunately, I met a fool. If he just turned around and fled without hesitation just now, instead of relying on stealth escape and walking position, it would be really difficult. Xian Yi sat down on the ground. In order to play this white-hot light, he also paid a lot of price. Most of the body was horribly burned, the blood in the body dried up a little, and his lips were chapped. However, he can sustain these costs. Xian Yi. Obito was stunned. He stood trembling and stood in place. Only the white-hot light that radiated everything was repeated in his mind in his limited thoughts. Don't be in a daze, take me out of here, we will find a place to cultivate and wait for rescue. Xian Yi said with a tired face. Obito shook his whole body, immediately picked up Xian Yi and quickly left the place. When he jumped, after all, he couldn't help but glance back. The few rock shinobi had already been swept away by the white heat and evaporated on the spot, leaving no bones. Only the unrecognizable environment silently told this unspeakable tragedy. After a while, a rock shinobi, who was responsible for perception and communication from the beginning, appeared in the same place, shaking and watching the scene in front of him. This, Master Hunter's team was breathed out. No, I must report to the village. The nuclear escape blood follower is countless times more terrifying than they thought. Rock Shinobi swallowed and spit, and desperately fled quickly. But just when he jumped to a dead tree in the distance, a pitcher-like thing suddenly appeared from the dead tree, and then swallowed him in one bite. Accompanied by the scream that disappeared quickly, there was a burst of chewing. Fortunately, I didn't rush out to rescue Obito just now. I just watched from a distance. I didn't expect the nuclear escape bloodline to possess this terrible forbidden technique. But this is the bloodline of Ui, or from Hamura. Why did I never listen to Black Zetsu said it? White Zetsu watched Obito and Xian Yi's distant figure, feeling a panic. Even if he only got into this dead tree later, he could vaguely guess the terrible blow just now. The high temperature beams that are absolutely condensed are unreasonable at all. Even if he is White Zetsu, he will be instantly evaporated if he approaches it. This matter should be reported to Madara as soon as possible. White Zetsu got into the dead tree again and shuttled under the ground, deliberately bypassing the long ravine. Chapter 50 You Have No Way to Go. The terrifying wave that broke out suddenly was also noticed by some people in the distance. Kakashi and others, who were hurriedly moving, suddenly turned their heads to look at them. Along with that brief emergence, an astonishing light comparable to a small sun, then vanished in a flash. Everything is calm. What happened just now? Is that Xian Yi's technique? Guy, how much do you know about this technique? Kakashi squeezed the white fang short sword in his hand. Guy also stared in that direction with a stunned look. No, I don't actually know. Only my father knows a little Xian Yisang's secret technique. Really, such a terrifying power. As expected of Xian Yisang. There was a decisive meaning in Yu Hui's eyes. You continue to move forward and look for reinforcements. Presumably, the changes just now have been noticed by the Konoha patrol in the Land of Fire. How about you? I have the best physical fitness. I want to go back to support Xian Yisang. The technique just now, even if he killed the enemy, he must have paid a tragic price. He is dead and I can't live. After speaking, Ikki turned and left. Kakashi. Then I want to. No, other people are not allowed to turn their heads, move on and find Konoha patrol as soon as possible. This is the task Xian Yi gave me, and I will definitely carry it out to the end. But their safety. Even if they are all dead, I will complete the task first. In Kakashi's eyes, cruelly, there was a hint of coldness. He didn't understand what the relationship between Iki and Xianyi was. But he remembered what Xianyi said to him after he had defeated him. "Let me transfer the will of hatred to you, it's really boring. If this is what you want me to do, then I will resolutely execute your will, even if you die." Kakashi's eyes became more and more indifferent. This year, under the guidance of Xianyi Ruiao, he worked closely with his companions, and it seemed that he had walked out of a certain shadow, but in fact, he buried the coldness deep in his heart. Prioritize the task. In order to complete the task at the expense of his own stubborn concept, it has been deeply implanted in Xianyi's heart under the hint of day after day, and cannot be shaken. The seeds planted in the past have taken root and sprouted after a year of growth. Shoo! Kakashi speeds up. Guy hesitated, his instinct to follow Xianyi's orders for many years, and the emotion of turning back to help, had a fierce conflict. Fortunately, they encountered the Konoha patrol that rushed in. Headed by the captain, Yuri is really red. "You are Konoha's ninjas. Kakashi, why are there only 3 of you and the others?" Uemaki stopped. "Master Hiroho brought Kenichi Shiranui and Uchiha Obito to stop Rock Shinobi's raid team. Captain Rock Shinobi is a guy named Kakashi." Kakashi reported quickly. "Shooting? That's bad. Kakashi, take your team back to the village for training, and execute the order. Other people come with me and support our companions." Yuri Genhong's heart slammed, her face changed, but the opponent is the elite Jainin of Rock Shinobi village. Not daring to delay at the moment, the group hurried to the direction where the shocking temperature and chakra fluctuation just broke out. When Yuri Genhong brought people to the ground, he was completely stunned by the scene in front of him. A mess and desolation. There are sporadic flames burning. The huge gully is extremely long. Some of the liquefied material in the deep gully has solidified, silently telling the terror. It was supposed to be a dense forest with towering trees, but now, what kind of technique is this capable of causing such consequences? Is it explosion style? No, it's not like. Yuri's face was really red, and even if he was Konoha Jainin, he felt a chill from the heart at this moment. The other members of the patrol were also stunned at this time. This should be a kind of attack ninjutsu that can create high temperatures. As far as I know, lava-style blood successor can do this. Does the enemy have lava-style blood successor sneak into the country of fire? It's not just lava-style. I remember Xianyi's nuclear escape blood follower also has the ability to raise the temperature. Is it possible that Xianyi's blood inheritance secret technique? But this kind of terrifying power is really something he can do with a little devil. No matter how unthinkable, I hope he is, at least prove that he may be alive. The entire patrol team was in a state of restlessness, and their faces were full of horror and anxiety. It was the scene before them, beyond their cognition. Immediately look for the whereabouts of Hiroho, Swanyi, and Obito. They are Konoha's ninjas, and we must not give up on them. Yuri Genhong suppressed the restlessness in her heart and immediately gave orders. The last look in his eyes fell into this deep gully, and the deep gully that was so smooth as to make one's heart palpitating was destined to be unforgettable. If it's really Xianyi, even the forbidden technique, it's really terrible. In order to use this forbidden technique, Xianyi is afraid. But with a calm and steady husband, the result may not be that bad. Yuri Genhong comforted herself, and at the same time recalled Xianyi's face. As his daughter, Xiri Hong, is the strongest chief student in the same period, and the rapidly rising talent of Mu Yetian, Xiri Genhong naturally pays attention. I hope that Lord Hilyahu can keep such a super genius for Konoha. This kind of blood succession not only means his current strength, but also proves that his awakened bloodline has an unimaginable terrifying potential that can be tapped. Yuri Genhong comforted silently. Somewhere in the forest, in a cave. Obito looked at Xianyi worrisomely. How do you feel now? Not so good, but it's not bad, it's much better than I expected. Xuan Yi felt the sense of exhaustion coming from his body, smiled faintly, hurrying to refine chakra. This glow of white heat directly ignited his vigorous chakra. This kind of intense weakness was really unprecedented. Fortunately, his recovery ability is super strong. After refining a little chakra, Xuan Yi sealed the seal again. Super regeneration. The prototype of this technique is the technique developed by the animals and plants born after the old Godzilla reshaped the Earth's ecosystem in Xuan Yi's reference memory. Each of those special plants and animals has a strong self-healing ability, and each individual has a super strong ability to regenerate. Xuan Yi's original amazing self-healing ability, combined with the medical ninjutsu of super regeneration, combined the two forces. Xuan Yi's damage is quickly repairing. Layers of scorched skin fell into fine pieces. After 10 minutes, Xuan Yi had barely healed his injury, and when he looked up again, he met Obito's complicated gaze. "What's wrong? I thought you were going to die. After all, you have used that level of forbidden technique. It stands to reason that you will pay a painful price, but now it looks like. Are you okay?" "Of course I'm fine, idiot." Xuan Yi laughed and cursed. Obito's expression became more complicated, not knowing whether to cry or laugh. Xuan Yi, after using such a terrible technique and suffering such a serious injury, it was very difficult to walk more than 10 minutes ago. How could he be healed so quickly? This guy is a monster, right? But Xuan Yi was very calm. He knows that his body is strong in Obito's eyes, but there is more room for development. The really awesome one is Tsunade. During the battle against Madara, he was stabbed repeatedly by Susanoo. I don't know how many times. Even if the internal organs were stabbed by a knife, most of them were stabbed. If you replaced it with other cage levels, this blow would be mortal damage. But Tsunade can recover in a few seconds. According to Madara, the healing effect achieved by Tsunade through 100 healings mark and medical ninjutsu is Senju Hashirama's routine operation. Hashirama doesn't need any medical ninjutsu. It's fancy, and people rely on the body's self-control. The more you can do it. Sage body or something, simply unreasonable. Thinking about it, I still have a long way to go. Xuan Yi sighed suddenly, speaking words that made Obito ignorant and crazy. But at this time, a heavy breathing sound suddenly came from the secret cave entrance, showing exhaustion, accompanied by Senhan's voice. "You have no way to go. Kid, I have done so much for you, now is the time for you to repay me."